StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Antigua Independence Day. After ending the communication with Swan, Augustus hurried to the unbroadcasting building in Antigua City, ready to announce the arrival of the Revolutionary Army to all Antigua. He passed through a dilapidated garden and several tilted hovercrafts. Along the way, there were cranes and busy T-280 space engineering vehicles cleaning up the collapsed buildings and chariot wreckage. Teams of revolutionary soldiers were riding the public hover buses in Antigua City to the four defense lines of the city, because the GAM swarm outside the city had begun to launch tentative attacks from all directions, with the purpose of finding the weaknesses of human defenses. Even the residents in the city center began to go out of their homes, either cleaning up the garbage at the door or cautiously exchanging information about the incident with their neighbors. People were talking about it, speculating whether this was a sign of the fall of the Terran Federation or a flash in the pan. When Augustus walked in front of the building, the door of the building with bullet holes on the wall had already been replaced by the sentinels of the Revolutionary Army. Compared to the Sky Tower in Tarsus, which is several hundred meters high, the Antigua Branch Broadcasting Building is just a low, ordinary skyscraper with an irregular pointed arch. This is a reinforced concrete and glass curtain wall building, built in accordance with pragmatism, which is very different from the Sky Tower style pursued by the Creation family, which pursues gorgeous decoration, grandeur, and novelty, because the shareholders and investors behind the Universe News Network do not want them to spend money on pomp and display of art. Augustus led dozens of revolutionary soldiers wearing crimson power armor from the first floor gate guarded by soldiers into the empty hall. Only a few unstaffed with work permits occasionally walked out of the elevator in the front hall, holding piles of paper files in their hands. These files are all from the original press releases printed by Antigua reporters, which are the parts that have not been added or deleted by the headquarters. The manuscripts detailed how the Terran Federation Army dealt with the mobs who dared to launch a rebellion, executed the leaders, and sent the rest to Chasera or New Folsom prison. Even so, the writers of these manuscripts could not describe the bloody massacre with words. On Antigua Prime, where rebellions break out almost every year, such things happen all the time. Just as Augustus looked up and glanced at the valuable Bengal leopard sofa in the hall, Kerrigan walked in front of him. The Marshal's Command has received the latest report that the ground forces of Nova Squadron and Delta Squadron have landed and established a base on a high ground 60 miles outside Antigua. Kerrigan said, they are working to clear the Zerg near the landing point. However, the Federation Army is obviously coming for us. I guess they are trying to recapture the city of Antigua. I think they don't just want to recapture Antigua, a city that will fall sooner or later. Without us, I'm afraid not many people here will survive. Titus, who followed Augustus, frowned when he heard this. The Zerg army is approaching, and the Federation is still thinking about dealing with us first. Raynor said. There are also multiple Zerg tunnel worms outside Antigua. I think the GAM Zerg will soon attack us. Kerrigan continued to report. We are attacked from both sides. Raynor shook his head. There are two groups who are anxious to kill us at the same time. They are seeking their own death. Titus snorted. It is not easy to deal with the Zerg and the Federation at the same time. It is best to deal with one first and then focus on the other, he said. Sarah, can you contact the Federation's naval squadron? Augustus asked. You can try. The Terran Federation's Nova Squadron has contacted us. Kerrigan took out a portable projector from her backpack and tried to connect to the Nova Squadron's landing force communication channel. A minute later, the Nova Squadron ground force commander agreed to the connection request, and the other party's screen soon turned to the fleet commander Colonel Jackson Holler. I'm Colonel Holler. The other party had a common military-style buzz cut and a serious expression. Have you thought about it, and are you ready to surrender? No, I will never surrender to tyranny, Augustus said. I just made a suggestion to you. Maybe we should cooperate to eliminate the Zerg on Antigua first, and then resolve the conflict between us. What do you think of this proposal? He said. I'm sorry, I don't have the authority to cooperate with the rebels. Even if I risk going to a military court to fight the Zerg with you, Delta Squadron will not agree. Colonel Holler said. The order I received is to eliminate the rebels on Antigua Prime and bring back Augustus Mengsk and his followers, or their heads. Doesn't include the part of rescuing Antigua. Augustus laughed at what Holler said just now. The marshals and generals in the entire Terran Federation are looking forward to getting Augustus's head, which is both the greatest merit and the symbol of the highest honor at present. The Federation will not give up Antigua Prime, but that is not my mission. The colonel said. Smart words. The usual way for the Federation to shirk responsibility. Augustus said. Since you are not here to surrender, there is no need for us to continue the conversation. Hearing what Augustus said, Holler still maintained his serious expression, but the communication was interrupted immediately. Your resistance is meaningless. It is just wasting our time to rescue other planets. Where is the broadcasting room here? Augustus asked Sarah Carrigan beside him, determined to give up the idea of temporarily cooperating with the Terran Federation to fight against the Zerg. In the basement, the first 2 floors are the lobby and the employee mall. Carrigan replied. How many people are willing to stay and work for us? Augustus nodded and walked towards the elevator door that was opening. A run reporter who was walking out of the door walked out from dozens of revolutionary soldiers wearing tall power armor without changing his expression, as if he had long been accustomed to this scene. Except for some Antigans, most of the people working here are from Tarsinus, but they don't hate us that much. Carrigan said. After all, the senior managers who could escape have already escaped. If the remaining people want to escape Antigua, they can only work for us. This is what most people here think. Only a very small number of people think that we will bring changes to Antigua. I thought they were moved by our evolutionary spirit, right? Titus laughed disdainfully. Not everyone is as eager for freedom as you are, Titus. Raynor said. When Augustus, wearing heavy power armor, walked into the elevator, Carrigan and Titus Raynor followed closely. However, the elevator could hardly accommodate other armored soldiers for a while, so Titus and Harnack soon argued over who should enter the elevator first. Before the elevator sounded the alarm, the two of them barely squeezed in by hugging each other face to face. Can you take off your damn firebot armor before going in, or are you reluctant to leave this rotten turtle shell? Titus said to Citus feebly. This sentence is more appropriate for you in another way. The rotten fat on your belly occupies at least half of the area here. Harnack counterattacked. Do you have any problem with my beautiful baby abs? Titus' eyebrows were almost twisted together. Even the girls in Tarsinus and Korhal love it. Go to hell, Titus. They just like your money. Harnack said sarcastically. You fart. Titus was furious. Although the tempering of the war made Harnack more calm, he was still a thorn in the end. After all, there was a funny story in the Revolutionary Army that Harnack had a big fight for Augustus's, but when he just entered the boot camp, Titus was another tough character. His unique values made him a bad bastard. When Titus and Harnack were arguing endlessly, Augustus couldn't help but think of the way Harnack and Josephine argued endlessly in the boot camp, which made him feel sad. When the elevator door reopened, the lights in the underground broadcasting room were all on, and dozens of broadcasting room staff stopped their work at the same time and looked at Augustus. Keep working, gentlemen, Augustus said to them. Perhaps you still have doubts about what you are doing now, but many years later someone will tell you that you are doing great things at that time. This guy just likes to say these beautiful words. Guess who he learned it from? Titus, who was standing behind Augustus, whispered to Raynor next to him. Be careful not to let Augustus hear it. He always holds a grudge. Last time Hank mentioned that he wore a skirt, we punished him to recite the Book of Fortitude, a book said to be written by an ancient king in the Earth era, telling about war, diplomacy, and art, and a must-read for the descendants of the Mengsk family. Raynor said, I have read that book. The person who wrote him must be a wise king. My evaluation is not as good as a fashion magazine with naked women. Titus said, this must be a nightmare for Harnack. After all, he gets a headache when he sees words. Do you have a photo of our marshal when he was a child? He asked. That's top secret, Titus. Raynor said, Augustus certainly doesn't want this to be known to everyone. He will be the Prime Minister of the Republic in the future. Come on, there is no such Prime Minister. He only read books about monarchy when he was a child, and he won't be one when he grows up. Titus quickly shut up because he noticed that Kerrigan was staring at him. This means that his nonsense is likely to reach Augustus' ears in the dead of night one night. With Augustus's character, he will not give Titus a hard time, but Titus will always pay a little price, such as prohibiting him from going to bars to drink and flirting with girls. Because Augustus himself is not as generous as he appears, but no one has suffered bad luck for angering him. The damn girl won Augustus' favor just because of her beauty. She is just a servile maid. After Kerrigan turned around, Titus said to Raynor again, "You are jealous of a woman. Damn it. You are a man, but your ass is not as good as that girl's." Raynor poked Hank, who was staring at a screen and thinking about something. "Shut up, Titus. Stop talking." "Hank, what are you daydreaming about? I'm hungry." "What are you talking about?" Augustus finally couldn't help it. "Shut up." Titus spread his hands and looked at Raynor. The three of them immediately became as quiet as chickens. "We are talking." Raynor said a few words, but his voice was obviously getting lower and lower until it was as low as a mosquito and disappeared. Kerrigan clapped his hands and the staff began to work again. After Augustus nodded to Kerrigan took out a disk for storing files from his backpack and inserted it into the interface of the main control computer in the broadcast room. Then, multiple screens appeared on the multiple control screens in the broadcast room. As several staff members set up cameras around Augustus' resolute face under the matte mask of his power armor immediately appeared on the screen of the studio. The signal tower in Anseta is still working normally. If the signal towers in other cities have not been destroyed, then even if the communication satellites have been destroyed by the Zerg, we can still broadcast to the world. Kerrigan said, "It's time to start." She entered the password on the console. "If everything goes well, all the industrial cities and towns in Antigua, big and small, will be able to hear what you say. Can it be transmitted to other planets?" Augustus asked. "Yes, but the Federation will obviously not allow those planets to broadcast these images, but the signal may be received by caravans and private organizations." Kerrigan said. "Very good." Before the camera was pointed at Augustus, he had already made sufficient preparations. "People of Antigua, I'm Augustus Mengsk, the leader of the Korhal Revolution." Augustus's head appeared on the largest screen. "We all know that the Ceres system has been destroyed by the Zerg. It is because the alien experiments conducted by the Terran Federation there attracted those monsters, and we have absolute evidence to prove this." As Augustus spoke, a number of archive data about the Terran Federation's alien experiments in the Ceres system appeared on multiple screens, including many records of their secret executions of revolutionaries and political prisoners in the Chatsera prison. Now, the threat of aliens is coming one after another, and they are here to destroy all mankind. We must unite to defend our homeland, Augustus said, and the revolutionary army will always stand with the people of Antigua. Tracing back the history of Antigua's resistance to the tyranny of the Federation, I learned a truth. That is, when all those who are not afraid of power are united under the same flag, those rulers who only demand and oppress will no longer be able to exploit their people with greed as in the past. When a government can no longer fulfill the promises it made at the beginning of its establishment and becomes corrupt and degenerate, then we should overthrow it and re-establish law and order, he said. Today, I want to announce to the world that Antigua Prime has broken away from the control of the Terran Federation and has become a free country. One day, the name of Antigua will shine everywhere. After Augustus finished speaking, there was a long applause in the broadcasting room, but this time it was not just Kerrigan. But it was hard to tell how many of these people who were applauding were truly convinced and how many were flattering. I believe we will receive good news soon. The support of the Antigans will enable us to work more efficiently on this planet. But before that, we need to deal with the Zergan Federation troops on Antigua first. That's great. Today, Antigua has been in your hands, Titus said. Now only we want this broken place of Antigua. The Federation can't wait to kick it away immediately. Vote for the end of the month. Chapter 277. The Federal Army splashed by AoE. A villa in the center of the main city of Anseta, which originally belonged to an Antigua resource tycoon, was recently converted into a command center. This low-lying Palladian classical building, mainly built of red bricks and diamond-shaped translucent glass, is a safe room built with thick alloy steel walls. It is deep underground, and the thickness of the reinforced wall alone is more than 60 centimeters, enough to withstand the nuclear explosion of tactical nuclear weapons. Considering that the Terran Federation has sent ghost agents to assassinate those who hold different political views more than once, using bloody and cruel methods to eliminate dissidents. Although Augustus himself often appears at the forefront of the war, the Martial Revolutionary Guard still hopes that he can stay in the safest place when commanding the army. Even with a ghost agent like Sarah Carrigan protecting Augustus, Corporal Faraday still believes that this is not foolproof. Now not only the Terran Federation, but even the Zerg are thinking about Augustus's life. As for what the Protoss think, no one knows, and it is hard to guarantee that they will not have a day to tear their faces with the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army is full of tough guys who can lead soldiers into battle and generals like Warfield who are capable of commanding the overall situation. As long as Augustus is still standing on the battlefield, the Revolutionary Army is an army with soul. People in several cities near the main city of Antigua have captured the federal government in the city. After you broadcast to the whole Antigua, they took down and burned the federal flag on the city hall building and replaced it with the red flag of the Revolutionary Army. In the underground safe room, Carrigan was reporting military intelligence to Augustus. Good news has also come from other regions. Federal officials in some places have taken the lead in rebellion. Their homes have long hidden our flags, and followed by requests for us to rescue or eliminate the local Zerg. She said, maybe they have the flag of the Kel-morians hidden in their homes. This is no longer surprising. Augustus smiled. We don't have enough manpower to guard dozens or hundreds of cities and settlements for now. The fewer areas and directions we need to defend, the better. He stood straight, one hand behind his back, and the other hand was marking something on the tactical map on the LED screen. It was the star map of Antigua's main planet and its 2 satellites, as well as the map of the main battlefield on the planet's surface, covering a battle line that stretched over 10,000 miles. Concentrate the main population in the largest cities, and then send troops to station there, and then use the psychic jammer to build defenses. Let the locals store food, and prepare for a long battle. We must defend Antigua. Augustus was talking, staring at the battle map on the screen intently, while picking up a small glass of brandy from the wine cabinet next to him. To this day, the Mengsk family's addiction to alcohol still affects Augustus, which can be seen in his father and brother. When Augustus is thinking or feeling dull and painful, when coffee is no longer effective, he often cheers up by drinking a small amount of alcohol. Augustus was a good drinker, and he always tried strong liquor lightly. The last time he got drunk was when Josephine died. Your orders will be carried out as always. Carrigan casually pinned her long red hair tied behind her back to her chest as she walked past the mahogany tables and chairs on one side. The underground safe room was not wide and could only accommodate Augustus, Carrigan, Corporal Faraday and his elite guards. Even so, this underground room with mahogany floors had all the necessary equipment, including automatic washing facilities, tables, chairs, and beds. The warehouses on the lower floors stored enough water and food for the residents to live for several years. The room was powered by a miniature fusion reactor for all the facilities inside. Even if the entire planet became dead silent, the underground safe room could still maintain normal operation. Such standards were prepared to cope with a possible nuclear war, because after the Federation used nuclear bombs to destroy Korhal IV, people no longer doubted that the federal government would impose nuclear bombs on the rebellious colonies under its rule. The network of the Zerg near Antigua is still increasing, and the signals of Zerg life forms detected have exceeded 200,000. When Carrigan approached Augustus, the mechanical intelligent adjutant in the lower right corner of the screen began to issue a warning. The Zerg is about to attack. The mechanical adjutant said. Sarah, how is the deployment of the psychic jammer? Augustus sipped the wine in the glass. The engineers of the engineering group have assembled it and are activating the psychic jammer. The leading engineer reported to me that they can activate the psychic jammer in 10 minutes. Carrigan said. The sooner the better. As Augustus spoke, the screen switched to a bird's eye view of the city of Antigua taken by the fleet in high altitude orbit. At this time, the swarms of gam insects with dark orange shells were gathering on the high platforms in all directions of Ansada. The squeaking and howling alien monsters were surging towards the alloy steel fortification walls outside the city like a rising tide. The bunkers buried deep in the ground and the missile clusters on the walls were calibrating the shooting angles with the buzzing sound of rotation. On the tallest building in the Ansada complex, there seemed to be countless golden and red flags of the Revolutionary Army fluttering. In the sky, there were Ghost Fighters, Avenger Fighters, and Kel-morian Hellhound Fighters painted with the emblem of the Revolutionary Army soaring. The flight formation roared over the city, shaking the glass windows of the residential buildings. In the city squares and other public places, hundreds of thousands of Ansada people were spontaneously gathering with weapons, ready to support the front line at any time. Compared with the period of federal rule, the people of Antigua were obviously more willing to support the military actions of the Revolutionary Army. This is not only because of the Revolutionary Army's promise and its words and deeds in practicing its revolutionary ideals, but also because compared with the Revolutionary Army, the Federal Army is more like the terrorists and butchers who kill the elderly, weak, women and children promoted by the federal government. Just as the swarm of insects was getting closer and closer to Ansada, the psychic jammer in the center of the city was activated, and an invisible waveform spread in all directions, like ripples on the water. And just as Augustus saw the Zerg swarm approaching Ansada, gam suddenly stopped their pace. The Zerg army, composed of springtails, hydralisks, thunder beasts, scorpion worms, dragons, and swarm guardians in the front, stopped in the process of high-speed advancement and fell into a sluggish state, as if they were intelligent machines that did not receive instructions. The tight and orderly attack formation became chaotic, and the originally violent ones began to wander in a daze. Some particularly violent Zerg even extended their fangs and claws to their compatriots. Soon the Zerg began to fall into a violent state of fighting each other, and the Zerg born in different main nests were killing each other. The psychic jammers covered an area of 20 miles around Ansada, disrupting the control of the gam swarm cerebrates over their swarm members, causing the Zerg to turn on each other and fight each other as their ancestors did on Xeris. Soon, the blood outside Ansada flowed like a river, and the Zerg fought each other and fell to the fangs and claws of their own kind. The dragons in the sky grappled with each other like fighting falcons, and the explosive mosquitoes, driven by their instincts, rammed uncontrollably into the helpless overlord floating in the air, and the scarlet blood, shells, and organs fell to the ground like a torrential rain. The remaining Zerg retreated back to the tunnels in confusion. It would probably take a long time for the gam swarm's ruling cerebrate to figure out what kind of weapons the Antigua humans had used to cause such chaos and cause him to lose control of his swarm members. This was probably a bolt from the blue for the cunning brainworm, and since the swarm master created these advanced intelligent creatures, they have never lost control of their own members. Very good. Swan and the others did a good job. Augustus could hear the cheers of the staff officers on the command channel, which meant that humans already had weapons that could effectively counter the Zerg. However, at the same time, the sound of glass breaking suddenly came from the underground safe room, and Corporal Faraday and the guards all drew their guns. What's going on, dear? The smile on Augustus' face suddenly froze, and he turned his head to look at Kerrigan with a sharp look. For Augustus, whose C value was only level 3, most Terran's psychic levels were between 0 and 2. This artificially created psychic waveform could only bring him a slight tingling sensation, but in Kerrigan's mind, who was extremely sensitive to psychic energy, it was a huge draw. In a place where Augustus could not see, Kerrigan frowned, and her powerful telepathic ability only overflowed a little bit, which detonated a wall lamp with golden patterns and all the bottles and glasses on the table, and the vermilion port wine immediately spilled all over the floor. Seeing Augustus's eagle-like sharp eyes, Kerrigan could not help but retreat to avoid him. Kerrigan had extremely painful memories of losing control of her psychic power, and she was also afraid that others, especially Augustus, would be afraid of her because of this. However, what Kerrigan did not expect was that Augustus turned around and hugged her in his arms without hesitation. Calm down. Everything will be fine. This little bit of psychic power is just a breeze on the ocean to you, Augustus said. Seeing this, Corporal Faraday and others put away their weapons and turned to clean up the broken glass shards that were shattered by Kerrigan's telepathic power. "Does the psychic jammer affect you too?" he asked. "I can feel that my psychic power has been weakened," Kerrigan said, "but it's not obvious. Obviously, the psychic power of the Zerg is different from that of us humans." Augustus believed that this weakening might not be a bad thing for Kerrigan, which meant that the possibility of the Overmind discovering her was reduced again. "What is your current psychic power level?" he asked Kerrigan. "It seems that there is no change." Kerrigan put down her goggles. "Still 10. I know this feeling. The top students say so," Augustus said. Kerrigan blushed and withdrew from Augustus' arms. Although Kerrigan also longed for the feeling of being protected, she was not a weak girl. In fact, after putting on the Ghost Combat uniform, Kerrigan could kick a person's neck with one kick. "Adjutant, contact the engineering group on the Hyperion and ask them to make more psychic jammers. I need to deploy this equipment throughout Antigua," Augustus said to the screen again. "At the same time, I also want them to improve on this basis. Since we can make a psychic jammer, we can make it a portable weapon." "What is the Federation landing force in Antigua doing now?" "Commander, the detectors have detected a large number of Zerg appearing near the Federation base. Zerg near Ansida are gathering there," the mechanical adjutant on the screen reported to Augustus. "It is expected that the Federation army will be overwhelmed by the Zerg in 15 minutes. What happened?" Kerrigan glanced at the screen, but she soon understood. In Jimmy's words, "Wow, someone is going to be in big trouble," Augustus said. "They originally came to deal with us, but after we use the psychic jammer, the Zerg will find that the only enemy on this land is the Federation army. After all, the Federation base is not far from us," he said. "If the brainworm of the Gam swarm had human intelligence and some emotions, he would definitely be angry. And the Federal army, which knows nothing about this, is the target of his anger." Revolutionary Army Ranger calling the headquarters. "This is Jim. The worms are heading towards the Federal base. God is really open-minded." Raynor's voice came from the headquarters communication equipment. "Wow, someone is going to be in trouble," he said. "According to your orders, my people and I are racing 20 miles outside the Federal base. Do you want to intervene? We are ready to tap dance on the bodies of Federal people. You know, Jimmy, this is good for us. Be careful that the Federal people will divert the trouble," Augustus said. "Pay attention. Always monitor the communication of the Federal landing force." "I'm glad to see it," Raynor said. "This is their own fault. If these people had stayed in the fleet in orbit honestly, they would not have been in trouble today." "Okay, I will keep an eye on them," he said and closed the communication. "Adjutant, switch the monitoring channel to the main channel," Augustus said. "Perhaps the brainworms of the Gam swarm are looking for the difference between our two human armies and the Federation. We will never be able to figure out what is going on in the minds of the alien Zerg. Their moral values and ways of thinking are very different from those of humans." Augustus stared at the main screen until more than 10 minutes later, when the radio communication on the monitoring channel heard the cries of the Federation landing troops being swallowed by the surging Gam swarm. He then left there in silence. Thanks for voting Lao. Chapter 278 Pest Control Plan. A few days later, after the psychic jammer was first used in Ansida and showed initial results, the Korhal Revolutionary Army immediately announced that the threat of the Zerg had been effectively contained, and the entire city was under the protection of the army and new weapons. The houses and order in the main city of Ansida that were destroyed in this long-lasting chaos have also been rebuilt. The military government composed of the Revolutionary Army Marshal Command and Augustus's National Security Committee temporarily took over the city. After removing the influence of the federal government in local laws, Augustus and his officers still use the laws familiar to the locals instead of Korhal IV to constrain the city residents to maintain order. At the same time, a series of robbery crimes and armed conflicts between various gangs caused by the Zerg invasion and government shutdown also dropped significantly. Those who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to make a fortune or deliberately plan to create chaos were sent to prison by the military. After the new government took a series of decisive measures to quickly restore order, industrial areas such as manufacturing plants and crystal smelters that supported the economic lifeline of the entire city resumed operation. to produce supplies and military vehicles for the Revolutionary Army. At the same time, in the dull and depressing first-level military blockade established to resist the invasion of the Zerg, young people who lost their jobs and had nothing to do because of the war and the large number of local street punk racing parties turned to the Revolutionary Army's recruitment center in Ansada. Unlike those federal soldiers, who were attracted to join the army by the cool walking meccas, generous treatment and comfortable routine vacations in the propaganda, the recruiting officers of the Korhal Revolutionary Army never relied on deception, coercion or other shady methods to obtain soldiers. When joining the Revolutionary Army, the new recruits will be fully informed of the significance of enlistment and the consequences. Even so, every time the Revolutionary Army arrives in a place, there are always countless people who want to join the Revolutionary Army. Some people just want to defend their hometown, while others are fascinated by the glorious and illusory ideals behind the Revolutionary Army. They firmly believe that they are fighting bloody battles, not for the interests of the Federation creation family and Federation officials, but to re-establish freedom and a new order. Especially in a place like Antigua Prime, the so-called freedom fighters are much more popular than the title of Federation lackeys. Augustus Mengsk, the Marshal of the Revolutionary Army, had just attended the enlistment ceremony of about 2,000 Antiguan recruits a few minutes ago, and accepted the oath from these soldiers as the Supreme Commander of the Revolutionary Army. Augustus walked out of the passage on one side of the recruitment center, surrounded by Kerrigan, Corporal Faraday, Raynor and other soldiers. On their left were two different passages surrounded by yellow and black isolation plates, one of which was a crowded queue of recruits, and the other was militia and retired soldiers with military experience. When Augustus, wearing a cloak decorated with bronze epaulettes, walked past the Antiguan recruits who were about to join the army, those enthusiastic young people chased him like a superstar. Even the most rebellious drag racers, professional car crash racers and even the mafia regarded him as a special person with great glory. For Augustus, such scenes are nothing new. He has become a symbol of revolution and freedom, a frequent guest on propaganda posters, wanted posters, and on Universe News Studios. The mainstream media of the Terran Federation has made Augustus a well-known figure, even more famous than the members of the Federation Parliament. Augustus said a few inspiring words to the young people who are about to join his army, and then walked to a block outside the recruitment center under the admiring eyes of the people. Seeing those young people reminds me of when I first joined the army. I was 16 or 17 years old, ignorant and naive. Rather than adults who can take responsibility for their own choices, they are more like immature children. Augustus said, most of the first to die on the battlefield are these people. When facing the Zerg, they are so nervous that they even forget to shoot. Regardless of courage and wisdom, many people die when they first step into the battlefield. Only the luckiest people can live to the year of retirement, he said. Someone has to serve as a soldier, and some have to protect more people. If this war that has swept across multiple galaxies continues, it is very likely that hundreds of millions of soldiers will die. Kerrigan said, but if you don't form an army and let so many people fight for a common goal, then even if there are more soldiers, they will eventually be scattered. They join us for their homes, or want to be heroes, while people like Raynor or Matt Horner have purer and more noble wishes. Peace has long been far away from us. Augustus waved his hand and threw away his sentimentality. Only you always comfort me, Sarah, while Titus and Hank will cause me trouble. It must be said that in Augustus' eyes, Kerrigan, a beautiful girl with a head of soft and smooth fiery red hair, is petite and lovely, with a beautiful face and a perfect figure. Except for the harshness revealed to protect herself, she is almost perfect. Influenced by her past growth experiences, Kerrigan is like a little beast that is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside, covered with thorns and brambles to protect itself. Kerrigan shrugged. You don't know that Titus and the others are jealous of my position in your heart. They always think that we can't hear what they are saying, but they forget that I can read minds. According to the saying on some planets, I'm a witch. You're not a witch, dear. Augustus glanced at Kerrigan, sighed in his heart, and stopped talking about this matter. The evacuation of other cities should have been completed. Once the remaining psychic jammers are activated, we can free up our hands to deal with the main nests of the Zerg on Antigua and eliminate the Zerg at the root to prevent the Zerg from getting in trouble. Is there no movement from the Zerg in the Federation Army today? After crushing the landing forces of Nova Squadron and Delta Squadron, the GAM swarm retreated to their main nest on the Red Plateau of Antigua. The Federation fleet tried to engage our fleet several times, but the fleet commanded by Warfield avoided them in time. Kerrigan said, "If the Zerg hadn't killed them, we wouldn't know how much more sacrifice we would have had to make." Augustus had seen the raised base of the Federation landing forces. When Raynor's Rangers arrived there, the Federation base had been torn into pieces by the GAM Zerg. Raynor could hardly find a complete body there. The brown power armor of Delta Squadron and the purple armor of Nova Squadron seemed to be torn open and thrown aside like tinfoil cans. The spots of flesh and blood were all integrated into the dark purple fungal carpet on the surface and were absorbed as nutrients by the sticky gelatinous substances. It was definitely an extremely tragic scene, and Raynor described it as a pot of mushy meat. Right now, in the outer orbit of Antigua Prime, there are fleets of ours, the Zerg, the Federation, and the Protoss. Kerrigan said, from the moment the Protoss fleet appeared in the Antigua system, they launched an attack on the Zerg fleet that was in orbit around Antigua. The blue arcs of light that have been flashing on the horizon these days are a sign that the Protoss fleet is firing in orbit, and our fleet, and the Federation's fleet, can only choose to avoid it. It sounds like two giants are fighting in a human garden. They can crush the garden and the house with one foot, and we can only hide aside and tremble. Augustus said, at present, it seems that the Protoss fleet has an absolute advantage in the space battle. The aftermath of the fleet's main guns alone has destroyed the mountains south of the equator of Antigua and created a huge trench. Kerrigan said to Augustus, they will soon be able to withdraw troops to deal with the Zerg on Antigua Prime. But since the Protoss destroyed Chasera and Marcera without hesitation, everyone in the command is worried that they will destroy Antigua in the same way. The commander of the Protoss fleet, Tassida, is a kind man. Unless he thinks the planet is beyond salvation, he will never take extreme measures. Augustus knew much more about Tassida than Kerrigan knew. If we can work together to eliminate the Zerg on Antigua, then there is no need for them to destroy the planet. At this time, Augustus noticed that several advertising airships with flashing blue and red lights were hovering in the sky above Antigua. These large airships driven by refined high-energy can serve as luxury air cruises for the rich to visit cities and natural scenery. They can also project 65-foot, about 20 meters, wide holographic projection advertisements to the ground during the flight to promote imported products from Tarsinus and other prime worlds. Now, these advertising airships are used to promote Augustus' revolutionary ideas and the numerous crimes of the Terran Federation. The propaganda airships will broadcast the programs of the Revolutionary Army radio station and the latest developments on the Antigua front. Sometimes, the airships will also broadcast selected UN-news programs. Through these UN-news, Augustus can roughly understand the views of Tarsinus and other mainstream worlds on the destruction of the Ceres system and the war on the Antigua front. Although the UN has begun to emphasize the threat that the invading alien race may pose to humans, most people in the core worlds do not care too much. After all, the battlefield is still far away from many star systems. Sometimes these propaganda airships will project the image of Augustus speaking loudly, and the speech of his father Augustus Mengsk will also be recorded. In Augustus's view, this propaganda method is not much different from the loudspeakers in the fields. Augustus was walking, and just about to walk towards an armored vehicle guarded by guards on the side of the road, when several A-17 Wraith fighters flew over Augustus' head at high speed, chasing a Mutalisk that had lost control due to a psychic jammer. When Augustus looked up at the sky, he suddenly noticed that there was another sun that lasted for more than 10 seconds next to the lukewarm sun in the sky. It was a Protoss warship that exploded. The war between the Protoss and the Zerg in space was about to be decided. Tassida is about to contact us. Augustus did not get on the armored vehicle that was about to go to the Marshal's headquarters, but asked his subordinates to take out the holographic projection communicator they carried with them. This was a gift from Augustus' brother Arcturus on the Telesis II. A green holographic projection screen then unfolded in front of Augustus, with various data from the Marshal's headquarters on it. Augustus did not have to wait long before receiving a report from Warfield in the Revolutionary Fleet, who said that the Protoss fleet had defeated the Gamzerg fleet. The Federation fleet next to him also witnessed this scene, which made humans more convinced that the Protoss and the Zerg were irreconcilable enemies. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you would never believe what happened in Antigua's outer space orbit. Now the planet's synchronous orbit is full of Zerg corpses and the wreckage of Protoss warships. They almost destroyed an Antigua satellite occupied by Zerg. Even the calm Warfield was shocked. We received a communication request from the flagship of the Protoss fleet and immediately transferred it to the Antigua command. He said, "The Federation fleet has retreated to the edge of the Antigua system. It seems that what happened in Antigua's outer space orbit scared them enough." After Warfield's head disappeared, the image of Tassida, the executive officer of the Protoss Expeditionary Force, appeared on the holographic projection screen composed of three-dimensional light and shadow in front of Augustus. Entaro had done, young human commander Augustus Mengsk. Even though the executive's voice came from a communication device, rather than a direct will to the human mind, Augustus could still hear the roar of waves hitting the rock wall. "When you landed on this planet and fought bravely with the Zerg, our probe witnessed it all," Tassida said. "Even among the human race, you are respectable warriors. We are willing to defend Antigua Prime at all costs, even if it costs blood." Augustus said, "The Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire once ordered me to destroy this infected human planet, because the arbitrators believed that once a human planet is infected, it is irreparable, and only purification by melting in flames can prevent the Zerg from continuing to spread in the universe." Tassida said, "Your courage gives me hope that we can eliminate the Zerg without purifying this planet. I decided to disobey the order of the Supreme Council and send ground troops to help you clear the Zerg on Antigua. The Templars of Sagoth will help you clear the Zerg on this planet and let them see the wrath of the Sons of Air. This will definitely cause you to be blamed and suffer reputational damage." Augustus was sincerely delighted, because before he asked for cooperation from the Protoss, Tassida had already decided to support him. In fact, Tassida has always been reluctant to destroy a planet with life. As long as there are other ways to save it, he will definitely try. "Salute to you, Executive Tassida," Augustus said sincerely. "Salute to the warriors and those who go to die. Thanks for your support, AO." Chapter 279, Calling the Fleet. In September, the grey industrial buildings of Ansida were shrouded in the golden sunlight at noon. To the south of the Golden City were the iron-grey canyons and steep mountains, which were the traces left by the evaporation of the Antigua Ocean and geological activities. Just like leaves, shells and other magical creations of nature, no planet in the Kaprulu sector is exactly the same. The vast land of Antigua was once a holy place for geologists to study the evolution of planets. However, today's Antigua Prime is no different from the Chasera and Marcera that were once infected by the Zerg. The dark purple and brown Zerg colloid blanket covers 90% of its surface. The entire planet, except for the tower-like Zerg organic buildings, is the beating and pulsating veins and arranged tendons on the blanket. The land of Antigua is like a pot of boiling dark purple thick porridge, and there is only one form of life left on the land covered by the blanket, that is, the Zerg. The destruction of a planet by the Zerg is thorough and difficult to erase. The planets they occupied were left with only desolation and death, with only the Zerg and the creatures assimilated by them. More than 1,000 transport planes and fighter planes painted in red and gold were roaring over Ansida. The order to mobilize the army was passed from one end of the city to the other, and bright red flags were flying from one end to the other. About 50,000 revolutionary soldiers wearing red power armor were boarding armored suspension trains and armored personnel carriers. The white, black, or gold ring badges on the shoulder armor of the soldiers showed their identities. Chariots, tanks and mechas were heading to the front line with a roar, and all the suspension buses were used to transport troops to the front line. The Korhal Revolutionary Army has become the fourth armed force that cannot be ignored in addition to the Terran Federation, the Kel-morian Combine and the Umajan United States. They have the ability to attack and capture a planet instead of being a terrorist organization fighting on the edge of the Star Zone. The Terran Federation controlled their army with noble officers and brainwashed soldiers. What connected the Kel-morian guild guards was family and honor, while the Revolutionary Army believed that the war they launched was for salvation. There are at least 22 primary nests, 12 secondary nests, and 3 tertiary nests in the canyon south of Ansada. There are thousands of buildings infected and corrupted by the Zerg and their organic medium. In an armored command vehicle driving at high speed on the Ansada highway, Augustus was sitting in front of a control panel that displayed the command system data. Next to him sat Sarah Kerrigan, who was reporting to him. As long as the main nest is destroyed, the Zerg will not be able to hatch more Zerg. Augustus said, every time we recapture a city, we will burn everything with fire. As long as we can hold Antigua for a while, the Federation's act of abandoning marginal planets without resistance will be despised by everyone. The most important thing is that Augustus must find a way to break the dead cycle of Zerg invading a planet, saving people, Protoss destroying the planet. Humans cannot negotiate with the Overmind swarm. The best option known is to unite with the more powerful Protoss to eliminate the Zerg that invade the human galaxy. The latest news is that the Federation has just lost Char, Thaddeus and Norris. They gave up the land they gained in the Great Colonial Era and the Kalian War without much resistance. Kerrigan said, Char, the Federation should not lose it. They will soon regret it. Augustus said, no matter how many fleets the Federation has, they are still limited. They can only concentrate their forces to defend the most important planets or strategically located hub systems. Some planets have only a few small towns with less than 10,000 people, while some planets have a large population, but are located in the center of the Zerg invasion. Although this is cruel, although the Terran Federation system, based on human civilization always emphasizes that human life is priceless, they are always trampled on, he said with emotion. Every planet has a price tag in the eyes of the Terran Federation Council. Those remote planets with scarce resources and difficult to control are abandoned as a matter of course, while the important core worlds must be protected by fleets. Very realistic. Kerrigan said, because they can't defend so many planets. But those who are abandoned will not think so. Augustus shook his head. The Federation is right. The dead will not point fingers at them anymore. Now, worlds like Tarsinus have heard rumors that the rebels took advantage of the Zerg invasion to capture Antigua. In the Federation's overwhelming propaganda, the threat of the rebels seems to be more worthy of attention than the alien invasion. The mainstream media believes that Augustus's Korhal Revolutionary Army will flee Antigua after looting it, because according to common sense, the war between the Protoss and the Zerg will soon turn a vibrant and habitable planet into one of the most mediocre stone planets in the universe. The news of the fall of the fringe worlds was quickly overshadowed by all kinds of irrelevant politics and gossip. Even so, the Terran Federation still used various methods to cover up the fact that it had abandoned its colonies and emphasized the threat of the rebels and their alien allies. 2 years after the end of the Guild War, the Terran Federation once again entered a state of war mobilization, which helped the Federation continue to strengthen its military power. But the people's complaints did not decrease at all with the arrival of aliens. With the Korhal Revolutionary Army as an example, the rebellion in various places has increased. The command vehicle sped across the road, passing through a section of the demolished fortification wall, and heading towards the outskirts of Ansada. The Revolutionary Army's troop transport armored vehicles were advancing along the road, and the hover trains loaded with hover soldiers were passing through the villages that had long been deserted. The 2 Sarah Vanguard infantry divisions led by Governor Pryor have gone out of the range of the psychic jammers. They have detected multiple different alien heat source signals on the vast Ansada plains. Kerrigan said, staring at the other control panel. In the command system of the Revolutionary Army, Augustus and others often call Governor Pryor, who had just joined the Revolutionary Army, Governor Marcera, because he is likely to be the last and only surviving federal governor of Marcera. The troops led by Governor Marcera are mainly composed of the Sarah Galaxy people who are full of anger because their homes have been destroyed. They are eager to take revenge and offer the blood and heads of the Zerg to the already dead Sarah Galaxy. Augustus turned his head and looked at the city that was gradually receding, and the mountains that were approaching from far away outside the observation window. I have reminded the governor not to go deep alone, because the main force of this attack is the Protoss, not us. As soon as the voice fell, with a slight humming sound, hundreds of black, twisted space-time rifts appeared in a wide red platform in the distance, as if they were black holes that were swallowing light and energy vortices that collided with each other. About half a minute later, the first huge, suspended blue-purple crystal tower appeared from the surging space-time rift. Then, it was as if the scene on the canvas became reality, like a city of Atlantis submerged in the ocean rising from the ice blue sea, and the illusory mirage suddenly became a real existence that was clearly visible and within reach. The Protoss buildings warped from their home planet Ea to the location of the macro-location beacon on Antigua Prime, and one after another, gorgeous golden and blue buildings suddenly appeared. To the west of answered a city with the spreading spiritual aura. Those charming and elegant Protoss buildings were cast from special metals, seamlessly integrated, with no traces of welding, as if they should have been like this before they appeared in this world, and they were cast by the universe itself, rather than by living things. Each of the brilliant and beautiful Protoss buildings should be the work of a genius Protoss architect, who should be the Michelangelo of mankind. The brilliant and splendid architectural style and the brilliant gold on those Protoss buildings reflected the sky in the same color, and the unfolding Protoss Kel-morian crystal matrix was filled with pure blue energy. What's going on? What are the Protoss doing again? Their glittering pyramids are about to blind my eyes. The exclamations of the Revolutionary Army commanders were suddenly heard in Augustus' command channel. Titus's rough voice and Hanik's shrill voice stood out in a series of calls, reports and inquiries. These are much more beautiful than the Tal'Darim, just like the sand castle I built on the beach of Tirida IX. Shut up, Titus. Do your mission. We need you to defend the right wing of the 1st Guards Division. Augustus said. Okay. Next time I must wear a pair of sunglasses. Titus started talking nonsense as soon as he entered the battlefield. Good boy, you have a pair. It's mine. I'm Lundstein. The Protoss are sending ground troops to the surface of Antigua Prime in an unprecedented way. I will keep an eye on them. I'm Jim. Thank God. The Protoss are finally here. I really should buy them a drink after this battle is over. Continue to perform your original mission. Augustus stood up from his seat, holding the chair, and looking through the observation window at the suddenly appeared Protoss city. Let's see what Tacitus' troops can do. At this time, the Protoss building complex in the distance, that was folding and fighting, had become clearer and clearer in Augustus' eyes. The light generated by the initial folding had disappeared, and the humming sound generated by the harmonious resonance of countless crystals was like the sound of ice colliding, like the sound of a gurgling stream in the mountains and some harmonious natural music melody. On these magnificent golden blue buildings, rotating space-time cracks can be seen, and the blue glare is like flowing air currents and storms. The Protoss Expeditionary Force Templars wearing golden armor walked out of the gorgeous and elegant buildings. Along with these tall Protoss warriors, there are pure golden giant armored vehicles. The Protoss chariots moving slowly on the ground are made of layers of curved and smooth golden armor plates, shaped like a golden silkworm chrysalis. Thousands of spider-shaped walking mechas walked out of the shining portal. This golden Protoss army seemed to appear from the city of the sun, and their armor seemed to be made of golden sunlight. In the sky, one Protoss warship after another appeared from the invisible force field. The slender and elegant Protoss stick-shaped and needle-shaped fighters chased the remaining flying creatures of the GAM swarm like an open fan across the featureless blue-gray sky of Antigua. Human fighters could also be seen among these Protoss fighters. Although Tacitus could not fully understand what Augustus meant by the first military exercise between the human revolutionary army and the Protoss expeditionary force, the magnanimous Protoss leader still agreed. This is the Protoss army. This is the first time I have seen so many Protoss regular troops. They look similar to the Tal'Darim Protoss, but they are very different in many ways. Kerrigan said to Augustus. Even from such a long distance, I can feel the powerful energy contained in those Protoss buildings and Protoss warriors. She entered a state of induction similar to meditation. Every Protoss warrior, that is, the Templar they call, is an extremely powerful seeker. Some of these Templars are like a moving seeker storm in my perception. The Protoss are a race that is sensitive to seekers and has a long lifespan. The life of a human is not too long for them, Augustus said. From the moment the Protoss army appeared, they moved to the relatively vulnerable right wing of the Revolutionary Army. After the combined army had marched 200 miles, A group of active volcanoes on the continental plate south of Antigua appeared in Augustus's eyes. There were millions of Zerg in their towering buildings. The entire mountain range was transformed into a series of interconnected giant nests, in which countless eggs and larvae were buried, and the adult Zerg of the Gam swarm were loyally guarding their nests. As the Zerg's shells collided, and the creaking sound became more and more frequent as they moved quickly, the rocks began to shake. The manic Zerg were pouring out of their underground nests, roaring and wanting to tear apart the enemies who dared to attack the nests. The Revolutionary Army quickly deployed in the rugged gully terrain in front of the Zerg nest, and the landing troops of the Protoss Expeditionary Force blocked all humans. The pride of the Protoss did not allow them to fall behind the lower races that they should have protected, nor did they disdain to share the honor of victory with humans. Through the observation window of the command vehicle, Augustus could only see the arc tanks erected in front of him, and could not overlook the entire battlefield. The images sent back by the reconnaissance aircraft and the fast-moving troops replaced his eyes and ears. Augustus paced in the command vehicle and issued an order before his foot tapped again. Now that the Zerg fleet has been defeated by the Tacitus Protoss expedition, both humans and Protoss can carry out orbital bombardment without restraint. Call the fleet, he said. Launch all our missiles and nuclear warheads, and tell Warfield not to save ammunition for me. Thanks for voting. Wow. Chapter 280, Four-Way Fight. As Augustus walked down the two steps of the armored vehicle's command cabin exit, he and Sarah Kerrigan, who was following behind him, could see a spectacular sight. In the distance, several small suns rose simultaneously in the volcanoes, highlands, and valleys and streams occupied by the Gam Zerg. The mushroom cloud of the huge fireball obscured the space, and the shockwave spread at a speed of tens of miles per second. The light and heat released expanded rapidly with the hot air. The suddenly heated wall of air swept across the hard red land of Antigua and engulfed everything along the way. Countless running Zerg were torn to pieces, and the broken shells were thrown high together with the rubble and dust, forming an overwhelming rain of debris. It's time to let these monsters see the power of humans. One nuclear bomb is equivalent to the sacrifice of thousands of warriors. Under the protection of the power armor face helmet, Augustus could look directly at the center of the nuclear explosion. This advanced CMC-300 commander armor can also effectively protect against damage from extreme environments such as stellar radiation and nuclear explosion radiation. In the early days, the Terran Federation had Marines wearing the first generation of power armor go deep into the center of a nuclear bomb explosion to test its protective capabilities, and the facts proved that the power armor was worth the investment and its cost. Even a large-scale nuclear strike on a desolate planet like Antigua is a questionable strategy. If the Zerg invade a populous planet like Shiloh, we can't use reckless fusion strikes against the Zerg. Kerrigan held a different view. You're right. Even if we destroy a planet to defend it, the loss of the Zerg is only a small setback compared to their huge number. The Zerg will look for the next target to attack, and we can only defend the remaining ruins at that time. As Augustus spoke, the Protoss fleet launched their attack. One after another, extremely thick blue beams pierced through the smoke and accurately struck the main nests of the Zerg. The huge organic buildings that still stood under the shock wave of the nuclear explosion exploded into splashing blood and shattered giant biological skeletons, and the rest burned in the flames. The blow penetrated deep into the ground and flattened the towering peaks in front of Augustus, triggering a terrifying volcanic eruption. Magma continued to pour into the Zerg's nests, igniting red flames. The main nest area of the Gam Zerg swarm became the center of thermonuclear reactions, leaving only charred or burning land and Zerg. The earth began to shake, as if the continental plates carrying mountains and rivers were moving. Is it over? Augustus was not talking to himself, but directly asking Kerrigan beside him. Obviously not, my marshal. In Kerrigan's psychic perception, the simple, bloodthirsty thinking of countless individuals has indeed been greatly reduced, but there are still quite a lot of Zergs still alive. They move through the tunnel worm webs deep underground, and the depth of the tunnels protects these monsters. I can feel their thoughts underground. The Gam Zerg swarm has been given a single goal, which is to tear apart humans and Protoss brainworms. The cold anger of the Gam Zerg has plunged the Gam Zerg swarm into extreme madness. Prepare for battle, soldiers. The Zerg has not been completely eliminated. Augustus ordered in the public communication channel of the entire army. Follow the orders of the commander and protect your comrades. Your rifles and power armor will live and die with you in this war. We are the Korhal Revolutionary Army, the last barrier between the Zerg and humans. Hold the line, I'm with you, and I will never fall. Following Augustus' orders, the click of guns being drawn and loaded, the sound of armor colliding, and the humming of the mecha servo system sounded at the same time. Countless figures that seemed tiny on the earth dragged long shadows one after another in the light, released by the fire and explosion. Even the 16-year-old boy seemed to be a mountain standing tall. Various responses never stopped in the communication channel. The different oaths from various troops were proving to Augustus that they were ready to give everything for the final victory of mankind. Even though Augustus could not hear what they said, Augustus took out a Gauss gun from the armored command vehicle and used an optical telescope to scan the front line composed of revolutionary soldiers, firebats, Goliath-armed robots, chariots, and tanks. The front line composed of armor, steel, and engines was like a high wall. The battle line stretched for miles from east to west. The golden red paint was the perfect protective color and camouflage for the land of Antigua. Just seconds after Augustus finished speaking, a large number of springtails and hydralisks emerged from the hard red soil in the southwest. The rustling sound of their shells rubbing against the ground and the creaking sound of the springtails as they moved were chilling. Thousands of Zergs used their claws to easily break the hard soil and gravel from the land in all directions, roaring out from the ground. Their orange chitin shells reflected a metallic luster under the light, released by the explosion, like a flowing black tide. The GAM swarm would never blindly attack from the enemy's most solid front. Their brainworms would rather surround the enemy from all sides, or order a hive army to attract the enemy's attention, and then concentrate their forces to attack from the weakest point of the defense line. Just like using a sharp blade to pry open the shell of a clam, they turned to the weakest point to attack. Fire, fire, fire. Revolutionary Army Command has issued orders one after another, and the order to fire was transmitted to each unit along the radio waves. The Revolutionary Army soldiers quickly adjusted their formations, and the Gauss rifles fired a deadly and dense barrage of bullets. Hundreds of Zerglings were pierced by the screaming spike bullets, or blown into pieces by shells. At the same time, the roar of a high-ranking Templar sounded in the protest troops in front of the Revolutionary Army. He did not need to speak to command all the warriors in the mental network like Kara, but like the roar of a giant beast in the air jungle, this war cry containing a certain spiritual language was enough to intimidate the enemy's will. Templars, show your light blades. With the order of the protest commander, the neatly dressed protest Templars activated the azure psychic blades on their wrists one after another, and thousands of shining blades burst into brilliant light. Then, this army of less than 8,000 protest Templars, Dragon Knights, and hundreds of scarabs began to advance against the charge of the Gamzerg. Any protest warrior who had practiced this art for hundreds of years was equivalent to a master swordsman among humans. They wielded their double blades swiftly and gracefully, without any unnecessary movements, to show off their skills. Every time the blades were unsheathed, they could cut off the head of a Zerg, and pierce their huge hearts. The shining, dense psychic blades of the Protest Templars could easily cut through almost all matter. The psychic blades formed by the concentration of psychic energy were indestructible. The full-egged spider-shaped Protest Dragoon mecha phase-tearing cannons wove a gorgeous blue barrage in front of the Templars, while the slowly moving, trilobite-shaped Protest Scarabs were constantly releasing a kind of powerful high-explosive smart bomb. The smart bombs, which looked like blue comets, were closer to human missiles with automatic locking functions. Once they exploded, they would release brilliant blue electromagnetic fields, which were enough to sweep away a large number of Zerg, or paralyze human machinery. While humans were still resisting the Zerg attack, the Protoss army was crushing the surging Zerg torrent. The Protoss were a rare and long-lived race, which made each of their warriors an experienced elite warrior. The lifespan of each Protoss warrior was longer than the history of humans in the Kaprulu sector itself. Damn idiot Protoss, we can't fire at their position like this. What era is it, and they still want to stab people with knives? It's like a group of primitive people throwing stone chains and spears at each other in a starship. At this time, the roar of the artillery commander came from Augustus's command channel. Maybe they think this is cooler. Not. Just focus on dealing with the Zerg in other directions. If these Protoss need our support, it must be a battle that is bound to fail, Augustus said. As Augustus spoke, the charging Gam Zerg was getting closer and closer to the soldiers around him. A large number of Zerg fell on the way, and the air was filled with the stench of blood and saliva. The nearest Zergling was only more than 800 yards away from Augustus, and it was quickly drowned by the bullets of hundreds of Revolutionary Army soldiers in front of Augustus. But this is the Zerg's way of attacking. Even if the sacrifice of a dozen Zerglings can only exchange for one Marine, it is worth it for the entire Zerg. When more Zerg rushed to the front of the firebats in the hail of bullets, the flame wall of plasma flames ejected by the flamethrower resisted the Zerglings' attack. With the commander's order, some of the Revolutionary Army soldiers began to switch to grenade launchers, focusing on those huge thunder beasts and deadly scorpion bugs. When Augustus swept the battle line to his right, a huge thunder beast had already rushed in front of several firebats. Its huge, scythe-like fangs swept through a dozen firebats and revolutionary soldiers, and cut through their armor. It rushed into the soldiers, and slaughtered them wantonly, like a rhino charging. This caused disastrous consequences. When the battle line was broken, more and more springtails and hydralisks ran under the monster, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of human soldiers. When Augustus looked there, he could clearly see a springtail leaping up and jumping onto the chest of a revolutionary soldier. It was as light as a cat jumping onto a bed or a desert jerboa jumping into the grass. It looked like a child stumbling into the arms of a giant, but its bloody fangs and claws implied that it was definitely a monster from a nightmare. It was not a harmless pet or a weak ball of wool. When the springtail crashed into humans, it was like a bloodthirsty velociraptor. The screaming little monster opened its bloody mouth, which extended to the base of its ears. From a certain angle, it looked like a weird smile without any sense of humor, or like the smile of a Cheshire cat. It stretched out a long spiked claw and pierced into the soldier's dark orange matte mask, and blood immediately dyed the inside of the helmet red. The alien insect was obviously not satisfied with this, and it immediately pierced the spike of its other forelimb into the breastplate of the power armor. With a tearing sound, the creaking and howling monster tore the power armor apart like tearing open a tinfoil can with bare hands. It dragged the dead revolutionary soldier away from the roaring crowd with one foot in its mouth, and the springtails behind it followed, and roared and tore him apart. These hideous monsters also made different roars while tearing, which sounded to Augustus like the excited roars of wild dogs sharing prey. A dozen hydralisks with orange shells crawled forward, their long snake-like bodies slicing through gravel and sand. They inserted their long sickle-shaped forelimbs into the ground, arched their backs, and ejected hundreds of poisonous thorns. These thorns, which were enough to pierce the armor of the front plate of the tank, nailed the firebats in the front in an instant. Immediately, several matte helmets with holes in them rolled to the ground, and light and shadows fell from the dense holes on the helmets. Sergeant Mond, take your men to fill the gap. Otherwise, we will have to spend more to take him back. Anger filled Augustus' mind. While yelling, he took an electromagnetic gun from Faraday beside him and held it to fire at the huge thunder beast. At this time, the huge thunder beast was already covered with wounds, with bullet marks and huge wounds on its body. At least 40 anti-tank rocket launchers and Morgause rifles were facing it. Even so, the thunder beast stood firm until it was hit by several armor-piercing grenades and fell down with a bang. The behemoth crushed several firebats and dozens of springtails and hydralis as it fell, stirring up a cloud of red dust. When more supporting soldiers rushed to fill the gap, the charging Zerg were finally temporarily pushed back. However, hundreds of Revolutionary Army soldiers were lying on the ground. Many of them were brutally torn to pieces, and those who were rescued by their comrades in time lay on the ground helplessly. Even the tightening servo system of the power armor could not lock the huge wounds they had been torn open. Only a large amount of sedatives and painkillers could keep these soldiers awake. Most of the soldiers with blurred and distracted eyes could not hold on until the rescue ship arrived. Their arteries were cut open and blood flowed away as fast as the sand in the hourglass. Finally, the Gamzerg retreated, abandoning the destroyed hive, and began to retreat. Gradually, cheers came from the Revolutionary Army's front line. The Zerg has retreated. Augustus' forehead was covered with sweat. Medic, save people quickly. Destroying these Zerg nests means that there will be no Zerg near Ansida for quite a long time, so we have time to continue advancing until the Zerg are driven out of Antigua," he said to Kerrigan, who was putting away her shotgun. "This is the fleet. I'm Warfield." 10 seconds later, just as Augustus was about to order an army to go deep into the destroyed main nest to eliminate the Zerg that might survive, Warfield's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Delta Squadron and Nova Squadron have moved to the high altitude orbit of Antigua Prime. They are opening the bomb bay," Warfield said in a solemn voice. "I suspect they want to bomb Ansida." "Federation. They must be crazy," Augustus said. "The Protoss building is right next to it. Unless they want to annoy the Protoss," Kerrigan said immediately. "But maybe the Federation doesn't care about this at all because they see both the Protoss and the Zerg as enemies. Thank you for your support and over-fulfillment. Thank you." Chapter 281, Killing a Brainworm. What? Are they really going to do that? Antigua's government is corrupt enough. For God's sake, the Federation is really crazy. Kerrigan didn't need to listen to read the fluctuations on the surface of Augustus's thoughts. Her jade green eyes were surging with psychic gold because of anger. "My dear, after the incident of Korhal IV, the Federation completely lost its original bottom line." Augustus looked at Kerrigan. "For a long time, violence has dominated the worlds of mankind. General Warfield, they are more like forcing our fleet to fight them. We can't let the Federation bomb Antigua recklessly." Pointer Protoss fleet was discovered at 50 degrees and 4 AU to the port side. "Are they going to intervene in our dispute with the Federation fleet?" Warfield said. "I'm sending you the footage. You can see the footage we shot in the headset of the power armor. I originally thought that the Protoss couldn't tell the difference between us and the Federation, just like we couldn't tell two chicks apart without the tags on our feet. When the chicks were pecking at each other in the cage, they started to intervene. If so, the Protoss shouldn't ignore the Kalian War." Augustus said. "It seems that the Protoss will not intervene in the internal conflicts of us lower races." A video with snowflake-like garbled characters was transmitted to Augustus' headset. In the picture, dozens of Federation battle cruisers with flashing lights were anchored on the edge of the pale yellow Antigua Prime, and a large number of Wraith fighters were swarming out of the port of the armor. For a moment, a ripple appeared on the synchronous orbit of Antigua Prime, and a golden blue fleet consisting of at least 100 Protoss aircraft carriers and thousands of fighters suddenly appeared and approached the joint fleet composed of the Federation Delta Squadron and the Nova Squadron. This must have caused great confusion in the Federation fleet. The radio communication frequency and various communication channels increased more than 10 times in a very short time. The Federation had seen how the main guns of the Protoss fleet destroyed the Ceres sister planet from orbit. No matter how confident the Federation's naval generals were in their new armor, they would not think that steel could withstand the Protoss main guns that were enough to evaporate the ocean and blow the surface of the planet into crystals. The reason why the Federation fleet dared to approach Antigua was mainly because they believed that, since the Protoss would bomb the planet sooner or later, it would not be a problem for them to drop some missiles in advance. Another reason was that they clearly saw that the revolutionary fleet in space was not attacked at such a close distance to the Protoss fleet. But now the commander of the Federation fleet has figured out that people are different. The Protoss fleet has made a gesture of attacking, but they did not launch an attack immediately. The brown and purple painted steel fleet of the Federation and the gold and blue fleet of the Protoss confronted each other for a full few minutes until the flagship of Delta Squadron jumped away first and the Federation fleet retreated. The Protoss fleet saw through the intentions of the Federation fleet and forced them away. This Federation fleet had wasted too much time in Antigua, and the Federation Council of Tarsinus must be angry at their incompetence. If the commander of this fleet was not the general of Nova Squadron, but Duke of Alpha Squadron, he might have rushed up. Augustus no longer paid attention to the war in outer space orbit. These Federation bastards will pay the price for their actions and suffer the consequences. Augustus immediately ordered the dispatch of Raynor Rangers and the troops of Governor Pryor of Marcera to search for possible surviving hives, and ordered the Air Force transport planes to land immediately to transport the wounded and corpses. Then, the Revolutionary Army Engineer Corps on the Anseta plane established a communication base station at the location of the destroyed GAM swarm hive. Several Revolutionary Army Marine divisions began to withdraw to Antida one after another, and the 1st Guard Division commanded by Augustus was responsible for the rear. While ordering the troops to retreat, Augustus still stayed in place to pay attention to the movements of the Protoss ground forces. He found that this Protoss army was resting on the bloody corpses of tens of thousands of Zerg. Some Protoss were doing things like cleaning the battlefield, cutting off valuable Zerg fangs and claws as a memorial, which should be related to the customs of some Protoss tribes. The Protoss troops always kept a certain distance from Augustus's revolutionary army and had no intention of communicating with humans. The main Zerg nest in this area has been cleared. This means that the Zerg in the Antida area have been cleared, and now we only need to deal with the remaining Zerg nests in Antigua. Kerrigan was talking to Augustus when she suddenly noticed that he and Corporal Faraday and others looked up at the space. Kerrigan tilted her head, and her long fiery red hair was thrown to one side. When the sparks on the battlefield flew past the ends of her hair, even the wind in Antigua was red. A magnificent Protoss warship was emerging from the dark clouds in the sky of Antigua. Rather than calling it a battleship, it was more like a magnificent golden palace or a work of art composed of obtuse angles, acute angles, beautiful geometric shapes and spirals. Its slender and streamlined golden body gracefully and lightly formed in the sea of clouds, like a golden leaf and a golden ship that cut through the waves. Storms and lightning lingered around the body of the battleship, and countless wasp-shaped and butterfly-shaped battleships were surrounding it. Above Augustus and others, several Wraith fighters with orange flames at their tails were flying towards the incomparable golden giant ship, leaving several trails of condensed water vapor in the sky. The flagship of the Tacita Expeditionary Force, the Star Shuttle, Kerrigan said as he looked at the battleship. According to the intelligence currently held by the Korhal Revolutionary Army, the fleet led by Executor Tacita was just an expeditionary force temporarily formed by the Protoss Empire to eliminate the Zerg, and the history of the expeditionary warships themselves could even be traced back to more than a dozen centuries ago. In other words, at least when humans were still looking at the stars by the fire, the Protoss might have been able to build these super battleships that were powerful enough to burn planets. How beautiful. Augustus lowered his head. War and aesthetics coexist. This looks more like something that should be placed in a museum. In terms of our human chronology, these battleships are antiques. Kerrigan suddenly realized that when Augustus looked at the Protoss battleships, his grey eyes seemed to be full of pink peach stars. The noble ladies of Tarsinus did not enjoy such treatment, including Kerrigan. Of course, Augustus was not just admiring the Protoss battleships. If possible, he hoped that human battleships could also have main guns that could flatten planets, solid plasma shields, and a large number of powerful carrier-based interceptors. Even antiques can easily destroy the steel giants that humans are proud of. The Federation ships destroyed by the Protoss fleet due to Zerg infection in the orbit of Marcera were directly vaporized. Augustus said to Kerrigan, "If Tacita hadn't been commanding this fleet, we wouldn't even have the chance to get close to Antigua." While Augustus was talking to Kerrigan, a golden slender Protoss shuttle drove out of the hatch under the Star Shuttle. The shuttle stopped about a few hundred yards away from Augustus. In order to show respect to the Protoss, Augustus ordered his guards to line up to welcome it. He guessed that this might be an envoy or a diplomat. Of course, there might not be such a profession in the Protoss Empire. Augustus could not find anything like a hatch on the shell of this Protoss shuttle. He could only see some beautiful polygonal windows and exquisite patterns. A high-ranking Protoss Templar emerged from a sunken iris on the side of the shuttle, followed by a whole row of Protoss Templars in gold and blue armor. These Protoss warriors were taller than the human warriors in power armor. Compared to the tall Terran Protoss warriors the Revolution had seen before, Tacita's Protoss warriors had exquisite and shining armor, with soft pale white silk robes underneath. Protoss warriors rarely wore helmets, and their chins, which were too long for humans, had metal decorations on them to hide their smooth edges, and long nerve bundles were clipped with ornate gold ornaments and crystals. A tall Protoss in purple and white robes and armor appeared last. He wore a cross-shaped belt inlaid with blue gems around his waist, and his armor was like shining white gold and flowing silver. He was lifted by the storm of psychic energy, allowing him to hover several feet in the air. As he walked towards Augustus, he seemed to be riding on arcs and storms, like a god. By the time Augustus realized that it was Tacita, he was already close. Entaro had done. Executor Tacita. Augustus stretched out his right hand wrapped in servos and armor. Tacita hesitated for a moment and read the meaning of a handshake from Augustus's subconscious. The Protoss executor's shining sea blue eyes narrowed in a tiny arc, and then he stretched out his hand and shook it with Augustus. The Protoss palm was very large, almost the size of 2 or 3 human palms. He had wrinkled light blue skin and thick, trimmed nails at the end of his fingers. However, the palm of the power armor was not small, so Augustus' palm would not be completely covered. Hail to Adun, Marshal Augustus. Tacita's voice appeared directly in Augustus' mind. You may not know the meaning of Adun. I want to tell you, my friend. He is the hero of our race, saving us from the doom of being destroyed by the Dark Templar. Although humans are a race with low-level psychic power and cannot control their thoughts compared to the Protoss, it is easy for Tacita to read Augustus's thoughts, but he did not do so. Tacita noticed Sarah Carrigan beside Augustus and his eyes stayed on her for several seconds. Obviously, Tacita was surprised that there was such a powerful seeker among humans. This refreshed Tacita's understanding of the upper limit of the seeker level of human seekers. He might think that there might be more than one such seeker among humans. Next to Tacita stood a female Protoss in a white robe. In her light blue eyes, there was only indifference to humans and a gesture that seemed to be indifferent to everything. Augustus guessed that this should be a Protoss protector, a role similar to the historians among humans. The difference is that they are living mobile databases and libraries of knowledge. For example, the scene of Augustus and Tacita meeting today will be directly saved by this Protoss protector in the form of memory, and the reader can re-experience everything that happened today from her perspective. Usually, only those who are considered the greatest executives and elders of the Supreme Council will have protectors around them to witness and record important moments in history at any time. The number of Protoss protectors is scarce, and Rihanna, the highest protector on the Spear of Adun, should be a person of even higher status. You are very confused about why I'm here, Tacita said. Augustus was indeed confused, but he didn't like the feeling of being read through by others. After a long period of detection and reconnaissance by the Sargas Templar, we found the giant main nest of the Zerg on the other side of the planet Intiga. The war advisor believes that the Zerg brain worm is there. Tacita knows much more about the Zerg than humans. The Zerg is like the nerve endings extending from a brain, and the cerebrate is their mastermind. As long as we can kill a cerebrate, the Zerg will collapse. Have you really done that? Augustus knew that, even if a cerebrate was killed, it could be resurrected by the overmind. A cerebrate killed in the flesh could also be reborn in another A-shaped body. To completely kill a cerebrate, it is necessary to use the void energy possessed by the Dark Templar, another faction of the Protoss. However, Augustus has not encountered the Dark Templar of the Protoss so far, and knows nothing about the coordinates of their home planet Shakurus. It's not that we have encountered the Zerg for no longer than you have, Tacita said, but there is no doubt that the Zerg must also be the creation of our god Xel'Naga, because they also react to the Kadarin crystal. We will try to kill a cerebrate and see what effect it will have. In this way, we don't have to sacrifice the precious lives of our warriors to fight against the vast Zerg. Point may be that will work. Augustus looked like he was thinking about Tacita's words. However, he knew that it would take time for the brainworm to revive. The short-term loss of a brainworm would likely have an irreversible impact on the Zerg. To be honest, Tacita's words were beyond the scope. Now, except for Augustus, no one could understand the meaning of the terms Xel'Naga and Kadarin crystal. After all, at this point in time, a human should not know so much about the Protoss or the Zerg. What are the Xel'Naga? Augustus asked knowingly. They are our creators, the gods who have guided the Protoss in history. Because of the teachings of the Xel'Naga, we were able to quickly move from the tribal era to the interstellar era. But the Xel'Naga are no longer an era or any place we have been to. Tacita was very patient. I know you don't believe in the existence of gods, but to my ancestors at that time, those technologies that we can't fully understand today were naturally miracles. Gods? Augustus smiled. I'm my own god. Are they no longer there? The Xel'Naga left a long time ago, and after that, our race fell into a long period of division and catastrophe. Tacita said, without the Great Cass, we will continue to be divided. So, when can we kill the brain worm? It's not that Augustus is not interested in the history of the Protoss and their gods, but rather that he knows too much and doesn't want to get to the bottom of it. Augustus is more concerned about when to solve the Zergon and Tiga Prime so that he has time to consolidate his rule on this planet and help other marginal planets before the next sunlight cycle comes after the moon sets. Tacitus said, "Do you really think we can help you?" Augustus said, "It seems that you don't need our help to kill the brain worm. We are happy to fight alongside real warriors. And compared with the natives, we do not know the terrain of this planet." Tacitus said, "What I learned in the Fortress of Adun and the Templar Academy told me that pride is of no benefit to a war." He said, "I have seen the power of mankind in you and in you. Thanks for voting trying to save the manuscript." Chapter 282 Searching for Brainworms. The next day, Augustus woke up on time, stretched out his hand, and knocked over the classical electronic clock before it was about to tick. Kerrigan beside him was looking at Augustus calmly with her charming jade green eyes, her long fiery red hair tied up, before going to bed spread out on the pillow. During the more than 2 years that Augustus served as the Marshal of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, former Federation ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan has been serving as Augustus's personal bodyguard, in every sense. This is an enviable job, especially for those female ghosts who admire Augustus and the heavenly demon medics. But so far, Kerrigan has proved that her position is irreplaceable. "Good morning, dear," Augustus said, and he got up and picked up the shirt, dark grey military jacket and trousers on the hanger, walked on the creaking mahogany floor to the sonic bathroom. "It's a sunny day. I hope this weather will make you feel happy." Kerrigan admired Augustus's bronze skin and Greek sculpture-like muscles, and felt her fascination with this man. It was actually very simple to capture Kerrigan at the age of 16. Kerrigan had never felt cared for and loved by the opposite sex, but Augustus gave her that. Kerrigan was still just a girl at the age of 28, and she always had many unrealistic fantasies about love. A red-haired girl who was trained to be a cold federal killer finally found the meaning of her existence in the revolutionary cause, and found the feeling of love and being loved in Augustus. When Augustus walked out of the sonic bath, he was already wearing the neat uniform of the Revolutionary Army Marshal. Augustus had many sets of such uniforms, and each set was ironed and arranged by Kerrigan herself. At this time, Kerrigan had already put on her black Humagen Shadow Guard uniform. After the uniform was redesigned, it added the function of weakening the wearer's psychic signal, which could make it difficult for the Zerg, who were extremely sensitive to psychic energy, to detect the signs of her presence on the battlefield. This close-fitting black tight uniform can perfectly outline Kerrigan's curvy figure, and Augustus can't find any extra fat on her body. The breakfast of the Revolutionary Marshal is no different from that of the senior officers of the Marshal's command and ordinary revolutionary soldiers. The hot pointed bread, peanut butter and espresso can ensure that Augustus will always be in the best condition for the next day. The Protoss executor Tacitus is much easier to talk to than we thought. When they destroyed Chasera without hesitation, we all thought they were just pure destroyers. While Augustus was concentrating on dealing with the food on the table, Kerrigan was sorting out her backpack. "There is no conflict, Sarah." Augustus swallowed the last piece of bread and drank the coffee in the cup. "I hope the troops I designated are waiting for me on the apron." Augustus put down the cup and climbed up from a metal ladder in the safe room. After opening several layers of security doors, he climbed out of the room and came to the interior of a low red brick house. Corporal Faraday and his elite guards were guarding there. These loyal and brave warriors had sworn to stand between the Marshal and danger at any time. Among them were Jim Raynor and Hannah Kank, who were already ready to go, and Titus Finley, who was yawning, had just walked in from the door. Titus was never late, but he would not arrive even a minute early. This burly man always believed in the creed of touching anything at work, and he would only be active in rare circumstances. "Marshal, I still don't think it's wise for you to lead the team yourself," Corporal Faraday said, as soon as he saw Augustus. "Come on, kid. When Augustus was kicking the Kel-morians' asses with the heavenly demon, you were still rolling in the mud in the streets of Stilling," Titus said as he walked past Corporal Faraday with a sidelong glance. "There's nothing our Marshal won't do." Raynor's confidence and trust in Augustus even exceeded his own. I know you are worried about the safety of the boss. Hannah patted Corporal Faraday on the shoulder. Don't worry, we will definitely die before him. Don't worry, Corporal, I'm not old enough to be stuffed into a nutrition cabin or a coffin. Augustus looked at his men's watches. I hope the troops hunting the brain worms are ready. I will lead the most elite soldiers drawn from various troops. Since the Protoss Expeditionary Force is the main force of this battle, Augustus is not prepared to deploy too many troops at the location where the brain worms of the Gam swarm are located. What he needs is a most elite team that can kill the brain worms with one blow at the lowest cost. Augustus said and took the lead to walk out of the door of the Red House. Not far away was a landing pad with dozens of APA transport ships parked. Each transport ship has a gold and red paint job, with the white whip ring and black and white panda head emblem of the Revolutionary Army on it. There were about 2 companies of about 200 revolutionary soldiers standing near these transport ships. The one who was giving the command to stand at attention was Augustus's newest capable general, Marcera Governor Pryor. In the Korhal Revolutionary Army, Pryor was awarded the rank of lieutenant, mainly responsible for commanding the troops in the Ceres system. Your troops are ready, Marshal. Lieutenant Pryor was in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. Thank you for your outstanding work, Mr. Pryor. Augustus said, let's get on board and set off. We must arrive at the assembly point at the scheduled time. I hope those Protoss are worth cooperating with. Ty just did not trust the Protoss. Judging by his own judgment, all people should be full of lies, not to mention some aliens. If the Protoss want to use us as pawns, I'm going to kick those blue pointy-headed asses hard. Augustus shook his head and turned to Raynor and said, Jimmy, when I'm not at the command center, you will command the Revolutionary Army. This shouldn't be a problem for you. The senior staff in the command center will help you deal with those damn documents. It sounds like you just want to avoid your job. Raynor said, I don't think I can be a marshal. I'm not as capable as you. These rabble will be handed over to you sooner or later, Jimmy. Augustus said as he boarded an APA transport ship with a loud roaring engine, followed by Carrigan and Corporal Faraday. You are the boss. You have the final say. Raynor spread his hands. The golden red painted transport aircraft fleet quickly took off in the orange-gray sky of Antigua and climbed rapidly, gradually driving out of the force field of the Ansada psychic jammer. It was just dawn, and strong winds always hit the Ansada region at this time of year, blowing away the lingering mist over the Ansada industrial zone. The red sun in the sky was shining on the awakening Ansada plain and the Joy Grand Canyon, which was originally a trench. In Augustus' eyes, the city gradually became a black dot that was getting farther and farther away, and the traffic in the city's transportation network was like black ants. The transport ship that Augustus was riding on began to accelerate after rising to a height of several thousand feet in the air, and the horizon became a rotating halo coil that was left far behind. About 2 squadrons of Revolutionary Army Wraith fighters were escorting the transport aircraft formation, and from time to time, fighters left the formation to drive away the alien dragons that tried to approach. This mixed formation flew out of the atmosphere and into space, leaving the ground far behind. As the spaceship was moving quickly, several Revolutionary Army engineers who set off with the spaceship brought a black metal box to Augustus. We don't have a production line for mass production of psychic jammers yet. All jammer parts need to be welded by engineers, and the output is limited. An engineer wearing a gray-green flat cap said, it takes at least 3 minutes to start the psychic jammer and keep it running stably. He said, but once it is started, the Zerg within the force field will fall into madness, more crazy than when they have sanity. Be careful, even so they will still attack our warriors. In other words, Swan means that we should use it sparingly and not damage these hard-won equipment. Augustus nodded. At present, the Korhal Revolutionary Army has activated a total of 4 psychic jammers in Antigua to protect 3 cities and a major military fortress. There are about 6 million Antigans in the city and the fortress. The Revolutionary Army's assault team is still continuously studying psychic transmitters and psychic jammers, hoping to make more progress. The research and development of new technologies is not achieved overnight. Even if there is a theoretical reserve, it may take a long time to manufacture the weapons in the concept. It was like Augustus had wanted Swan and Umoyan to research the Yamato cannon technology long ago, but they haven't come up with anything until today. That's probably what he meant. The young engineer didn't seem timid at all when facing Augustus. It would be great if all the bugs died immediately once it was activated. Ty just said, that shouldn't be difficult. I think Swan and the people in the technology laboratory should study this kind of thing. Once the red button is pressed, all the bugs will die. That's enough. If we can make the psychic link between the brainworm and the kingworm connecting to its clan members backfire, then we should be able to get such an effect. The engineer, who looked very young, didn't think this was an extremely crazy idea that was impossible to achieve. Just do that. Augustus will pay you the funds, and there will definitely be a bonus at that time. Ty just was happy to be generous to others. Anyway, it wasn't him who paid. Colonel, I didn't join the Revolutionary Army for the bonus. The engineer shook his head and said, unfortunately, it can't be done with the current technology. Then you're not talking nonsense? Ty just felt that he was being fooled. Human technology is always improving. The engineer said, during the Kalian War, the Terran Federation and the Kel-morians successfully developed more new weapons and new concepts in 4 years than in the past half century combined. Good steel should be used on the blade. Augustus said, I hope this psychic jammer can be effective. When the transport ship arrived at the destination, it was still dark there. A large number of Protoss spaceships shining with golden and blue light were waiting for Augustus there, and each golden spaceship was like a brilliant sun. The Protoss fleet in Antigua orbit had already carried out a series of orbital bombardments on the land under their feet. The ground was churning with red flames and flashes. Some Zerg tower buildings ignited by Protoss beam weapons were still burning, and the flames burned the sky red. The Protoss troops had landed on the ground and were advancing towards the burning Zerg nest. Even though the Protoss warships had swept through them with their beam weapons, there were still a considerable number of Zerg surviving on the ground. They were either the lucky ones who had hidden deep underground or the thick-skinned thunder beasts. The large number of shining light blades were like blue torches releasing brilliant flames. From time to time, the psychic storms that swept across the earth swept up hundreds of charred Zerg corpses. The blue arcs were like thunder snakes, and the Zerg cells fell like rain. The camera on the belly of the transport ship was directly connected to the HUD in Augustus's helmet, so he could see clearly what was happening on the ground. It seems that we don't need to take action. Tychus's slightly narrowed eyes were calculating something shrewdly. Wait until the Protoss have dealt with these Zerg, and then we will take action to kill the brain worm. How many Zerg are there below? Augustus asked. The sensor device on the ship shows that the Protoss army has an absolute advantage, and the Zerg are retreating step by step. Kerrigan said. Land, Augustus ordered. After the spaceship landed on the harder surface on the other side of Antigua, Augustus and others who walked out of the hatch could clearly feel the scorching heat in the air. The land under their feet seemed to have turned into a time full of flames, and the ground was full of Zerg corpses with black smoke. Augustus saw some smooth golden wreckage of Protoss mechas. It seemed that the battle here was not a one-sided massacre, and the Protoss also suffered a lot of losses. A high-level Protoss Templar who was running at high speed came straight to Augustus, followed by a dozen Protoss Templars in armor and sharp weapons. The double blades and eyes of each Protoss warrior were emitting bright light in the darkness. Marshal Augustus Mengsk, the Zerg here suddenly attacked us, and we had to attack the Zerg main nest here in advance. Perhaps it was due to his nature. Although the high-level Templar used a respectful title to Augustus, his tone was not enthusiastic and respectful. The Templars are searching for the brainworms hiding in the main nest. Maybe you can help us. Thanks for voting. Chapter 283 Toast Skeleton. Augustus stared at the Protoss high-ranking Templar who was suspended in the air by psychic power. The beautiful patterns and sickle-shaped lightning emblems engraved on his simple golden armor, the dark blue battle robe and the scorpion-shaped logo on his armor indicated that he was a warrior from the Sagath tribe. This is a branch of the Aya Protoss tribe with a long history. They are descendants of hunters and assassins in the Age of Strife. Their ancestors are as elegant and deadly as the striped big cats in the Aya rainforest. The Sagath Templars have always been cold-blooded killers. They are good at the art of killing. Their duty to kill, and their nature of advocating freedom make them incompatible with the Protoss Empire that adheres to the Kala doctrine. It is said that most of the rebellious Protoss Dark Templar Nerazim come from this tribe, and many of Tacitus' Protoss Empire Caprulu Sector Expeditionary Force came from the Sagath tribe. After all, cold-blooded killing is what the Sagath Templars are best at. The Protoss of this tribe still retains the custom of hunters harvesting trophies. They occasionally use the fangs of wild beasts to decorate their long jaws that look too smooth, making themselves look more threatening. Maybe I can help you with your search, Augustus said. The brainworm of the Gam swarm, SAS, is a cautious guy by nature, suspicious and cunning. It must be hiding in the deepest part of the hive. His understanding of the Zerg worm network comes from the research results in the Chassera Federation alien laboratory. Each underground worm nest is a huge underground city. The Zerg's underground worm network is interconnected, consisting of large main nests, subnests and hatching areas. The worm network connecting these giant underground caves is like an intricate urban transportation network, and the worm network will eventually lead to the deepest main nest area, he said. As long as we move forward along a Zerg tunnel, we can find the Zerg brain hiding in the main nest area. Simple, but it hits the crux of the matter. The high-ranking Templar said, there are many extremely deep Zerg tunnel networks that have escaped the attack of our fleet. If the brain is still alive, it must be hiding in the place it thinks is the safest. So far, both humans and Protoss only know that there is a Zerg mastermind in the Zerg swarm, and they have never seen a brain closely guarded by the Zerg swarm. Line up, move forward. Augustus gave orders to the more than 200 soldiers who followed him without any hesitation. Titus finally led the team in the front. He was still smoking a cigar at this time, and his helmet was full of condensed mist. My Templars will follow you, the High Templar said to Augustus. There are still many dangerous monsters lurking in the Zerg's underground hives. More Templars appeared in the dark night, their shining golden armor and blue robes emitting the same light as the sun in the darkness. You are really a great help. Augustus laughed. As it should be, said the High Templar, and his voice in Augustus' mind sounded serious and solemn. The Protoss are always serious to the point of being rigid, and they are quite restrained. They only release their fury when fighting. At this time, Augustus and others were on a flat red platform, surrounded by burning Zerg hive buildings. The layer of fungal carpet covering the ground was swept by the Protoss beam weapons, and it looked curled and dry as if it had been burned by fire. Walking down this terrace is a gully plowed by the Protoss main gun. In the light of the searchlight in front of the power armor, Augustus can vaguely see the charred bodies of the Zerg welded to the ground by the scorching plasma. The thermal imaging system on Augustus's HUD headset has very few images of the Zerg. They are either burning in the scorching blue rays of the Protoss, or being chopped up by the psychic blades of the Protoss Templar. The topography of the landing site is mostly flat hills and sand. 10 billion years ago, this area was the mouth of a long river. Most of the area is conducive to the Zerg using their claws and teeth to dig deep tunnels and build nests. There are also large areas of crystal veins exposed to the air and continuous high-energy gas springs in the area. These precious minerals are also important to the Zerg. They can strengthen the Zerg's shells and claws and act as catalysts to make the swarm more efficient. From the perspective of the leader of the Gam swarm, this is indeed a great place to build a nest. At the same time, the brainworm of the Gam Zerg obviously did not expect the arrival of the Protoss Expeditionary Force. Otherwise it would definitely stay on the Zerg behemoth, which could escape at any time through hyperspace jump. So we really have to go underground to find the worms? I think the risk is much greater than fighting Duke's Alpha Squadron in Marcera, Titus said as Augustus ran from behind to catch up with him. In the narrow Zerg tunnels, our tanks and Goliath-armed robots can't be used at all, but the worms are like fish in water, because they are hatched from those filthy nests, just like maggots, that transform into flies in rotten grass roots, he said. This is why I chose to lead an elite force instead of a division, Titus, Augustus said and looked at Kerrigan who was running next to him. Sarah, can you sense anything? He asked. Kerrigan is not only the strongest and perhaps the most special Seeker known so far, but her special ability to sense the Zerg has not been found in any other Seeker except her. She could easily sense the Zerg's presence and their location, but Kerrigan had to be careful not to use her psychic powers on any Zerg within 5 yards of them, or the Zerg would sense their presence. The Zerg have retreated underground, and the Protoss are also going deeper into the Zerg's nest, Kerrigan replied. It seems that the Zerg are still trying to defend their nest. The Gam-Zerg swarm did not choose to flee. Either the Cerebrates think it is not necessary to do so, or there is something here that they must protect, Augustus said. We can sense that there is a powerful psychic creature lurking underground. It should be a Cerebrate. The high-ranking Templar walked to Augustus' side. He was floating in the air, using the power of psychic energy to move quickly on the ground. About 40 or 50 Protoss Templars holding blue psychic blades were standing next to the human. Their psychic blades were not handle type, but concentrated and dense blades of light emitted from some kind of wrist-shaped emitter on the back of the wrist. The Protoss warriors also had sophisticated equipment on their armor. Perhaps their glowing eyes could see things in the dark like cats, but the Protoss Templars seemed to be using their glowing psychic blades to illuminate things. They looked like flashlights. See if there are any cave entrances nearby. It would be best if the entrances were large enough to look like a big snake swimming through them, Augustus said. Okay, boss. Hanak fired several flares from the additional launchers on his firebird power armor arm, and other soldiers followed suit. There, the high-ranking Templar found the entrance to a cave before everyone else, and that dark hole was now filled with dead Hydralisks. Templars, attack, he ordered. Maedon, guide us in the direction we are going. The Protoss were the first to enter the dark cave. This cave dug by the Zerg was obviously prepared for the largest Zerg, and the tall Protoss could easily walk in. Follow them, Augustus said. Augustus followed the agile Protoss, and Kerrigan and Titus followed closely behind. In the light of the power armor searchlight, the entrance of the cave seemed unusually smooth, covered with a layer of white sandy soil, and even the jagged rocks were smoothed by the rough armor of the Hydralisks that guarded it daily. The cave seemed to be formed naturally, and the work done by the Zerg here was just to widen and deepen it. Stand back, let me explore the way. Titus stopped Augustus before he wanted to lead the way into the cave, and walked in first. Don't get in the way of me beating the worms, understand? Let the knowledgeable stand in front, boss. Harnack put on his helmet and threw a lit laser lighter in. This young man, who had worked in the Shiloh underground mine for a few weeks, knew some knowledge about underground pits, such as if the narrow pit was filled with toxic gases or leaking high energy gas, a lighter could send people to the sky. The Zerg are cleaner than we thought. Titus didn't notice what Harnack was doing. He just noticed that the Zerg cave was much better than he thought. There was no mucus, sticky fungal blankets, or disgusting acid. In fact, the entrance to the cave was more like a reptile's nest, which should be related to the habits of some Zerg species. Stop talking nonsense, Titus, and watch your step, Augustus shouted in the communication channel. When they really walked into the dark and narrow cave, a gently sloping underground passage appeared in front of everyone. Augustus felt a sense of oppression and tension. He quickly focused his attention and focused his eyes on the rock walls and sand on both sides. Activate the oxygen generator and air circulation system inside the armor. Don't breathe the air inside. It may be poisonous. Augustus gave orders in the channel. Even Kerrigan put on a helmet, and her advanced combat suit with many circuits buried inside had functions similar to power armor. At first, the passage was quite wide, enough for the Revolutionary Army soldiers in power armor to pass through, but after walking more than 200 yards in a straight line, it gradually became narrower and shorter, and the slope became steeper and steeper. The troops led by the high-ranking Templar of Sagas had already walked far away. Their nimble footsteps were difficult to detect, and now they could not be heard. With these Protoss warriors clearing the way for Augustus, they did not have to worry about whether one or two crazy Zerg would suddenly appear in front of them. After walking for a few more minutes, the underground wormhole became narrower and narrower, and finally could only barely accommodate two soldiers in power armor to pass side by side. Just when Augustus was hesitant to continue moving forward, they gradually came to a fork in the road. The wormhole they had walked through before was divided into three, leading to different directions. There is wind. These wormholes are connected to each other. At least one of the passages is used as a ventilation duct. What we need to find is the hub wormhole that leads directly to the main nest area, Kerrigan said. The Protoss must know the exact direction, Augustus said. They are much more sensitive to the Zerg's psychic energy than we are, and they are fully capable of confirming the direction with the help of more sophisticated equipment. Stop. Augustus stopped and searched for the Protoss's broad footprints with huge toes on the ground. Follow me, Augustus said. Next was another tense advance in the underground worm tunnel. It must be said that walking in the dark underground is not a pleasant thing. When the thrilling fun of exploring the unknown turns into horror and death, even the most desperate Kel-morian adventurer will be nervous. Gradually, scattered Zerg corpses and clusters of dark purple fungal carpets began to appear on the ground. The originally clean pit immediately became damp. The strange flesh-colored food tissues adhered to the rock walls and the ground like fat or organs on the intestines. The dead Zerg were almost all killed with one blow. Whether it was a springtail or a hydralisk, their heads were cut off, or their hearts were stabbed with one blow. During this time, Augustus did not even hear the screams that should have echoed in the Zerg tunnel, which showed that the attacks of these Templars were as swift as lightning and thunder. Take back what I said just now. The Zerg are a group of bad kids who don't like to be clean. Ty just said. Oh my god, it's disgusting. Harnack screamed. Hank, light up the fire. Augustus shouted loudly. Harnack immediately lit the flamethrower on his arm excitedly after hearing what Augustus said, and burned those strange tissues to ashes together with several other firebats in the team. The road ahead was even more difficult to walk. There were Zerg corpses and tumors with strange smells everywhere. There were also some spider-like monsters among them. I think they were Zerg species specially hatched to guard the nest. Keep going. After dealing with these tumors, Augustus waved his hand and ordered the troops behind him. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, Augustus did not encounter any traces of the Templars. Only more and more Zerg corpses revealed what kind of enemy they encountered, until a deafening roar made the humans realize that they were in an underground tunnel filled with alien monsters. The roar was accompanied by the vibration of the sand under their feet. It is conceivable that the owner of this roar is a kind of incredible giant monster. The passage came to an abrupt end behind a pile of hydralisk corpses. What appeared in front of Augustus was a huge cave, which was tall enough to accommodate a huge swarm hatchery, a dragon spires, and densely packed insect mantle chambers and green insect eggs. Some of the eggs were even bigger than tanks. The Sagas Templar were fighting a monster that was much larger than an ordinary thunder beast. It had bright red skin and more than a pair of giant sickles. It was a walking monster covered with solid shells and spikes. Even the Protoss Templar seemed small in front of it. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Ty just cursed. It's not crushed by its own weight. How do the organs of this monster work? It should be slow and must keep eating to replenish its consumption. Kerrigan said. An elite individual among the thunder beasts. Augustus said, without the help of the Protoss, it is enough to destroy all of us. The good news is that I can confirm that the brainworm is nearby. The Chinese server is translated as Tyrannosaurus. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Brainworm SARS. This huge underground cave was supported by crimson soil and solid rock walls. Thousands of flesh-colored insect curtains several feet long hung from the dome of the cave, like pulsating, green intestines. Between the hanging insect curtains were black holes of varying sizes, with many pairs of inverted triangles emitting scarlet light inside, which were alas or spying on the invaders. The interior of the cave was covered with dark purple fungal carpets and some kind of black mold, just like the skin of a rotten apple. A large number of wriggling, pulsating red insect intestines spread on the ground, like dense red earthworms or densely woven spider webs. Stepping on these thick creeping fungal carpets felt like walking in a sticky gelatinous fluid. The sticky gelatinous substance was like the glue on a fly trap. Augustus felt like he was walking in the mud of a swamp, and every time he lifted his foot, he would make an uncomfortable puffing sound. The Protoss troops led by the high-ranking Templar of Sagath were still fighting the huge and ferocious Toyask. Dozens of shining blades of light shone brightly in the darkness. The hissing sound of the psychic blades burning the air and the echo of the monster's earth-shaking roar echoed between the rock walls of the cave. What is this thing? It's stuck to my iron boots. Titus was still concerned about other things at this time. It looks like some kind of fesses. I mean, it's the fesses of the Zerg. Harnack turned on the flamethrower on his firebird power armor, and the surging flames immediately illuminated the way ahead. It should be the excrement of the Mutalisk. They will hunt other creatures away from the Zerg nest and the fungal blanket. Karrigan said, "You all know that the Zerg also eat people. Watch your head." Augustus shouted in the communication channel. The alien dragons hiding in the cave domes and alien dragon spires left their nests screaming. Flying creatures with wingspans comparable to fighter planes hovered over Augustus and others, flapping their wings and making creaking sounds. The troops led by Augustus were the elite of the elite. Each of these brave and fearless warriors was a tough guy who remained calm in the face of the collapse of the Zerg. They were well equipped, with anti-aircraft missile launchers on their shoulders, and a large number of heavy machine gun teams equipped with powerful D7 explosives and geomagnetic grenades. When Augustus gave the order, his soldiers immediately began to advance in units of squads and 3-person fire teams, keeping a distance from each other. The most experienced medic followed the marching team, and everyone focused on the weapons in their hands and the alien monsters they faced. When the hovering Mutalisks dropped the deadly symbiote bladderworms, about 100 missiles with self-locking functions began to take off. The screaming flying creatures scattered to avoid the missiles. The most unfortunate ones had already been blown into flying fragments. There were still a few jumping symbiote bladderworms that fell among Augustus's revolutionary soldiers. The acid and chemicals produced by the violent explosion instantly melted the human soldiers wearing alloy power armor. Prepare to activate the psychic jammer. Several Revolutionary Army engineers under heavy protection immediately started to activate the assembled psychic jammers under Augustus's order. The engineers were also wearing crimson power armor. Using these heavy armors did not take much effort for them, because most of the damaged power armors were repaired by the Revolutionary Army Engineer Corps. The Hydralisks and Zerglings on the ground had been killed by the Protist Templars, so the pressure on the Revolutionary Army was much less. The huge Ultralisk with crimson skin and a stronger shell was still the one that gave people a huge sense of oppression in this cave. The Templars in shining golden armor surrounded the Ultralisk, like hunters besieging a wild beast. The Tosk Ultralisk was much larger than the average Ultralisk, like a walking building. Its huge crown even reached a height of 150 feet, about 45 meters, like a moving mountain. Such a monster could completely ignore the spike bullets of the Gauss rifle. Perhaps only the large caliber shipborne railgun could hurt it. The Tosk Ultralisk was the largest and most deadly individual among the Zergland creatures. At this moment, the Tosk Ultralisk was trying to crush the surrounding Protist Templars with its huge body and arc-shaped scythe that could tear apart the arc tank. However, those agile Protist warriors could barely dodge its fatal attacks every time, but a single mistake could kill them. And every swing of the Protist Templar's psychic blade could leave a bloody mark on the Tosk Ultralisk's leg, but this only increased the monster's rage. Even with its huge size, the Tosk Ultralisk can be described as swift. It can quickly respond to attacks from all directions and fight back. Even though every Protist Templar is an experienced and powerful warrior, they are still in danger when dealing with this giant beast. From time to time, Protist Templars were swept by the giant scythe, and their plasma shields could not withstand such a large impact. Should we help them? Titus asked Augustus. Guard the psychic disruptor, and leave the rest to the Protoss. Augustus said. The Tosk Ultralisk is far from being something Augustus's 200 soldiers can deal with. To deal with such a terrible monster, they must use giant ships and heavy artillery. Even the Protoss have to use their beam focusing weapons when dealing with the Ultralisk, and only the most powerful Templars can kill an ordinary Ultralisk together. This cave should be a central hub close to the main nest area, connected to at least 12 different wormholes. As if sensing the intention of the humans to activate the psychic jammer, a large number of Gam-Zerg swarms are pouring out from other Zerg tunnels. Fortunately, the Protoss support was also fast. The Protoss unique Caramind link network allowed them to exchange information within a very short time. The Protoss troops in other Zerg tunnels and underground caves soon rushed in from the entrances of underground passages in other directions. The high-level Templars of Tassida led their army, and the golden and blue walking mechas with 4 flexible walking legs were like fish in water in the narrow underground caves, easily moving through the uneven cave depressions and lowlands. A large number of Zerg and Protoss were fighting each other in this cave. The Templars wrestled with the Zerglings and Ultralisks, while the Protoss Dragon Riders used the phase rip cannons on the top of their mechas to shoot at the Hydralisks in the dark environment. For a moment, the entire cave was filled with brilliant blue sparks and splashing acid. Augustus's soldiers were under the full protection of the Protoss. The proud Protoss would not allow their human allies to be threatened by the Zerg. Augustus and his elite guards guarded the psychic jammers that were being activated between them, while the rest of the soldiers were using rifles, grenades, flamethrowers, individual missiles and enhanced Kel-morian high explosive grenades to repel enemies who attempted to approach, whether on the ground or in the air. Sarah, concentrate. I believe that the mindworm of the Gam swarm must be nearby. Augustus was more certain of his previous judgment. This place was close enough to the location of the mindworm, which must be one of the reasons why these Zerg became so crazy. It's too noisy here. Sarah Carrigan heard what Augustus said and concentrated on sensing the psychic signals of the possible Zerg mindworms. The Protoss often call this state meditation. There are almost 1,000 Protoss shouting at the same time in their psychic links. The psychic energy they control is enough to sweep the city. Carrigan did her best to do what Augustus said. Her beautiful eyebrows were tightly knitted together in pain. I sensed it, in that direction. After sensing silently for more than 10 minutes, Carrigan suddenly pointed forward, which was the entrance to a cave, guarded by the Tosk Thunder Beast. The Protoss must have noticed it too. Usually, the number of Tosk Thunder Beasts is very rare. They often only appear in the main nest area, and are directly controlled by the brain worm. Under normal circumstances, these terrible guards will only be sent out when the brain worm thinks it is directly threatened. Where this kind of thunder beast appears, it means that the brain worm is not far away. The time waiting for the psychic jammer to start up became extremely long, but fortunately Augustus's troops persisted until the moment it started up. However, when the invisible jammer force field spread in all directions, its effect was greatly weakened compared to the one in the city of Ansada. Only a very small number of Zerg were affected, but their frenzy was not much different from usual. Damn it, why doesn't this thing work? I just knew that once the psychic jammer was activated, even the Zerg that were charging would turn around and attack their own kind. Did we hit something when we were moving this iron lump, or did Swan's people make a mistake? I think this is because we are too close to the cerebrate, and the strength of our psychic jammer is not enough to cover the psychic power of this cerebrate. Augustus saw all of this. There is only one reason, that is, the psychic power of this cerebrate is too strong. Cerebrates are a rare species of Zerg with powerful psychic powers. Just think about it, the more Zerg a cerebrate controls, the stronger its psychic power will be. He said to Carrigan beside him. Record it. Let's re-evaluate the value and risk of this weapon, and try to launch a project to strengthen the energy output level of the psychic jammer. Although the number of the Gam swarm is not as large as the swarm of Jumunganda that invaded 2 planets in the Sera system, it is also a branch of the Zerg hive responsible for the main attack. If only the human side attacked this underground cave, then the army that bet on the psychic jammer would probably be wiped out, and Augustus would never take the risk. However, the psychic jammer still has a certain impact after all. Even if it is just an uncontrolled Zerg that breaks away from the attack formation, it may cause great chaos. The brain worms of the Gam swarm are extremely simple and crude in dealing with such uncontrollable individuals, treating them as enemies and destroying them together. The Protoss troops firmly gained the upper hand in the confrontation with the Zerg. In the large amount of blue glare and the released psychic storm, the Zerg that kept appearing were swept down in large numbers. At the same time, a large number of Zerg still poured out from the entrances of various Zerg tunnels, as if they could not be killed at all. More high-level Templars joined the siege of the Tosk Thunder Beast. Their powerful psychic energy came from hundreds of years of deep meditation. Each high-level Templar was the most outstanding of the Air Guardians, and was a Templar who had reached another level in the way of Kara. They were originally warriors who were good at hand-to-hand combat, and they were masters who had reached the pinnacle of combat skills. Hundreds of golden and blue Dragon Knight mechas also began to fire at the roaring Tosk Thunder Beast, blasting the huge and ferocious crimson monster to pieces. Blue arcs of light surrounded the body of the Tosk Thunder Beast, and more than a dozen high-level Templars were releasing their powerful psychic energy that was enough to penetrate the shell of the Thunder Beast. Even so, the Tosk Thunder Beast still persisted for more than 20 minutes under the fierce attack of the Protoss troops. When it died, the shell on its body had been burned and carbonized, and the roar of its fall was like the collapse of a building. After falling, the body of the Toyask Ultralisk was still cocooning and healing. Augustus even suspected that, if no one continued to deal with the body, it would even revive, but the Protoss quickly used their belated golden beetles to completely smash the body of the Ultralisk. Then the Protoss rushed into the tunnel guarded by the Toyask Ultralisk, and Augustus led the soldiers to follow them. When passing by the body of the Ultralisk, everyone was surprised by the giant skeleton comparable to that of the Pterodobasilosaurus. And you have to know that the Ultralisk is just an animal living on land, which means that its skeleton must be strong enough to withstand the weight of the body and organs. The cave guarded by the Toyask Ultralisk is connected to an even larger cave, which only has walls covered with damp attachments and tumors, and on the ground are festering tissues, and some kind of foul-smelling pus is flowing inside. Augustus passed through a group of Templars, and found that they were surrounding a fluorescent alien insect creature. What made Augustus feel creepy was that around this Zerg was a bunch of computer hosts and display screens of human communication equipment, and the data cables that powered these were immersed in the tissue tumors protruding from the ground, as if the Zerg were using some kind of biological electricity generation method to power them. The glowing display screen was covered with dirt, mucus and fungal carpets, and some special Zerg luminous creatures surrounded it, just like the lights on the display screen. Several Zerg infected people with spikes all over their bodies were using their stiff fingers to operate these devices. At least dozens of worm intestines and thick meridians connected their brains to the huge tumors on the ground. A brainworm was using a human holographic projection device to watch news. The news on the display screen was Augustus Mengsk, the man who brought disaster and misfortune. If the brainworms really read human news, they would even discuss. Chapter 285 I'm immortal. Augustus stepped on the sticky fungal carpet on the ground, stepped over the squirming tumors, and came to several Protoss high-ranking Templars wearing shining golden armor. The ground was full of worm intestines and pulsating thick meridians, and the air was filled with the bad smell of rotten meat and pus-filled sores. A huge, fleshy fat worm was curled up between human electronic components covered with a large number of alien tissues and vesicles. It was shaped like a squirming longhorn beetle larva, and its body was round, like a fleshy arc tank cannon barrel. The brainworm was clumsy and slow, fragile and brittle. It had neither a strong shell to protect itself nor sharp claws to tear apart enemies who dared to approach it. A slow-moving brainworm must be protected by its clan members. In any case, in Augustus' eyes, the brainworm now looked like a happy fat otaku lying on the sofa watching TV. At this time, there was no Hydralisk to protect the brainworm. Augustus could kill it at any time with the P-20 electromagnetic pistol on his waist. Augustus noticed that, when he observed the brainworm, it was also examining the Protoss and humans surrounding it. This fragile-looking worm-like creature seemed calm and composed, as if it knew nothing about its upcoming fate. The display screen covered with pus and stains was still playing and news about Augustus. A man with a funny beard was chatting and laughing with a blonde woman with a proud bust. They told Augustus some not so funny jokes and satirized the unreasonable political demands of the revolutionaries. The brainworm obviously understood the meaning of words and speech, otherwise it would not spend time on it. It is very likely that the swarm obtained this knowledge from the assimilated human brains. The Protoss watched all this. They exchanged their views on the brainworm and Augustus's news in their Caramind connection network with psychic waveforms that humans could not detect at all. It was like some special encrypted communication, but for humans like Augustus, it was absolutely silent. The Protoss might not understand why a person who should be called a hero by his people would be slandered like this. This would never exist in the social system of the Protoss Empire. About 100 Protoss Templars were watching, and more pairs of eyes shining with blue psychic flames were staring at the brainworm. At this time, the battle outside the cave had not subsided. Millions of Gamzerg swarms were still pouring out of various caves and caves, trying to take back the leader of their tribe. The Gamzerg swarm became more violent than ever before, and Karrigan and Harnack were assigned by Augustus to lead the rest of the troops and the Protoss to resist the Zerg attack outside the cave. A fat worm, so disgusting. Titus Finley walked among the tall and slender Protoss warriors with a shotgun. He occasionally bumped into the armor and elegant robes of the Templars. This rudeness and arrogance aroused the dissatisfaction of these aliens. The Protoss didn't have much sense of humor, but old Titus still had a lot to complain about. Look at this guy. What could be uglier than it? An underdeveloped, deformed and fat worm. The brain worm did not respond to Titus's sarcasm. Its soft and ugly skin was emitting a faint light, and this faint light was like breathing, sometimes shining and sometimes faint. Augustus Mengsk, where is the human woman? I can sense her. Where did you hide her? With the rhythm of the light on its body, the brain worm moved its fat white body and turned to Augustus. The words of the brain worm appeared directly in Augustus' mind, just as the Protoss could do. Tell me quickly. My lord and father are looking for her. I will not hand her over to you. Augustus looked at the fat worm that was emitting a pale white glow and was sure that it must understand human language. She is better than tens of millions of troops. Augustus knew clearly what kind of monster Karrigan would become once she was captured by the Zerg overlord. The Queen of Blades in history had slaughtered 8 billion people. She possessed the power of the Zerg and the experience and wisdom of humans. This terrible opponent was comparable to thousands of troops. Even if Augustus' own feelings were not involved, he would never let Karrigan fall into the hands of the Zerg. Otherwise, humans would only lose a powerful seeker, while the Zerg would have an extra queen who could sweep across Kaprulu. Just thinking about how many people would die, Augustus would sincerely feel fear and disgust for the blue face of the Queen of Blades. Why not do that? The brain worm's logic was obviously completely different from Augustus's. The light it emitted showed strange shapes. We came for her, and we will leave for her. Exchange. Yes, an exchange, with equal or unequal items, each taking what it needs. It said, give her to me, and we will leave. Augustus' eyes were stern. His cold grey eyes were sharp and intimidating. No, never. There is no room for negotiation. Even if the Overmind got Karrigan, the Zerg would never let humans go in the future. The Zerg had no concept of keeping promises at all. Even humans who followed this path often broke their promises and regarded it as wisdom and strategy. Day goes. I knew it was useless. The brainworm seemed to be talking to another or a group of brainworms through the void. It looks like it is not afraid of death at all. Hey, fat worm, do you know we are going to kill you soon? Titus couldn't hear what the brainworm said at all, because the other party directly transmitted what it wanted to express to Augustus' mind, and others could not hear it. The way the Cerebrates communicate with each other is similar to that of the Protoss. They almost never speak. Death. Human, you are ignorant and stupid. All that remains in your poor brain tissue is the primitive impulse of 6, a pathetic primitive creature. The Cerebrate heard Titus' words, and it was obviously a rather temperamental individual. Even it had to admit that it had failed in the war with the Protoss expedition of Tacita. The Protoss did not destroy the planets infested by the Zerg as they did in the past. This time they chose to send ground troops to face the Zerg directly. You don't understand the true meaning of evolution. Death is irrelevant. Only essence is important. The voice of the Cerebrate appeared directly in the minds of all the humans and Protoss present. Wait until I kill you, and you will know what is most important. Titus said, taking a military Torrent SR8 shotgun from a soldier next to him. Ancient and outdated, but the hundreds of lead bullets it fired were enough to kill the Cerebrate. It is much more valuable to keep it than to kill it. After all, this is the first brainworm we have found. Augustus stopped Titus, thinking that he would spare the worm. Augustus had his own plan. If he could capture and control a brainworm alive, he would be directly controlling a group of brainworms. This kind of thing was not without precedent. It was just that it was quite difficult to imprison and control an older brainworm, because only those psychics who had followed the master for the longest time and were the most powerful could be given their own names. If you want to control a brainworm, those newly born individuals that do not have a name are the best choice. You actually want to enslave a brainworm? How dare you? Just like other psychic creatures, brainworms can read minds, and it was obviously furious because of Augustus' words. Although the brainworms cared less about Augustus than Kerrigan, they were also collecting intelligence about the enemy. Point Slave Master Mengsk. The brainworm has a rich vocabulary. It's just a body. I can abandon it at any time and be reborn in another world. This is why the brainworm has the confidence to talk to the enemy here. The overmind can resurrect all the brainworms it created. It only needs to reshape a body for the dead brainworm, and it can be reborn. Brainworms are not afraid of death at all. As long as the overmind is still alive, they are immortal. This is impossible. A high-level Templar who has been listening for a long time shouted angrily. Why is it impossible? The brainworm asked him back. I'm curious. I say, let's kill it quickly. The worms outside are already crazy. Titus's way of dealing with enemies has always been simple and rough. At this time, a high-level Templar led a group of Templars in. It was Tassida, the executive officer of the Protoss Expeditionary Force. All the humans and Protoss present spontaneously made way for him. Cerebrate Sass. Tassida came to Augustus and dropped from mid-air. Standing on the ground covered with fungus, the executor didn't seem to care if it would dirty his blue battle robe. I'm seeking to talk to you, he said to the Cerebrate. Why do the Zerg come here to devour or kill? There are billions of stars in this universe. Why do you choose this world? The Cerebrate Sass wanted to say, why I have to talk to an enemy like you, but it held back. We are enemies. I don't need to explain to the enemy. If you want to capture me alive, greedy Protoss, then I advise you to save your trouble. It said lightly, you don't have much time. The noble Zerg will devour everything. How many Cerebrates, like you are there? Are they as powerful as you? Tassida was far more cunning than Augustus imagined. He was trying to use the competitive spirit of this Cerebrate to get more information. Of course, I'm one of the few who got a name. Thassa's complacency came to an abrupt end. That's enough, Protoss. You can't expect to get anything from me anymore. Tassida was silent for a moment and then looked at Augustus as if seeking his opinion and view. We don't have time to waste. Augustus's communication channel was full of the shouts and screams of the soldiers. He had determined that the idea of capturing the brainworm Thass alive was meaningless. Unless the overmind was dead, unless the brainworm could no longer be reborn elsewhere. Kill it, my brothers and sisters. Tassida ordered. You don't have to do it. Titus pulled the trigger of the shotgun and fired a series of bullets at Thass before the Templars showed their psychic blades. The ugly fat worm immediately splashed with disgusting juice. The brainworm Thass screamed and howled sharply. The pain as a protection mechanism still existed in his genetic sequence. Even at this time, Sass still had the energy to leave a polite speech. I will not die. I will be reborn in a world of ashes and flames. When I return, death and shadow will come as expected. The Zerg is an immortal creation that devours everything, and the universe is its food. After Titus fired a volley of bullets, the glowing flesh worm died. Then, just as Augustus, Tassida and others saw, a ball of pale yellow light suddenly rose from the curled and shriveled body of the brainworm, and the ball of light seemed to be a jellyfish with tentacles. Titus cursed and replaced the bullets, and continued to fire at the ball of light, but the bullets just passed straight through the ball of light. Tassida's bright sky blue eyes shone even more, as if flowing with thunder and lightning. He stretched out his two hands and released a powerful psychic pulse formed by deep blue arcs to shoot at the rising ball of light, but still failed to hurt it. The humans and the Protoss tried every possible means, and neither live ammunition nor energy weapons could make the light ball show any signs of weakness. The light ball soared into the air and passed through the dark dome and rock wall of the cave until it disappeared. With the death of the worm, the Zerg in the underground wormway completely fell into madness and put all their energy into fighting with their own kind. The pressure on the humans and the Protoss in the underground wormway was also greatly reduced. Before the brainworm, Sass, returned and took over its tribe, the Gamzerg in Antigua would fall into a state of madness for quite a while. The coalition of humans and the Protoss could take advantage of this period of time to eliminate the remaining Zerg and regain the lost territory. What on earth is that thing? Titus muttered in his heart. Soul? This is really weird. A world of ashes and fire. Just when Titus and others were still puzzled by the light ball, Tassida had already grasped the information revealed in Sass's words before his death. A world full of volcanoes, lava and volcanic ash. Augustus's reaction was as fast as Tacitus. Is that the Zerg's base camp in this sector? Tacit looked at Augustus. Obviously, the dead cerebrates will be reborn on that world. Augustus said, the Overmind, the supreme ruler of the Zerg, must be there too. It is very likely that it is in the Korhal sector, otherwise it will take a long time for SAS to get back. The known planets that have been invaded, occupied, or colonized by the Zerg can be counted and confirmed. Tacitus said, and there are very few planets that meet such conditions. Char. Augustus knew the script. Thanks for voting. Chapter 286 All Tactics Transformation. 2491. The last Zerg nest on Antigua Prime was cleared by the Protoss Expeditionary Force, and the newly renovated Governor's Palace in Ansada main city also welcomed its new owner. On the vast red terraces of Antigua, the deep purple Zerg fungus blanket is slowly receding, and the ravaged land is exposed to the sun again. When the vegetation is extinct and even the fungus blanket can no longer bind the sand on the ground, the red desert spreads rapidly like a flame in the wind. Those lands that have been covered by the fungus blanket will still be barren for a long time. Antigua's already fragile ecological environment has long ceased to exist, and the planet has completely become a reddish-brown stone planet. The threat of the Zerg swarm is gradually becoming distant from the people of Antigua, and even if their homes are destroyed, and their families are slaughtered, pain and sorrow still torment those who are still alive, and life must go on. Reconstruction work is carried out around the 4 existing cities. With the help of the Human Revolutionary Army, the surviving people pick up the broken rubble, and begin to build new homes on the land that has been occupied several times. Fearing that Antigua Prime would become a major battlefield in the years ahead, residents of all small and medium-sized settlements, including towns and villages, were uniformly settled near cities with strong fortifications. In the beginning, both water and food were in serious shortage, and the nearby colonies were affected by the Zerg invasion, and could no longer provide support to Antigua. The Antigans were left with only themselves to rely on synthetic food, groundwater, and food from hydroponic farms. More people joined the Revolutionary Army's garrison on Antigua to defend their homeland. All Antigans recognized the Revolutionary Army's dominance on the planet, which had in fact become independent from the federal government. In the cheers of the Antiguan people celebrating their victory, Augustus Mengsk became the new Antiguan governor, although he himself did not recognize the title. The revolutionaries took over the administrative and judicial powers of the Antiguan federal government with ease, and did a better job than their predecessors, and the sheriffs and police chiefs who came from the Revolutionary Army were the most popular people in Antigua. The red and blue star flag that symbolized the authority of the Terran Federation was thrown into the fire. The new flag replaced the symbol of people's understanding of the authority and duties of a government. As early as 20 years ago, the people of Antigua would not talk to others about being a member of the Federation, and now they would not do so. Antigua is part of the Terran Republic. If you want to know where the capital of the Republic is, it is of course in Korhal IV. The Terran Federation, which once ruled Antigua, no longer has much energy and interest to deal with this planet that has already openly rebelled. The Federation Council also believes that Antigua Prime, which is sandwiched between the Zerg and the Protoss, will surely face the same fate as Chatsera and Marsera. The rebels of Antigua will definitely lose too many people for rescue as in the past. The Federation Council has realized that the threat of the Zerg is by no means as simple as an accident of 1 or 2 planetary alien experiment projects, because more than 4 over 13 of the territories of the Federation have reported the discovery of Zerg. The outer interstellar trade routes are almost paralyzed, and some marginal planets that are the main food production areas have been severely damaged, which has caused the precursor of a food crisis in the core world of the Terran Federation. 6 standard months after the Zerg invaded the human world, several planets of the Terran Federation were lost one after another. This terrible disaster even extended to the territory of the Kel-morian Federation, forcing Imogen to withdraw the scientific expedition team far away from the homeland. The death toll was countless, and the lives of billions of people were affected. In just less than half a year, the damage caused by the Zerg to the Terran Federation exceeded the total damage in the Kel-morian War. Even if the members and nobles in the Federation Parliament had any illusions that the aliens would stop after invading a few planets, They had to face the fact that the alien invasion was a greater threat to overthrow their rule. This huge disaster forced the Terran Federation to summon their fleet to strengthen the defense of the core star zone and try to rescue those worlds they believed were still valuable. However, on the detection radar of the Revolutionary Army, Omega Squadron and Delta Squadron were still hovering in the star system near Antigua to monitor the Revolutionary Army's every move even when several surrounding colonies were invaded by Zerg. It was noon in Antigua at this moment. The sky was clear and the sun was shining. This was a rare peaceful time since the invasion of Antigua by the Gamzerg and Surta Zerg. The Revolutionary Army also had enough time to rest and send personnel to transport the wounded back to Umajan. Augustus was entertaining his new friend, Tassida, the executive officer of the Caprulu Expeditionary Force of the Protoss Empire, in the hall of the governor's palace on Antigua Prime. The hall was still magnificently furnished as in the past, with expensive Tarsinus flat wool carpets and famous paintings and sculptures on the walls. Over the past 20 years, this has been the place where the pleasure-seeking Antigua governor entertained guests. Every day, celebrities dressed in velvet and silk and officials in suits and leather shoes enjoyed themselves here. Augustus had nothing to entertain Tassida, because the Protoss relied entirely on their skin to replenish moisture and draw energy from the light of the stars. There was no mouth on their narrow faces, which also meant that the Protoss would not eat human food. Then, Augustus, who didn't have much sense of humor, could only open the curtains of the hall and entertain Tassida with the pure sunshine of Antigua. There were only a few people in the huge hall, with only a long mahogany table and chairs depending on the number of people. On the human side were Augustus, Karrigan and Raynor, while Tassida only brought Zamora, the Protoss protector who followed the expedition. Tassida sat opposite Augustus, still wearing his elegant high-level Templar robes and beautiful blue gems inlaid on his golden armor. Zamora, the Protoss protector beside the executor, was wearing a gorgeous dress. The dark blue robe was like a falling night curtain, covered with crystals and gems. The teardrop-like pendants on both sides of the head of this female Protoss sparkled in the sun. This dress must be related to the etiquette and traditions of the Protoss. The warriors I sent to Char felt a terrifying psychic signal there. Even from a distance, its power far exceeds any creature the Protoss Empire has encountered in the universe. Tassida brought disturbing news, which was why he came to see Augustus. The master of the swarm, the psychic scream of this terrifying creature, when it descended on Char reverberated in the universe. Its power far exceeded my expectations. In the long history of the Protoss Empire, we have never encountered such an enemy. This is unfortunate news. If I say that I have long said that the Federation should not be thrown to Char, the Federation's senators and political commentators will say that I'm wise after the event. Augustus shook his head. He has not received a detailed report on Char's recent situation, but he did not feel any surprise. Although Augustus also sent more than one exploration fleet to Char, the Protoss' precise and fast jump technology is still much more powerful than that of humans. When the Protoss arrived at Char, Augustus' exploration fleet was still halfway. I have to tell you, even though it makes me sad, Tassida continued to Augustus, your human colonies on Char have become a paradise for the Zerg, and the rest of the people have turned into hideous monsters. This is the meaning of our fight. Augustus said dully, if we give up resistance, humans will sooner or later be assimilated by the Zerg and become a part of them. Rise up to fight, or perish. This is the fate of all races, including the Protoss. Tassida agreed with Augustus's statement. The arbitrators of the Protoss Imperial Senate always ignore that it was not arrogance, but the concerted efforts of the Kala believers that brought the Empire to its current height. If the threat of the Zerg is underestimated, even the Empire will perish. The brainworms will be reborn, which means we will never be able to completely eliminate the Zerg. To despise the Zerg is like to despise the storm on the vast ocean of air. Even the Ark will appear insignificant in the raging ocean. Thus has been resurrected on Char, and its tribe has regrouped under its command. His sky blue eyes, burning with psychic flames, were like candles swaying in the wind. In that world of lava and ash, the strong radiation of the Char binary system is fatal to most life in the universe, but the Zerg thrive on that planet, which makes me wonder if the world, where the original Zerg were born, was also such a purgatory planet. No creature is immortal. I believe that even gods will die one day. Augustus didn't think so. I just haven't found a way to completely kill the brainworm Thas. Executor, did you notice the light rising from Thas's body after he died? That is undoubtedly a kind of psychic energy, but it is completely different from that of humans and Protoss. At this time, the red-haired female ghost Sarah Carrigan standing next to Augustus joined the conversation. That energy gave me a feeling of extreme coldness, like the heat of the Templar psychic energy and the plasticity of human psychic energy. She shook her long red hair and said, "Our leader suspects that the ability of the brainworm to revive is related to this psychic energy. The void, the origin of the universe, the concrete system of the cold and dark space, the other side of the real universe." Tacita raised his head and stood up from the uncomfortable human chair. Today we rarely mention the existence of the void, but I can feel that the psychic energy of the brainworm comes from the void. However, since Cass established the ascension path Kara, my people no longer draw energy from the void. Maybe I should return to Air and look for a way to kill the brainworm and the Templar archives of the floating fire islands, he said. Now it may be that only the rebellious Dark Templars have mastered the method of using the energy of the void, but even their legends and their existence are not known to be just fictions. You want to seek help from the betrayer? The cold voice of the Protector's Amara sounded like flowing water about to freeze under a glacier. My education has taught me that the Dark Templar are traitors. I hate them just like other Kala believers. Tacita said, if the Dark Templar really exists, we have no chance to encounter them. I think we must find other ways. Tacita continued, Marshal Augustus, your people have been saved. I think we must leave this planet now. Spending too much time on Antigua has made the wise men of the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire dissatisfied, and more planets are being threatened by the Zerg. If we purify Antigua as soon as possible and rush to other planets to eliminate the Zerg there, the spread of the Zerg will be effectively curbed. Protector's Amara's words did not contain any emotional fluctuations. As the recorder of history, the Villari of the Protoss Empire have always recorded everything that happened with absolute calmness and rationality. You don't need to explain to the humans why we did that. They don't understand what you did for them at all, because protecting the humans here, the controversy you caused on Air is enough for the council to select a new executive from the Akari Temper to replace you, she said. Sacrificing a small number of people to save more people has always been a question worth pondering. Augustus said, you don't understand, and I don't expect you to understand. Protector's Amara said, in the Protoss Empire, there are great differences between the Supreme Council arbitrators and the Templars in the fleet on the issue of dealing with the Zerg invasion. In the Protoss social system, some tribes rule the Protoss Empire as the arbitration class, while others fight for the Empire as Templars, and the remaining tribes are craftsmen and other professions. The path and future career that every Protoss will take after adulthood are fixed, which means that the future of a child is determined from the moment he is born. Generally speaking, the Templar class cannot resist the authority of the highest class of arbitrators, just like the civilian Calais class must bow down to the Templars, which shows that Tacita was under great pressure during his time in Antigua. The Supreme Council believes that the lower humans infected by the Zerg do not need to be saved and must be burned with fire, while Tacita believes that the expeditionary force should uphold the Dornu doctrine to protect the weaker races. Who won the argument in the end? Augustus was more concerned about this question at the moment. Thank you, kind and great Executor Tacita. Let's count it as the winner, thanks to the elders and the council who still maintain wisdom and kindness. Tacita learned some human humor from Augustus. I reported my experience in Antigua to the Supreme Council, and I decided to lead the expeditionary force to attack Char. The Zerg's rule in Char is not stable yet. Once they gain a foothold, it will become a springboard for the Zerg to invade the human world and Air. He said, if we can make the Overmind feel threatened, they will definitely withdraw their troops in the Kaprulu sector to defend it. But the coordinates of Air have always been a secret, and the Zerg will never know it. Zamara said, throughout history, we all know that things that were thought to be impossible often actually happened. Tacita said, prepare for a rainy day. Augustus sensed Tacita's intention. Besiege ready to save Zao. This is also Augustus's usual trick. I will send a fleet to fight alongside you. No, I will personally lead an elite division. Chapter 287 Attack on Charles. In mid-October, at the Antigua governor's mansion. After handing over the management of Antigua to Mr. Brown, the administrative official sent by his father Augustus Mengsk from Imogen, and ordering Runstein to be the commander-in-chief of the Antigua planet garrison, Augustus was sitting at the desk in the governor's office sorting out the personal belongings he was going to take away, including a thick photo album, a laptop case, a holster for a P-20 electromagnetic pistol, and several sets of military uniforms that had already been sorted out. The photo album recorded photos of Augustus walking with the people or the army in places such as Telesis and Marcera. It was these old photos that cut out the past. The computer stored letters from family members. To this day, his mother and Dorothy still write to Augustus, and they never miss a week, even if they cannot be delivered in time. His brother Arcturus also often wrote to Augustus, most of which were about the current situation of the mines he operated, and occasionally talked about the past of the Korhal and Mengsk families. Feeling sad about the past, Augustus often read through these letters, not missing a single word. Raynor's son John is almost a year old, and his nephew Valerian has grown into a handsome blonde boy at an amazing speed, which makes Augustus think that time flies so fast. John Raynor's psychic talent is awakening rapidly as he grows up, which makes his family worried. Fortunately, the Imogen Shadow Guard is watching over the child to prevent his overly powerful psychic power from hurting others or himself. Augustus Mengsk, accompanied by his wife Catherine, has established a firm foothold in the Imogen elected council, and has restored his former reputation among his people by actively promoting policies that benefit the Korhal people. 19-year-old Dorothy Mengsk has won praises such as Dorothy of Korhal IV and Flower of the Empty Crown of the Mengsk dynasty in Imogen for her beauty, talent and wisdom. In order to protect the routes in the Caprulu sector from the threats of space pirates, Zerg and Protoss, Arcturus established an elite armed force mainly composed of core members of the Sons of Korhal, and used 1/40th of the money he earned from mining to equip them. In addition, Arcturus's mining area extended all the way to the desolate Dinas sector outside the Caprulu sector. In order to transport the mined crystal ore, high-energy gas, precious metals and other industrial raw materials, Arcturus also established a transportation company spanning 2 sectors, with about 800,000 Korhal and Umoyan people working for him. However, although Arcturus realized his ideal when he was young, he did not feel much satisfaction. Dr. Hansen of Agria, another territory of Augustus, would report to him every 2 or 3 months about the situation inside. Except for the Chimera pirates and several Kel-morian pirates who visited Agria, there were no enemies that could not be resisted. Agria's remote location in the Caprulu sector is no longer a critical factor in curbing development there. The unique natural environment has enabled agriculture and biotechnology there to flourish. After selling a large amount of food to the Kel-morian Confederation, which was experiencing a famine, the cargo boxes printed with the Agria White Cross logo saved the lives of thousands of poor Kel-morian people. After Angus transferred some of Korhal's cutting-edge technology to Agria and carried out targeted immigration, the population of the planet has reached 5.6 million, and the economy is booming. Some of the MLs came from more distant worlds, even across the Caprulu sector. The colony fleets that escaped from Korhal IV 2 years ago have landed on different planets and have contacted Imogen one after another. Among the remaining 5 colony fleets, 1 fleet crashed into a single helium white dwarf due to a navigation system failure. More than 200,000 people died in this accident, and the rest landed on the only remaining giant planet on the planet. On this planet, named Ingens by the survivors, Latin for huge, the brightness of the dead star is only equivalent to the 2 moons of Korhal IV. The 150,000 people who landed there could only rely on the geothermal heat of the star and the vast high-energy gas mines on the surface of the planet to obtain light and heat. The giant planet is very close to Sigmaris, the core world of the Terran Federation, so the people who landed there did not dare to call for help and could only build their homes on the spot. When Angus was contacted, the immigrants had lived there for 2 years and stubbornly built an underground city relying on the ring volcano. On that planet, the day is extremely long, and newborns have never seen natural sunlight at birth. The people there generally have fair skin and have too much white hair due to the decline of pigment in their hair. caused by the radiation of the star. The temperature far away from the city can even be below -140 degrees, and it is always in a frozen state under the same atmospheric pressure. So far, the people on this planet are still loyal to Korhal. While seeking Angus's help, they cooperate with some nobles in Valhalla, the moon world of Sigmaris, to seek resources for survival. Angus has sent support ships to the planet, but they are still on the way. Another colony fleet was much luckier. Before running out of fuel, they found a habitable planet that was no less than Korhal IV. They still named it after Korhal, but the number behind the planet was V. The other 3 fleets landed on different planets. One of them was an ocean world covered with a large area of liquid water on the surface, and the other 2 were warm rainforest worlds and lost worlds covered with a large number of ancient civilization relics and ancient Zelnaga portals. The proportion of habitable planets in the 5 fan-shaped areas of the Keprulu sector is much smaller than that of other areas in the Milky Way. Once you go out of the scope of Keprulu, it is easier to find planets suitable for human habitation. Of course, explorers may also discover unknown mysterious ruins in those intelligent races that were once protected by the Protoss, but eventually forgotten by time. This is the best news for Augustus. Several colonized worlds are scattered in different locations and far away from the nodes of the Zerg invasion. It will take at least 2 or 3 generations for these colonized worlds to develop, but when Augustus wants to rebuild Korhal, the branch worlds of Korhal IV will definitely send people to support the mother planet. In addition to these things, Augustus has been spending energy on some trivial matters recently. Matt Horner, who he brought back from the Telida system, played the role of a trainee sailor on the Hyperion very well, following Raynor to learn how to command a battle cruiser. The female Colonel Mirahan, who Augustus liked, and Matt Horner belonged to different branches of the military, belonging to the army and the fleet respectively. The only way they communicated was radio communication, but Matt never answered Mira's calls. When Mira thought that the 2 of them could finally make an appointment during the waiting period, Matt always volunteered to work overtime. As for Egon Stetman, this clumsy boy often made his teacher Dr. Frankus angry, but his talent would never be slandered because of this flaw. Francois told Augustus that the little boy who was not very good at communicating with others would often cry, and he, a bald, unmarried old man, had to play both father and mother. Also, Titus Finley always won money in the casino of Antigua and was considered to be cheating, and finally had a fight with someone. Raynor complained that Antigua could not drink number 8 whiskey, but was unwilling to try the expensive liquor in Augustus's wine cabinet, and Augustus could only say that he was a wild boar who could not eat fine bran. When Augustus packed up all the memorable things, Sarah Kerrigan, wearing a dark grey Revolutionary Army Marine uniform, pushed the door in. Kerrigan's beautiful face was clouded. The last time Augustus saw her like this was when she was about to fight with Lisa Cassidy by pulling her hair. Even if I figured out why you wanted me to stay in Antigua, Augustus. Kerrigan was obviously in a bad mood, which was why Augustus had to pack his things himself. But I don't want to be too far away from you. A seeker like you is an extremely special existence for the Zerg. Even a C5 level ghost agent is enough to drive the Zerg crazy. Augustus recounted the reason why he did not allow Kerrigan to go to Char, especially you. You are different. Your special connection with the Zerg is exactly what they are looking for. Sarah, you have read the memory of my conversation with the brainworm Sass. He said sincerely, you know what the Zerg master brains are thinking. It said that, as long as you hand me over, the world will be saved, but you refused. Although Kerrigan understood Augustus's approach, her depression and worry about her lover still lingered. Of course I will refuse. Why do you doubt it? I will never abandon you, even if you are in the center of a disaster. Augustus picked up a red butterfly knife from the table and handed it to Kerrigan. Do you like it? The weapon of death. Kerrigan took the ornately crafted butterfly knife, and the deadly weapon immediately began to spin in her hands. With the crisp snapping sound and the whirring sound, the butterfly knife was as agile as a part of Kerrigan's body. You can use it to peel apples, dear, Augustus said and kissed Kerrigan on the forehead, which dispelled all the latter's complaints. Your mission is to follow Warfield, to rescue the refugees of Atticus the Younger, and bring them to Antigua. You are responsible for serving as the general's psychic advisor and investigating whether there are spies of the Federation among the refugees. Augustus said to Kerrigan in a soft voice. This tone Augustus's subordinates had only heard from his family. Then all you have to do is wait for me to come back. Don't worry, no one can kill me before I conquer this world, he said. But if I'm not there, who will protect you? Kerrigan asked. Corporal Faraday's soldiers and Alpha Squadron's ghost agents, Augustus said. After arriving at Char, I will sit side by side with the Protoss's executive officer Tacitor and act together. If the Templars under his command can't protect me, you can't do anything, right? You always convince me, Kerrigan said in annoyance. To boast, this is why I can lead those warriors. Augustus picked up his laptop, and Kerrigan took down other things for him. As for the power armor and other weapons, they had already been transported to the armory on the Hyperion. The sun was shining outside the door of the governor's office, and a golden and red flag of the Revolutionary Army was fluttering in the wind. The force field of the psychic jammer was still protecting the Antigua capital city of Ansida. Thanks to Rory Swan's efforts, dozens of psychic jammer force fields have covered major gathering places, military bases and farms. A group of revolutionary generals were waiting for Augustus, including Edmund Duke, Jim Raynor and Titus Finley of Alpha Squadron. As for Marcera Governor Pryor, Hanok Hank and other generals of the Heavenly Devils, Augustus sent them to other nearby planets to rescue refugees there. Originally, Antigua Prime, as the center of the Zerg invasion wave, was always considered by military analysts of Tarsinus to be the most dangerous place in the universe after Chatsera and Marcera. However, after the psychic jammer was put into use, Antigua Prime was transformed into a gap in the vast sea of Zerg sweeping the Terran Federation. Antigua Prime, from a planet destined to be destroyed by the Zerg and the Protoss, suddenly became a safe refugee resettlement and transfer center. A large number of people were being transferred from the land ravaged by the Zerg to Antigua by the Revolutionary Army. Even without Augustus to command, those revolutionary generals who had long been able to take charge could complete this task. The current situation is that with the Zerg swarm ravaging the territory of the Terran Federation, the Federation fleet and the Revolutionary Army are trying every means to save people. However, the Federation only wants to hold on to important planets and is unwilling to care about the life and death of those underdeveloped remote worlds because they can rebuild such colonized worlds at any time. And Augustus's Revolutionary Army did what the Federation was unwilling to do, saving those seemingly worthless refugees. During this period of time, Augustus placed the goal of rescuing refugees as much as possible above overthrowing the Federation. This man who received compulsory education is well aware of the principle of winning the hearts of the people and the world, and is familiar with dragon slaying and monarchy. Augustus never claimed to be a savior. He was just doing what the ruling class of the Terran Federation was unwilling to do. The shuttle is ready, Marshal. Titus, who was wearing a larger Revolutionary Army uniform, said to Augustus, "Damn it, I'm the only one among these people who thinks you must be crazy. It's not enough to go to Antigua with bugs everywhere, and now you want to run to Char, the Deadfire world. Those people are crazy too, as if running to a hellhole full of alien insects and magma is something to be happy about." During the Kalian War, the Federation and the Kel-morians were about to blow Char to pieces with nuclear bombs. But you still followed them. Duke's triangular eyes like a venomous snake glanced at Titus. "I'm the only one who thinks you're crazy. The Marshal is loyal and volunteered to fight." "That's great, old man," Titus complained. "No one is stopping you from doing this. I hope you don't fall into the steaming lava lake because your left foot trips over your right foot." "I'm not that old, man." Duke counterattacked without showing any weakness. "I hope you don't end up with your head in the crotch of the Antiguan bitch." "Shut up, gentlemen. There are plenty of people willing to spend a few credit coins to listen to you quarreling, and maybe someone will be happy to give you a few bananas," Augustus said and turned to say his final goodbye to Kerrigan behind him. Augustus and Kerrigan kissed each other gently, which attracted a frivolous whistle from the soldiers. "Good," Hanok applauded. "We will meet again." Augustus stroked Kerrigan's red lips with his fingers. "By then, I will have found a way to kill the Zerg Overlord and the Brain Worm. I hope everything in this world will be as you wish." Kerrigan kissed Augustus again. "Then I hope for world peace." Augustus smiled. At this time, Several propaganda airships were floating in the sky above the governor's palace. The sharp-edged Protoss fighters with blue tail flames at the tail were gradually moving away over the ring highway in the main city of Ansiedor. "Let's go, sir. I've had enough of the sand and red soil of Antigua," Titus said to Augustus. As Augustus boarded the shuttle and slowly took off, he could see the city below, which was separated by the highway ring road and the maglev train track. It was morning, and the people of Ansiedor were walking in the pedestrian streets of the city. People who were going to work or school took the reopened maglev buses to leave their homes. People have adapted to a life without the threat of alien Zerg. After a while, men will have time to drive their families on vacation like before. Even the park in the center of the city has been renovated by Swan's men and replanted with flowers and grass. The bronze-colored city of Ansiedor in the sun is definitely not magnificent among the many cities in the Terran Federation, but for Augustus now, its value is even greater than the wealthy and prosperous main city of Tarsinus. Putting aside those annoying class contradictions, Augustus expects the world where people live and work in peace and contentment. The shuttle flew steadily into space and entered the docking orbit of the Hyperion. When the shuttle slowly entered the dock, Augustus could also see several Mammoth-class and Hercules-class transport ships passing through the atmosphere of Antigua, which were full of refugees from other planets. This means that at least tens of thousands of people have saved their lives. The only problem that followed was that Antigua's scarce material reserves could not support the large population that continued to pour into Antigua. For this reason, Augustus had to seek help from his old mercenary friends the Kel-morian Federation, and the Umoyan government, asking them to provide ships and supplies. Of course, even the minimum hiring price and materials at cost price that uphold the humanitarian spirit are astronomical figures, and this is the money Augustus has earned from mining in the past few years. He can only rely on his brother Arcturus to pay. It is worth mentioning that some planetary people who did not receive timely rescue escaped in time through their own efforts. They tried every possible way, either to repair the old antique immigrant ships left by their ancestors, or to seek help from the trade transport fleets, or even pirates passing through the galaxy. Augustus took Raynor, Duke and others to board the bridge of the Hyperion through the internal ladder. When they walked through the bridge door that automatically recognized their identities and opened, Swan, who had been waiting in the bridge for a long time, immediately walked towards Augustus. "Boss, I analyzed the Protoss stuff they call Kadarin crystals. They were taken from a Protoss building destroyed by the Zerg on Antigua. I don't know if that counts as stealing, but who cares?" Swan was still wearing his orange-gray woolen work clothes, bright goggles on his forehead, and his mean Hoth accent was mixed with a bit of Korhal. "Guess what? I guess you're a big winner, old man," Augustus said with a chuckle. "Good morning, Swan," Raynor said. "Are you got any beer? What did you find with your shiny dwarf head?" Titus said. "Thanks, Jim. If you want some, I have plenty of beer and brandy in my cellar," Swan replied to Raynor. "We found a lot of interesting things, such as Kadarin crystals, which contain endless energy just like the void crystals we found in the corridors of Marcera Purgatory," he said. "The Kadarin crystal is definitely not formed naturally. How should I put it? It actually contains an intricate matrix structure, one ring inside another, with a tight structure, comparable to our most precise microcircuit electronic components. No, it should be said that our electronic components are comparable to this. They are not at the same level at all. Can you imagine that the Protoss carved a sun into a crystal? I can probably imagine it." Augustus nodded. "Perhaps the gap between us and the Protoss is like the gap between Paramecium and humans. You must have gained some inspiration from the Protoss Kadarin crystal, otherwise you would rather stay in the armory and smear dirty motor oil on your face than come here," he said. "By applying the way Kadarin crystals store and utilize energy to our own technology, I may be able to improve the efficiency of the Hyperion's energy and weapon systems, making our energy shield more durable and strong enough to cope with the terrible solar wind." Swan said. "The fusion strike cannon that you asked me to study, which can destroy a city with one shot, has made a breakthrough in the weapons laboratory of Umogen. This means that we will soon have powerful ship-to-ship weapons." Augustus was overjoyed. "So, I know what you want to ask." Swan touched the back of his head. The Humagent said that after calculation, such a weapon can destroy a city with a few shots, but no one knows if this is true. After all, there is no real city to conduct shooting experiments. Okay, you are right. Augustus said to the navigator on the Hyperion. Prepare for the jump, Captain. Outside the bridge window of the Hyperion, the Norad 3 of the Alpha Squadron and another capital ship were entering the dark and twisted hyperspace channel. Considering that there were still 2 federal fleets hovering near Antigua Prime, Augustus only brought 3 capital ships and hundreds of ships to Char. Augustus also ordered Runstein to strengthen the defense in outer space orbit and to deploy a large number of space mines and major mines on the route that the Federation fleet must pass to prevent the Federation fleet's sudden attack and orbital bombing. Further away is the extremely magnificent Tacitus Protoss Expeditionary Fleet. The number of Protoss aircraft carriers alone exceeds 150, and thousands of Protoss fighters and transport ships surround their motherships. Such a huge military force is enough to easily flatten the main fleet of the Federation. In addition to the fact that the Zerg have not yet gained a foothold in Char, this is also the reason why Tacitus dares to lead his army directly to the heart of the Zerg territory. The brilliant and shining Protoss fleet will arrive at Char before Augustus's human fleet. They are the main force in the battle against the Zerg. Thank you for voting. Chapter 288 Down, Straight to Hell. Sailors, we are about to get rid of the hyperspace jump state. Cheer up, the victory song and beautiful girls are waving to you. When Augustus walked out of the tiled floor of the bathroom in the captain's cabin of the Hyperion, Renault was speaking on the broadcast channel of the entire fleet. Augustus could feel that the Hyperion was shaking slightly, which was a sign that the battleship was about to complete the jump. Among the human battle cruisers, the Behemoth-class Hyperion is already a relatively old battleship, but it is one of the very few battleships with shield upgrade technology, Umoyan titanium alloy steel armor and Nemesis missile compartment upgrade technology. Except for a few flagships, most of the Behemoth-class battlecruisers of the Terran Federation can only rely on armor defense. The Leviathan-class battlecruisers have long become history. Whether in terms of weapon level, speed, or power engine, they will be at a great disadvantage when facing the new generation of battleships. Augustus put on his shirt, jacket, and trousers with white trouser lines in the shortest time, and took his own gun. After the fingerprint and gene unlocking procedures, Augustus saw Corporal Faraday and another marshal's guard behind the open door of the captain's room. If the navigator is not mistaken, then we will soon reach our destination, Augustus said to Corporal Faraday. Char. The Union and the Federation have almost destroyed it. The surface is completely uninhabitable. The remaining people live on the space orbital platform of Char, Corporal Faraday said. Before the Zerg landed on Char, only the mining companies and pirates under the Federation nobles would patronize there. This is a good place. A few years ago, the Federation and the Union broke their heads for Char, not only because of the rich reserves of heavy metals on it. Augustus held the bulkhead with wool blankets hanging next to the captain's room of the Hyperion, wondering where Swan got these things from. Their only use was to prevent the shaky trainee sailors from bumping into them and breaking their heads. The most important thing is the location of Char. Neither the Union nor the Federation wants to lose it, Augustus said as he walked toward the command deck along the arrow mark on the wall of the hatchway. Once Char is captured by one side, multiple planets of the other side will be exposed to the attack firepower of the assault fleet. Char was one of the first planets invaded by the Zerg, and its fall brought about a chain reaction. Of course, no one is willing to stick to a mining world with a harsh environment. Being an official here is a lucrative job, but Char is a veritable hell on earth, he said. Char has only magma and boiling air. The Hyperion is known as the Iron Palace in the sky. Its interior is also quite spacious, enough to accommodate 6,000 crew members, a large amount of supplies and weapons, and can berth a small fleet of ghost fighters. But this design was originally designed to save every inch of space on a warship sailing in deep space, so the space left for the hatchway becomes too small. In some extremely narrow aisles, passers-by even have to stick close to the pipes emitting hot air. At the time of departure, all the cold storage rooms of the battleship were filled with frozen meat, potatoes and other supplies. when a battlecruiser had to undertake the task of transporting an entire Marine Corps, some Marines were forced to sleep in narrow corridors. Augustus had already adapted to the environment in the Hyperion. Just like the engineers under Swan, he would go to the auxiliary engine room under the lower deck of the Hyperion and climb the layers of pipes there like climbing a mountain during his free time. Similar activities, like Kapulu squash, real man bumper cars and rugby, are the most popular sports for fleet soldiers, because these young and energetic young people are bored most of the time, and have nowhere to vent their energy. After passing through a ship's internal cabin leading directly to the main control room, Augustus climbed a steel-cast straight ladder more than 10 feet high. When he stepped into the ship's elevator, he saw Matt Horner, a new recruit of the Revolutionary Army, who was also preparing to board the bridge, and the first mate of the Hyperion. This 16-year-old boy, who was a little shy when he first arrived, was loved by the commanders on the Hyperion. Horner had almost all the advantages of a commander. He was upright, serious, meticulous, and had a strong sense of responsibility and justice. He was able to complete every task assigned to him and strive for excellence. Matt Horner was also a person who loved learning. During his rest time, he read all the books Augustus gave him in his small compartment, which was not spacious and could only accommodate a single bed. At the same time, he was reading manuals and a large number of professional books about human ships. Matt did not have any bad habits except for his love of chocolate, which was completely opposite to Titus Finley. "You look excited, Matt." Augustus looked at the young man, who was much younger than him, and said, "According to the Protus, Char has at least billions of Zerg and more than a dozen different Zerg nests. Aren't you afraid?" "No, sir, because I'm sure that I'm on the great road to saving all mankind, and I joined the Revolutionary Army for this." Matt saluted Augustus. "I did the same when I first joined the Federation Marine Corps." Augustus smiled. "It's not easy to stick to your original intention, especially when fame, status, and power come one after another. This is exactly what I should learn from you." Matt said. "Did you write it down? You must keep every word you said." Corporal Faraday whispered to his subordinates earnestly, "This is worth learning." Augustus shook his head. In the Revolutionary Army, the idea of individual worship of some people is almost unstoppable. He couldn't imagine what this would bring after overthrowing the rule of the Terran Federation and establishing a new regime. When the elevator stopped, Augustus unexpectedly saw Titus Finley in another elevator that was opening next to him. The other party had a ruddy face, and it was obvious that he had drunk a lot of cocktails in the bar on the Hyperion. Alcoholism is strictly prohibited in the fleet, but Titus is an exception. He spent all his cleverness on how to drink secretly. "Marshal, good morning. I heard that you are going to throw us all to Char." Titus was trying to light the cigar in his hand while speaking. Titus was a man who believed in enjoying life in the moment. As long as he had money, he would spend it on alcohol, cigarettes, and girls. From the type of cigarettes Titus had, one could tell how long his fleet had been sailing, because he always enjoyed the best ones first, and would only try inferior cigarettes when he had no choice. "That's about right, Titus. If necessary, you and I will be the first to jump," Augustus said. "Hypocritical guy, I don't expect you to do that." Titus felt that he was asking for trouble. When Augustus walked into the bridge of the Hyperion, there was a black vortex radiating dazzling light outside the observation window opposite him. It was the subjump time and space channel that was opening. The equipment in the bridge was running at full capacity. The seats in front of the command console and the sensor monitoring station were full of people. More people were coming and going on the bridge deck. Precision instruments, valves, wires and measuring instruments formed the overall picture of the bridge. There was another slight tremor, and the Hyperion jumped out of the hyperspace channel. A world with strong flashes from time to time suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. A call suddenly came from the relatively quiet fleet communication channel. Jim Raynor, who was standing in front of the main screen, looked back at Augustus. "The Hyperion has arrived in Char, Marshal. Welcome to the world of purgatory and death," Raynor said. "Char, the crematorium of the world. Is there anyone alive here?" Augustus asked. "I sent out a reconnaissance fleet." When Augustus asked, Matt and others had returned to their posts, waiting for the commander's order. "No one has contacted us yet." Raynor pointed to the space outside the observation window. But it seems that Tacitus' Proteus expedition has been fighting the Zerg on Char for a long time. Augustus walked closer to the observation window, and a small fiery red dot suddenly caught his eye. The planet was still far away from the Hyperion, but the humans on the bridge could notice the difference of this planet. The closest to the Hyperion was a giant red planet with a golden halo and several small satellites. The war between Tacitus' Proteus fleet and the Zerg swarm on Char in space extended from Char to the fifth planet in the system, and the battlefield reached a diameter of more than 10 astronomical units. On the way to Char, the Hyperion and its affiliated fleet could be seen everywhere, the huge corpses of the Zerg and the broken golden Proteus warships. The aftermath of the war even tore apart several large satellites and asteroids that were difficult to count, forming a group of asteroid belts composed of a large number of rocks at the edge of the Char system. God's ass! Titus exclaimed in amazement. Is this something a human can do? This is really spectacular. Augustus said as a piece of debris from a Proteus aircraft carrier passed over the bridge wing of the Hyperion at a very fast speed and flew to the edge of the Char system. Farther away, a huge swarm of insects, behemoth, was floating in the cold deep space, like a dead small moon or a whole continent thrown into space. The huge wound on its skin full of vesicles and pustules was even wide enough to accommodate a battle cruiser. The monster that seemed to be dead was itself a giant warship that could travel through deep space. A huge hole with a diameter of more than several hundred feet ran from the head of the behemoth to the tail. Even though it seemed to have lost the vitality that a creature should have, its internal meridians, tendons, and organs were still working. There were still a large number of dragons and Zerg guardians crawling out of the grooves and valleys between its skin. A large number of maggot-like larvae were wriggling inside it, preparing to transform into cocoons. Avoid that behemoth. We are no match for it, Augustus ordered. In the cold and dark space, the Zerg had noticed the human fleet that suddenly jumped into the Char system. Although this fleet was insignificant compared to the powerful Proteus expeditionary fleet, there were still a large number of Zerg approaching them. Find Tacitus' flagship, the Star Shuttle. As Augustus spoke, a Proteus aircraft carrier closer to the Hyperion was firing. The bright flash of the firing instantly illuminated his face, like the fire in the fireplace. Detecting. Raynor walked to the observation platform. The radar scan of the Char system appeared on a main screen projected by a holographic image, with various colored, triangular or square signs on it. They were Zerg and Proteus warships in the high altitude orbit of Char. The main battlefield has moved from the edge of the galaxy to the high altitude orbit of Char, where bright flashes occasionally burst out, as if there are several exploding supernovas. We have contacted them, and they responded to us. After a while, Raynor reported. I'm Tacitus, Marshal Augustus. Tacitus' face with light blue skin appeared on the main screen, and his sky blue eyes, that seemed to be burning with flames, were still as shocking as before. The fleet has been fighting on Char for 4 solar cycles, Tacitus said, and we still can't break through the Zerg's defenses in Char's high orbit. We have detected that hundreds of millions of Zerg eggs are hatching in Char's numerous main nests, and the Zerg in these eggs must be variants specially prepared for space warfare. Once the Zerg on Char hatch enough flying creatures, our fleet will be at a disadvantage in this battle. I'm sending ground troops to Char to destroy those main nests. If you can spare a hand to help us destroy a few main nests, my friends, the sons of AI will be grateful. The Great Archon Dragon Knight Taldarin will fight alongside you. Tacitus had just spoken when Augustus saw a ball of golden flash erupting outside the Star Shuttle, and the exploding mosquitoes that covered the sky were attacking the Proteus fleet. Goodbye, my friend. May Adun bless you. Why are you going to help? Titus looked at Augustus. We are just pendants on these Proteus pointed heads and tassels on the hilts. Leave these things to them. Could it be that we have come all the way to Char just to watch an unprecedented space fleet battle? Raynor thought for a moment and said, I can see that Tacitus, the executive officer of the Proteus Expeditionary Force, is much more noble than those in the Federation Council. If we help him once, he will definitely remember it. He said, don't forget, we owe Tacitus a lot in the Ceres system and Antigua. But no one said that gratitude should be returned, not to mention that this is risking life. Titus curled his lips. What I hate most is people like you. This makes me look like a despicable villain. Attacking Char will definitely force the Zerg to return for help, which will undoubtedly reduce the pressure on many marginal worlds. Putting these aside, Tacitus' friendship is worth the risk. Augustus said. Jimmy, how many nuclear bombs do we have left? Augustus said. Not many. Raynor said. 2 apocalypse-class nuclear bombs and 2 50 million ton equivalent tactical hydrogen bombs are enough to destroy several Zerg main nests, but after that it's all up to us. We used a lot on Antigua Prime. As he was talking, the Hyperion and other warships retraced to the vicinity of Char after a short jump, but kept a distance from the Protoss and Zerg fighting in high altitude orbit. At this time, on the right side of the Hyperion was Edmund Duke's flagship Norad III, and on the other side was the Alpha Squadron scientific ship Amerigo. These huge spacecraft were painted in grey and white, and marked with blood eagles, to distinguish them from other golden red revolutionary warships. On the main screen of the bridge, that was getting closer and closer, the surface of Char, which was glowing with bright orange-red spots, seemed to be getting closer and closer to Augustus. It was a dead world with a boiling lava ocean and unstable volcanoes on its surface. From time to time, golden flashes and black spots appeared on its orange-red surface. They were erupting volcanoes and the constantly moving Char continental plates. At first glance, Char looked like a sun that could be seen directly with the naked eye. The raging storm was wrapped in golden heat waves, like an erupting solar wind. There were groups of mutalisks, blastoises and swarm guardians flying from the surface of Char into space. How they could reach the speed to escape the gravity of the planet Char was still a mystery. This damn place, even if you drop a boot, it might hit a bug on the head. Ty just said. I'm Duke. A group of mutalisks are coming towards us. The voice of General Edmund Duke on the Norad III sounded in the communication channel. Don't be afraid, General. We have your back, you coward. Raynor whispered. Fight back immediately. Do you expect them to just pass by here? Augustus ordered. Duke, prepare the transport ships for landing. I need Alpha Squadron to send an elite landing force to Char immediately. Augustus' finger swept across the scanned map of Char's surface, which was divided into large fan-shaped areas marked as Mirror Plain, Bones Trench, Death Valley, 17th Mining Outpost and Burning Land. Lined here and here. Augustus pointed to Mirror, Plain and Burning Land. The landing forces will be led by General Duke and me personally. Bones Trench was omitted by Augustus. In the future, Warfield had buried many Gorgon-class battle cruisers here. It was not an auspicious place for him. Sir, we found a federal fleet. Suddenly, a revolutionary soldier sitting in front of the observation platform reported. Damn it, why are these ghosts haunting us? Tykes immediately roared like a vicious dog whose tail was stepped on. It's the battleships of Nova Squadron. No spaceships of Omega Squadron were found. The soldier continued. What are they doing here? Raynor was puzzled. What benefit can the Federation get from Char? The most important thing is how they found us. I think they may not come for us. Augustus said, but anyway, be careful of them. Wait, what is that? Raynor suddenly pointed to the radar detection map. Several Protoss ships. That doesn't look like the Tacitus fleet, and it's completely different from the Tal'Darim we've seen. When Augustus looked over, several wedge-shaped, green glowing black ships flashed on the main screen, and then disappeared without a trace with a wave of force field ripples. Although these ships only stayed for a moment, Augustus still saw their appearance clearly. Except for the fluorescent green light lingering on their surface, the hulls of these ships were completely black, like a piece of obsidian in the dark or a scattered ink stain, a black color that was almost completely non-reflective. The surface of the ship was smooth and matte, as if it could absorb light. It was far less slender and elegant than the golden blue ships of the Tacitus fleet, but it was just as light and fast. These ships looked quite old, and one could even see many traces of weathering and wear on their surfaces. With the craftsmanship of the Protoss in building warships, it would take tens of millions of years to create such a level of wear and tear, and Augustus even suspected that these black warships were as old as the celestial bodies in the universe. Each black ship was engraved with ancient patterns. Its strange texture seemed to have a green light like life, like the afterimage of the ship. Dark Templar. Are you sure you're not dazzled? Jimmy, after all, you always see things wrong. Titus didn't see it at all and thought that one of him and Raynor must be completely blind. Nonsense. Raynor ignored Titus again. Point, I'm afraid something bad is going to happen. Even Augustus did not expect the Dark Templar to come to Char at this time. Originally, Tacitus and Zerachel should have come to this planet after Kerrigan was captured by the Zerg and brought to Char. Because at that time, Kerrigan, who was being transformed into the Queen of Blades by the Zerg evolution master Abatha, had been using her powerful psychic power to call for help. The psychic screams of that terrible creature had been echoing throughout the universe. Tacitus, Raynor, Arcturus and others had heard her call for help. But the time point now is completely different from that time, because Augustus rescued Kerrigan in advance, and the timeline has also changed. Perhaps the Dark Templar who have been traveling in the universe have observed that their fellows appeared in Char and had a fierce exchange of fire with the Zerg there, so they came to help them deal with the Zerg. Can you locate the location of those ships? Augustus asked Raynor. The Hyperion's detection equipment can't find the location of the spaceships just now, but I think they should land on Char. Raynor replied, those spaceships don't look like warships, they should be some kind of shuttles. Tell Swan, Fick and Kakzinski to make sure my shuttle and power armor are ready. Augustus calmly ordered, maintain the original battle plan unchanged, bring all our spider mines and fusion explosives when they are needed. Did you hear? Prepare to land on the magma. Titus walked towards the bridge door. Well, I hope we can still have a chance to drink number 8 whiskey in Joe Ire's bar. Further down, it's L. Update progress 5/44. Chapter 289 Death of a Brainworm. In the northern hemisphere of Char, the Revolutionary Army's landing site, a golden red shuttle lowered its landing gear on the vast land, named Mirror Plane by the early colonists and the Federation officials, and the cushioned thrusters stirred up a cloud of dark grey debris and ash. This shuttle, like other spacecraft that travel between the surface and space of the marginal colonies all year round, looked old due to its long service life and wear and tear, and people always worried that it would suddenly fall apart. Perhaps 20 or 30 years ago, the people of the marginal worlds of the Terran Federation and the miners of the Kel-morian mining family were using these aircraft. Their history is as long as the rise of some colonies. To this day, this type of shuttle is still a very reliable flying vehicle. The Revolutionary Army's spacecraft is either a new ship built during the Korhal IV period, or an obsolete product that Angus and Augustus took great pains to buy from other channels, but their performance is fully worth the price of renovation and reconstruction. A section of the gangway that looks a bit old was lowered with the creaking sound of the hydraulic device starting up. The lights in the crew cabin, where Augustus was located, were turned on again, and the soldiers picked up the green canvas backpacks on the overhead shelves and prepared to leave the cabin under the orders of the sergeant. The female intelligent mechanical adjutant was reporting the humidity, temperature and radioactive material content of the landing site to the revolutionary soldiers. It must be said that these data were quite outrageous. In Char, the highest temperature area can even reach 800 degrees Celsius during the day, and the scorching air can even burn the throat of a person who inhales the air without any protective measures. The area that was once bombarded by nuclear weapons of the Terran Federation and the Kel-morian Combined fleet is full of deadly radiation that even power armor protective suits cannot resist. Corporal Faraday, who was walking on the left-hand side of Augustus, was the first to walk through the narrow passage in the shuttle and get off the shuttle. A team of fully armed elite guards followed closely behind. Their deep red CMC 300 power armor and the shining golden wolf head emblem on it were the reason why the soldiers felt extremely proud. Augustus stood up from his chair after confirming the status of several landing forces on the communication channels and followed several revolutionary Red Devil fireboats wearing huge armor to the gangway. Because Tacitus' Proteus Expeditionary Force had pinned down a large number of Zerg in Char's high-altitude orbit, the human landing force did not suffer serious casualties when entering Char's almost non-existent atmosphere, which was also within Augustus's expectations. In the cargo compartment of the rear cabin of the shuttle, several squads of revolutionary soldiers and mechanics were untying the fixed chains tied to two Arclight siege tanks and opening the spare hatch. As soon as he stepped onto the land of Char, Augustus' legs sank deeply into the extremely thick volcanic ash, and the deepest part of the ash layer might be more than 5 feet. The air was distorted by the extremely high temperature, and the landing gear of the shuttle was hot enough to cook an egg, just by being exposed to the light of Char's extremely strong radiation sub-white dwarf and irregular variable binary star system. The mirror plane was once a smooth mirror like lowland plane, but now it is a far cry from what it once was. The white plains that were shattered by nuclear bombs are separated by spider web-like red lava rivers, like flowing orange flames. If a human soldier stumbles into such a lava lake, there is no chance of survival. Further away is a scorching world composed of huge black rocks, craters, volcanoes, and lava lakes. Some fiery red flashes rise from the ashes, like sparks in the embers. In addition to the lava lakes, there are large and small holes on the ground. These holes emit grey smoke columns, and sometimes they spit out grey smoke like an oyster spits out fine sand from its shell, like smoke rings from a pipe. Most of the holes are quite dangerous, and the hot air they emit can burn people to death. It is hot and desolate. Augustus believed that some of the holes were dug by the Zerg, because there were small mounds of ash and shoveled substrate in front of those holes. To some extent, the Zerg's habits were no different from those of groundhogs who were happy to dig. Augustus observed the surrounding scene and used the built-in sensor scanning system inside the power armor to draw a three-dimensional map of the surroundings, marking several pre-selected marching routes on the map. He took a deep breath of the air inside the armor and felt that he was sweating. The condensation device in the power armor was still working. Its cold fusion core could provide inexhaustible electricity for the armor's life support system, so that the internal temperature and the quality of the internal circulating air could remain stable for up to several weeks. The ground was shaking, which indicated that a terrible volcanic eruption was about to come. The flowing magma lake would soon reoccupy the low-lying areas of the mirror plane and swallow everything there. This was the most hostile planet Augustus had ever visited in his life, and it was hard to find a planet that could surpass Char in the future. Char is the polar opposite of planets like Brassus and Sigma that are covered with solid glaciers all year round. The air in some parts of Char is safe to breathe, but not the mirror plains. Augustus had to look directly at the world he was in under the protection of 2 layers of helmet visors, otherwise Char's extreme environment would be enough to kill him in a short time. The landing site of Augustus' shuttle was the spacecraft of Raynor, Titus and others. About 40 APD-33 transport ships and shuttles landed in nearby locations. More high-spirited revolutionary soldiers and Goliath armed robots with red backgrounds and gold emblems, arc tanks, sidewinder magnetic levitation tanks, heavy tanks and railgun heavy artillery were deployed on the ground in an orderly manner. In just a few hours, the number of troops landing reached 8,000. This elite division is enough to defeat the planetary defense forces of any marginal world of the Terran Federation, but it is still not enough to face the alien insects of Char. Char has become the base camp of the Zerg in the Kaprulu sector. The number of Zerg here is far greater than any other planet invaded by the Zerg. Half of the Revolutionary Army's engineering corps was driving T-280 space engineering vehicles to build bunkers, forward fortifications and deploy psychic jammers at the landing site. A simple field hospital tent was quickly built. Other transport ships brought sufficient supplies and water, which were much more precious on Char than the Adine crystal. When Augustus looked up at the grey sky of Char, he saw an extremely shining sun. The light and heat it released was enough to kill a person. From the ground, he could see a planet shining with golden light. It should be the companion planet closest to Char. Korhal Faraday. Augustus called his elite guard captain in the channel. This young man, who was quite ordinary in appearance and family background, followed him loyally and was a loyal guardian of the Mengsk family. Marshal Korhal Faraday was ordering his guards to change to shotguns and grenade launchers, which were powerful weapons, to deal with the strong shells of the Zerg. The detectors did not find any Zerg life signals nearby. They may be underground or in the main nest area farther away. He said, "This is really strange. It has only been a few months since the fall of Char. The Zerg should not have completely ruled the planet yet." Augustus was not surprised by this. The environment of Char is also harmful to the Zerg now. Gather my guards. Once we find the underground nest, we will set off. Hey, Augustus, guess what we found at the landing site? A few petals of mushrooms are really a strange nature. It looks like we can drink mushroom soup tonight. Jim Raynor walked towards Augustus from the direction of another shuttle, holding a few grey-white mushrooms in his hand. If we are stranded on Char, because our supply lines are cut off, we may be able to survive on these native fungi and mushrooms. Well done, Jimmy. Elizabeth is really lucky to have a husband like you. Augustus smiled, and there was no other meaning in his words except praise, but I hope your bad words will not be confirmed. At that time, although Raynor had lost his comrades, his family was still happy and his parents were still alive. His usual optimism and happiness always allowed him to maintain hope for everything in the most critical moments. With Augustus' help, his wife would not die of depression because of the accident of her son in the Terran Federation Ghost Project, and his parents would not die because of the heavy work and the diseased cheap food on the farm. There is an old saying in Sherlock, it is better to take precautions before they happen. Raynor shrugged, although this action was not easy for a person wearing alloy power armor. It's hard not to support it. Ty just came over from the other side. If I'm extremely hungry, I can eat several tons of roasted insects and use their blood as strong liquor. Forget it. Take the Allosaurus for example. Its blood after death is almost like sulfuric acid. Augustus shook his head. How is it, Titus? Are you satisfied with Char? Raynor asked Titus. I couldn't be more satisfied. Titus' voice almost leaked out from between his clenched teeth. I have been to many places in my life. Bare moon planets, outer space living stations full of metal and scrap iron, desolate desert planets and ocean worlds with only a few pieces of land, but I have never been to a place like this. Char's magma is about to burn my butt. I hope the harvest here is worth the price. We don't do business that loses money. It is possible that the planet that first gave birth to the alien insect creature was like Char at the beginning. Augustus said, if there is a hell, Char is it. This world covered with orange-red magma rivers and thick volcanic ash can be called a forbidden zone for life, a real lava world. Even the redstone planet of the Kel-morian Federation cannot compare to Char's extremely harsh natural environment. At this time, a deafening roar suddenly came from the horizon, and a magnificent superactive volcano erupted. The volcanic ash was spewed thousands of feet into the air. The volcanic ash that covered the sky and even blocked the sun, putting the land below in a whole shadow. This was an eruption of Mount Vesuvius that was almost as big as the one that wiped out the ancient city of Pompeii. Fortunately, it was still far away from where Augustus was, but volcanic eruptions of this scale were always very common in Char. Send out scouts to explore all the Zerg main nests, including those hidden underground. Augustus gave orders to his officers. There is a 3rd level main nest and 3 2nd level main nest hatcheries on the mirror plane. The large number of dragon spires in the main nest area indicates that the main hatching area is the air force of the Zerg. This is also the main reason why Augustus chose to land here. The purpose of Augustus's trip is simple and clear. Helping the Protoss to attack Char as much as possible can greatly relieve the pressure on the marginal worlds of the Federation, because he always regards those worlds as the basic base for his rise. In addition, Augustus is convinced that he is just dependent on Tacitus' fleet. The powerful Protoss Empire Expeditionary Force does not actually expect the weak and backward humans to contribute much. However, the experience of fighting side by side with the Protoss executor Tacitus on Char will undoubtedly become a kind of political capital for Augustus in the future. As long as Augustus is different from other humans in the eyes of Tacitus and other Protoss, that is enough. The Protoss Empire is a force worthy of Augustus's unity, but it is just a luxury to form an alliance with the Air Protoss in power in the Supreme Council to fight against the Zerg together. The Protoss arbitrators in the Supreme Council are undoubtedly the most arrogant and stubborn people in this race. For a long time, the Protoss Empire they have been leading has also spread the decadent and conservative ideas among the members of the Supreme Council, and the arbitrators are by no means ignorant of politics. Even with Kara, political struggles and factional infighting exist among those deep-minded and unknown arbitrators, because hiding one's thoughts is a skill that rulers must learn. Use the spider-type detection robots that the Umajan sold us. Now is the time to use them. Augustus was not completely unprepared. After more than half a year of fighting with the Zerg, various weapons mainly targeting the Zerg have also come out one after another, including the Federation's biological and chemical virus weapons. Considering the complex habits of the Zerg who like to build nests underground, Augustus customized spider-type robots with certain artificial intelligence to the Umajan natives without remote control through other devices, reducing the chance of being detected. The AI of the foreign trade version alone has surpassed several machine servants of the Terra family of the Tarsinus creation family. Its unique algorithm and programming can keep it perfectly performing most reconnaissance tasks, and even if it is damaged, it can restart the system through the routing circuit. These spider-type detection machines are only 2 feet wide, and can use their flexible mechanical limbs to easily shuttle through the intricate underground worm tunnels of the Zerg. Under the redesign of Viktor Kaksinski, the designer of the spider mine of the Kel-morian Federation, this spider-type detection machine is equipped with a detonator and chemical explosives, and an alloy resonance digging claw. Once caught by the Zerg sentinels, these new devices made of several pieces of metal and titanium alloy blades will immediately perish with the enemy. In other words, these spider-type AI mines no longer need to be manually arranged by soldiers or riders driving vulture vehicles. They can sneak into the main nest of the Zerg or the military base of the Federation army by themselves and give the enemy a surprise. At present, Viktor has registered the copyright in the United States of Umayan. Whether it is the National Defense Army, the Black Gold Merchants or the mercenaries, they are very interested in this new weapon, but most of them want to use it against their own people. At this time, the Revolutionary Army's camp has taken shape. The fortification wall built with alloy protective plates separates the landing point from a position and sets up an orbital satellite base station and an anti-aircraft missile tower to provide a defensive fulcrum for the subsequent landing troops and defenders. Marshal, I received a signal from a Protoss ground force. At this time, Corporal Faraday came over with a portable projector. The projector was wrapped in a white protective insulation layer to cope with extreme environments for such equipment. Turn it on, Augustus said immediately. When the holographic projection screen unfolded in front of Augustus, a Protoss Templar with a golden crown appeared on the screen. This Templar looked much older than Tassida, and the wrinkles on his skin looked like frozen sea surface. The head of this Protoss Templar was deeply immersed in the blue nutrient solution, and his atrophied limbs showed that he was a Dragon Knight hero who was thrown into the shell after being seriously injured. Entaro Adun, Human Commander, I'm Archon Taldarin, salute to all warriors. The Dragon Knight said, my warriors reported that your landing site is not far from one of my troops. If you are in danger, you can ask my warriors for help. May the twilight guide you. Before the voice fell, Taldarin cut off the communication. How cool, damn Protoss aliens. Titus cursed, who needs your help? Maybe they will ask us to save those idiots whose noses are about to stick up to the sky. It's really arrogant. Maybe they will think we are here to make things worse and hinder us. Raynor reminded Titus, but the Protoss don't have noses. Come on, at least they are willing to provide us with assistance. Augustus knew the reputation of the Dragon Knight Taldarin. It is said that he is a Templar who has survived from the time of Adun. His name means 1,000 hammers. Taldarin is also the first Dragon Knight in the history of the Protoss Empire. It is said that this brave warrior once followed the great Protoss Empire executor Adun to participate in countless battles. He is a brave among the brave and a warrior among the warriors. After being seriously injured in a battle, Taldarin's body was placed in a stasis position for several centuries, avoiding the fall of Adun during this period. He did not return to the battlefield until the advent of the Dragon Knight Mecha. This Templar from the golden age of the Protoss Empire should be so arrogant. Even Adun respected him when he was still a fanatic and fought bravely. Marshal, Taldarin provided us with the coordinates of the Protoss forces and the coordinates of several nearby Zerg main nests. They also marked all the entrances to the tunnel worms and the pattern of nearby volcanic eruptions. Corporal Faraday reported. How thoughtful. Raynor said. Just like my mother. Titus said. Others have never seen Titus's mother, but they think Titus is the kind of villain who would sell his mother for wine. The Protoss are always like this. Augustus said to Titus, they are arrogant, but they will always help you behind your back. We usually call such people, there are worms. A cry interrupted Augustus's words. It turned out that the initial calm was just a sign of an impending tsunami. A large number of Zerg were pouring out of the holes that Augustus had noticed before. The huge Hydra used its forelimbs with sharp bone sickles to tear apart the ashes covering the cave in trance, and roared out of the ground. Large numbers of springtails rushed to the humans who had just landed. These alien insects were also different from what humans had seen. They had dark brown shelled skin and light golden eyes. It was unknown whether this was a mutation caused by the extreme environment of Char. A new hive. Raynor said, who knows what they are good at, rolling happily in the magma? My favorite thing is to grill insects. Barbatus BBQ can't do without me. Ty just summoned his stealing wolf hunter officers, carrying a heavy machine gun, and leading the soldiers with white wolf emblems on their bodies away. In the distance, the reconnaissance troops that Augustus had just sent out were retreating. Fortunately, they were driving the vulture vehicles at lightning speed, with amazing speed. But it seemed that they could not experiment with new weapons. Prepare for battle, boys, bring out our cannons, and give the Zerg a big one. Raynor said loudly. Augustus had a serious expression. He was not without any negative emotions when facing the Zerg, but he never exposed them on the surface. A person should have the fear of terrible things, but Augustus must not. Whether he was leading a class of marine recruits on Telesis II, or commanding a revolutionary army of more than 200,000 people, Augustus had to remain calm and act as if he was always confident. Otherwise any panic would be magnified 100 times by his subordinates. A large number of mines were laid in front of the fortification walls at the landing site, and it was proven that this weapon always had a good effect when dealing with Zerg. The frontline troops of the Revolutionary Army soon engaged in a firefight with the Zerg, and the rustling sound of running was gradually covered by the sound of artillery fire, and the dragon and the king worm appeared from the horizon. However, after a few minutes, these angry Zerg gave up the humans in front of them, and suddenly turned around and ran in another direction. At the same time, a psychic scream that resounded throughout Char swept over the magma and ashes. Even people like Augustus and Raynor, who did not have much psychic talent, clearly heard the scream and felt dizzy. What happened? Raynor, who was next to Augustus, said, it sounds painful. Like crying brainworm. Augustus looked in the direction where the dark brown swarm left. Jimmy, I guess it was attacked. Wow, they will all be resurrected anyway. Raynor raised his eyebrows. I guess it was the Protoss who did it, but it's a waste of effort anyway. The brainworm will be resurrected in Char soon. Update progress for the leader and the helmsman 6/44. Thanks for voting. Chapter 290. A handsome man passing by. New recruit. Augustus looked at the Zerg that were leaving and turned his head to the side. Before he finished speaking, a pair of black nanofiber combat boots appeared in the ashes, and then a ghost agent in a black refractive combat uniform appeared next to Augustus. Marshal, Ghost reports to you. This is a ghost agent from Alpha Squadron. After Duke declared his allegiance to Augustus, he now became a member of the Marshal's Guard. He has pale skin and melancholy and sad light blue eyes, and is silent in most cases. The ghost number of Alpha Ghost Agent was put aside just like his past experience, and his name became a trace that he deliberately hid. Augustus still called him by his code name in the Ghost Agent team, New Recruit. Ghost agents often choose special nicknames for themselves during operations, such as Sharp Knife, Bone, Stalk, Rookie, etc., and these code names are related to the ability or personality of the agents. The recruit was no longer a recruit or a normal rookie, and most of the people who knew about this and his team members were dead. What did you sense? Augustus asked the ghost agent. After Karrigan was ordered to stay on Antigua Prime, the ghost agent and 4 other ghosts from Victor V and Alpha Squadron took over Karrigan's duties. The shadow guards of Umagen used to protect every member of the Mengsk family in the beginning, but now Augustus would rather use the surrendered Terran Federation ghost agents than entrust the personal safety of himself and his family to the Umagens. The relationship between Korhal and Umagen is still warming up, but Augustus knows that this is only because the Revolutionary Army is obviously weaker than Umagen. Once the Korhal replaces the Terran Federation, the relationship between these two powerful interstellar political entities will be as fragile as bubbles in the sun. Pain and sorrow. The ghost's tone sounded quite sad. I know this feeling very well. Their childhoods were all distorted. For a powerful psychic, any negative emotion is likely to be magnified. It should be from a Zerg brainworm, but the psychic strength is not as strong as that of Sass. When the brainworm sass of the gam swarm died, the psychic scream it emitted was much louder than this. The brainworm mainly uses the innate psychic voice. When threatened, their psychic roar will be like a terrible scream and spread far across the earth in the form of psychic wav form. When sass died, there was a period of ghosts and wolves howling. I heard that everyone who stayed on the ground heard sass's screams. I hope that guy knows how shameful he is. Raynor said. The location of the brainworm should be not far from us. Augustus said to the ghost, can you sense where it is? If you want to track a powerful psychic creature like a brainworm, you must rely on the help of human psychics, although their sensitivity to Zerg psychic power is far less than that of Serac Kerrigan. East. The ghost agent's deep breathing came out of the breathing mask on his helmet, and his voice was as distant as a ghost underwater. I can be sure, Marshal. That is. Raynor, who was listening on the side, had his brain spinning rapidly. The burning land. Augustus said, Duke's troops landed there, and they may be in trouble. On the map, the Mirror Plane, the Burning Land and the Death Valley are 3 adjacent areas, just an artificial regional division, without any dangerous terrain blocking them. Augustus immediately contacted Duke's Alpha Squadron, and they knew no more about what was happening than the people on this side. According to Duke, his troops were attacking a Zerg main nest according to the Marshal's order, and then the Zerg in front of Alpha Squadron suddenly went crazy. Augustus immediately ordered Duke to slow down his advance, search for Dark Protoss ships that might be docked nearby, and send a troop to pick him up. Jimmy, gather the troops. We need the best vulture bikers, and 1 combat company will be enough. Augustus suspected that the Dark Templar was most likely the one who killed the brainworm, but there was no evidence to prove it. If nothing unexpected happened, the Dark Templar should be led by their Archon Zeratul. The old Dark Templar left his hometown of Shakiris many years before the Zerg invasion. He has been traveling in the universe, looking for relics related to the Xel'Naga, and exploring forgotten knowledge. Only the Dark Templar can cut off the mental connection between the brainworm and the Zerg Overlord using void energy, completely severing the induction between the Overlord and a certain brainworm, so that the Overlord can no longer revive his brainworm at will, thus killing the brainworm in a true sense. Okay, I'll drag our best vultures out of the cargo ship right away. Renault suddenly realized, you don't want to look for the corpse of the brainworm. I guess the worms around here are all crazy. They must be looking for the murderer. We are looking for the murderer. After killing the brainworm, they may not have gone far, but are observing the reaction of the alien Zerg. Augustus' cold grey eyes flashed a lot in an instant, thinking that he didn't know when he would find those elusive Dark Templars next time. I need them to deal with the alien Zerg. But the brainworm can't be killed. Renault sighed. But as long as it's your order, I don't object. I hope we can still make it. At this time, the psychic jammer set up by the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps at the landing point had begun to operate, providing an invisible barrier to isolate the alien Zerg for the nearby camp. Titus. Augustus first announced his order to the officer in charge of defending the landing point, and then found Titus' line in the communication channel. Retreat. Return to our landing point. Inchar and wait for orders. Go. Go, 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 go. What's going on? The heavy machine gun in my hand is still hot. The crochets are very stable, and I just blew up the heads of several Hydralisk monsters. Titus did not doubt Augustus's order. When he was in the Federal Army, he always tried to take advantage of the loopholes in the Federal Army's orders. Although he never gave up complaining, he carried out the Revolutionary Army Marshal's orders in a strict manner. When will the next attack be? Wait for orders. Augustus said to Titus, now you are the supreme commander of the landing point. Where are you going? Titus asked. It will take some time to explain. When Augustus was speaking, Renault had already dragged out several modified vultures with his men. Follow your orders, Mr. Finley. This makes me uncomfortable. After saying this, Augustus had no patience to listen to Titus' nonsense. On the battlefield, he always seemed to have endless things to say, and even the spirited young man Renault could not match him. The vulture prepared for Augustus looked no different from others, with a slender wedge-shaped body and a propeller with a curved jet duct. The vulture was painted dark red, with gold and grey-white patterns on the edges. However, like many vulture riders' favorite cars, this vulture had also undergone a series of modifications. Of course, this was illegal. The police at the Tarsinus Police Department could judge which cars should pay a fine just by the roar of the Vulture motorcycle engine. Augustus's Vulture uses the latest twin-turbocharged design of the Kel-morians and is fueled by compressed refined high-energy gas. If necessary, this Vulture can even reach a speed of 300 miles per hour. Like other Vultures in the Revolutionary Army, Augustus's car still uses a fragmentation grenade launcher as a weapon. In addition to carrying spider mines, its ammunition storage box still stores the spider detection robot previously designed by Viktor Kaczynski and named Victor Destroyer. This exquisitely designed Vulture was given to Augustus by his brother Arcturus because the man, who is now in his early 30s, still remembers his brother's sincere love for racing. Arcturus's concern for his family has not diminished since he learned that his mother and sister almost died at the hands of Kerrigan. When sitting in this Vulture, Augustus, who is a marshal of the Revolutionary Army and rarely drives such a dangerous vehicle, can't help but think of his time in the Tullius second boot camp. Remember the time when we drove a Vulture to avoid the pursuit of the military police? Augustus sat on it steadily, and the engine of this beautiful motorcycle immediately made a cat-like purring sound. A dozen Revolutionary Army Vultures painted in the same golden red color were whizzing past Augustus and stopped not far away. On the land of Char covered with ash and black rocks, engineers were measuring the land and driving space engineering vehicles to move huge rocks. Bunkers and missile towers rose from the ground. Revolutionary Army officers and political commissars with golden wolf head epaulets were standing on the fortification wall and using telescopes to observe the Zerg main nest in flames in the distance. Large numbers of Revolutionary Army soldiers lined up in 3 columns were walking behind the officers. Their gold-plated matte masks painted with firepower pandas looked dull in the sun. Of course, Kilovsky swore that he would never ride in your car again in his life. Renault rode on his beloved grey-green Vulture. He still trembles and vomits when he sees a Vulture. To this day, Colonel Ilya Kilovsky, the devil of heaven, still hates the Vulture, and the troops he leads never use hoverbikes as vehicles. This is a curse. Colonel Kilovsky has always emphasized that you must never get on Augustus's car. I'm sorry. Augustus laughed. Come on, agent. He said to the Alpha Ghost agent codenamed Recruit, sit tight and fasten your seatbelt. The other party showed a rare hesitation in his life, but in the end, his sense of responsibility and love for the marshal overwhelmed his fear. You are really a demon leader. Renault was convinced that he had discovered the evil side of Augustus. It is said that when he was a student, this guy even took the trembling dean of teaching to race a motorcycle on the dangerous and winding mountain road of Karforthstilling. When Augustus was in Moria, he once raced with the boss of a private operator of a consortium. In the end, the weak-legged businessman had to agree to all of Augustus' requests. But I have to admit that racing a Vulture car on a planet in the Kaprulu sector is a romantic thing, Renault said as he caught up with Augustus. Augustus's fleet of Vulture cars sped across the pale volcanic ash-covered land of the Mirror, passing through the caves and rocky hills that imitated Mars. The air was sticky and dirty, filled with the smell of grey-white ash and choking smoke, like the ashes of burnt foil floating in the air. In the distance, there were continuous volcanoes and smoking craters, and thick smoke and boiling steam were pouring out of those volcanoes. Above Augustus' head thick clouds of ash rolled, and these clouds emitted the red color of fire in the sun's rays. Even after driving for dozens of miles, the surface of Char was still covered with a thick layer of ash. Perhaps Char once had vegetation and a wide variety of life, but now it no longer exists. Some people reported that some primitive rodents still lived in some relatively stable areas of Char. Even in a purgatory like Char, there were signs of life. The road conditions became much worse after Augustus drove out of the Mirror Plain. Sometimes they had to bypass extremely wide lava rivers and huge rocks. The complex terrain brought great obstacles to Augustus and his men. Just like the ice that seemed solid, but was actually fragile, some thick ash was under boiling magma. During the march, a ranger under an alt accidentally fell into the lava river. The 20-something Char salamander disappeared without a groan. This caused some damage to the morale of Augustus's men, but the soldiers were still fighting. However, by the time Augustus's troops arrived at the junction of the burning land and the Mirror Plain, they had already lost 2 brave warriors, and even their bodies could not be found. The burning land is a land of death composed of numerous magma lakes and rivers. Its surface radiates bright flames, and the blazing flames even burn the sky red. Between the magma lakes are rock islands composed of cooled magma, and Zerg organic buildings that seem to connect to the sky stand among the magma. The magma reflects the Zerg main nests composed of dark brown shells, sharp corners and spikes into a fiery red, as if the firewood is burning red in the raging flames in the fireplace. It is hard to imagine that the Zerg would choose this area as their main nest area. In this area where even a misstep will fall into the magma, it is impossible for humans to survive, let alone survive for a few minutes. Augustus met Edmund Duke and his Alpha Squadron on a solid rocky land in the Burning Lands. The land was made of flat rock surrounded by volcanoes, and could withstand the roar of heavy tanks and artillery. Alpha Squadron built a small impregnable fortress on the land with a command center and engineering station as a base. The fortress was patrolled by several Goliath-armed robots, and 3 flags representing Alpha Squadron, Duke, and House Mengsk fluttered in the hot wind of the Burning Lands. Although no one cared about it, Duke's loyalty was always to Augustus himself, not the Revolutionary Army. Once the vultures stopped, Augustus reunited with the Ghosts and Raynor who followed him and Alpha Squadron. During this time, the Ghost recruits highly praised Marshal Augustus' driving skills, but he eventually vomited on the ground. Duke looked very proud. Obviously, although Duke still didn't understand why the Zerg had become chaotic, he was happy to attribute it to his wise leadership. Marshal, we just destroyed a secondary main nest, and the Zerg there were simply vulnerable. Duke didn't dare to open his helmet and expose his head to the poisonous air in the volcanic zone. Otherwise Augustus would definitely see his extremely proud face. Are the Zerg here still in a state of madness? Augustus confirmed that more than 3 hours had passed since he set out. If the Overmind had resurrected the dead brain worm, then the Zerg clans faced by Alpha Squadron should have returned to normal. Yes, they are still barking like mad dogs. Is there anything wrong? Duke asked Augustus. Idiot, of course it's wrong. Raynor scolded. What qualifications do you, a marginal country bumpkin, have to question a general with outstanding achievements? When I was fighting bloody battles with the Kel-morian, you were still chewing mud on a stone planet. Duke had to hit back at Raynor, but he didn't dare to be too loud in front of Augustus. Have you found any traces of Protoss ships? Augustus asked Duke. Our detection equipment has not found even a single Protoss ship here. Duke changed the subject, but when the monster screamed, my ghost agent confirmed his approximate location. He pointed to a volcano in the distance that was spewing thick smoke. When Augustus looked in that direction, he suddenly found that there was also a layer of fungal blanket attached to the rocky walls of the volcano. These fungal blankets have undoubtedly adapted to the hot environment of Char. Before this, the most effective way to eradicate the fungal blankets was to use fire to burn them. It's near the rock wall of the southern volcano. Now there are mad Zerg everywhere. Have you sent people to investigate? Augustus looked at Duke and said, of course, I sent out 2 resocialization teams and a ghost agent, but they are still searching on the ledge of the volcano. Duke replied, nothing was found except a few rotten rocks. Speaking of which, the Zerg there are absolutely crazy. My people noticed that there are at least 3 different Zerg nests fighting each other. They are fighting among themselves. There are conflicts among the Zerg, he said sarcastically, fighting for territory or something else. This is really funny. This is good news. It seems that the Zerg are not united. I hope this is true. Raynor rarely agrees with Duke. It may be that other Zerg nests are clearing out the Zerg that have lost control due to the loss of the brain worm. Augustus said. Why do they do that? Raynor asked. If the brain worm will be resurrected in Char, then the Zerg will not have to execute those that have lost control. It may be because it has no chance of resurrection. Augustus' voice became more serious. Do you think it was done by the people in the black spaceship? Raynor guessed what Augustus was thinking, but even if that's the case, the probability of us finding them is no easier than finding a needle in a straw. Unless we have a magnet. Let them come to us instead. When Raynor understood what Augustus said, Duke on the other side just thought that the two were playing dumb. You must have a good idea. Remember the piece of Sarnaga artifact we found in Marcera? Augustus looked at Raynor with a sharp look. Oh, Raynor thought, I still remember this. When that black cube was still buried under the purgatory corridor, the damn place was almost impossible to use electronic equipment. Until now, Swan and those scientists have not studied anything from that thing. It can even block our own communication methods. Raynor said. Well, I can't think of any connection between that and the problem we just discussed. He said truthfully. It will be useful. No one can see the expression under the visor of Augustus's power armor helmet. Wait and see. Raynor patted his helmet. So you brought the artifact fragment? That thing is very evil. The soldiers guarding this Xel'Naga artifact fragment always heard indescribable whispers and saw brilliant lights and shadows fighting each other in nightmares. Some people would regard it as a reflection of their own suffering, while others claimed to have heard the voices of their dead family members and vague prophecies. How is that possible? Augustus waved his hands and said, I'd be crazy to carry it with me. As Augustus was speaking, a dark shadow floated across the sky. It was an Apod 33 transport ship. Swan's research was not without progress. At least the interference intensity of the Xel'Naga artifact fragment on the signal could be adjusted to a safe range. Augustus had arranged this plan before deciding to land on Char. Although Augustus was not sure that the Xel'Naga artifact fragment would definitely lure Zerichel out, he had high hopes for it. If it really didn't work, he had no other choice. Let's go and have a look. Augustus led Duke, Raynor and others to the landing site of the transport ship. The Apod 33 transport ship landed on the platform leveled by the engineers of the Alpha Squadron. Several engineers were carrying boxes containing Xel'Naga artifact fragments out. What should we do now? Raynor looked at the black box containing the Xel'Naga artifact fragments. It's simple. Use the device to amplify the signal of the Xel'Naga artifact fragment. Augustus replied, if they are nearby, they will definitely be interested in this artifact fragment. I hope this won't attract other uninvited guests. Update progress 7/44. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Zerichel. Will this be useful? Raynor walked towards the fragment of the Xel'Naga artifact that was suspended between the black inverted triangle brackets. This polyhedron with mysterious carvings on its surface was suspended in the air several feet high, emitting a faint blue light in the flying ashes and sparks. This mysterious irregular geometric body was obviously part of a larger whole, and it was extremely difficult to destroy. Swan used a hot melt laser drill, but was unable to shake it at all, and all human detection equipment could not analyze the core of this object. What exactly does the person who made it want to do with it? Raynor stood in front of the fragment of the Xel'Naga artifact, and paced around it to the sound of the power armor servo engine running. Augustus called Corporal Faraday and the ghost agent recruit to ask the latter what they thought of the fragment of the Xel'Naga artifact. It is undoubtedly a container for storing psychic energy, the ghost agent new recruit replied, but it is not complete yet, otherwise its power may far exceed any weapon we have. I believe in your judgment. Augustus' words flattered the ghost agent. When we can piece together all the puzzle pieces, it will be a magical weapon that can deal with Zerg and humans. Where do you get your confidence in this thing from? The only way I can think of using it as a weapon is to hit the head of the worm. Raynor had a big prejudice against the fragments of the Xel'Naga artifact. Why do we believe that this thing has such a great attraction to the things on the black spaceship? In other words, we should set up a trap nearby, just like putting oil and spices in a mousetrap. If they dare to come. Duke, who didn't quite understand what Augustus and Raynor were saying, thought that he finally had his chance to show his ability. They will become a pile of dead dogs that I will drown in the water. He gestured viciously and gesticulating, as if he was strangling someone's neck. Use your brain, General, we want to capture him alive. Raynor said, or you didn't. Eat shit, young man. Duke roared angrily. He must have been so angry that his face turned blue. This scion of the Duke family, whose character was so bad that it could be called terrible, was extremely irritable. Raynor was so skilled that he could anger him with just a few words, and he was amused by the other party's angry but helpless appearance. In the final analysis, the origin and completely different ideological education were the root of the conflict between Raynor and others and Duke. In Raynor's own words, it was that people who were not from the same family could not enter the same door. Augustus and Raynor were familiar with Duke's simple and easy to understand facial expressions. The only saving grace of this stubborn 45-year-old former Federal squadron leader was that, even if Duke had only a battleship or even a gun in his hand, as long as he had it, he would rush up and fight the enemy head-on without hesitation. "Jim, you shouldn't treat an old man like this." Augustus tried to mediate the conflict between the two men. He just hoped that this would not add fuel to the fire. "Guys, take this artifact fragment to the headquarters." Under Augustus's order, the Revolutionary Army engineer who was responsible for transporting the Zellniger artifact fragment carried the box and other equipment to the command center of Alpha Squadron. Even Raynor had to admit that, although Duke was a complete idiot, he was an experienced officer with great insight and command experience. The location of the camp and fortifications at the landing point of Alpha Squadron was so tricky that there was nothing wrong with it. In addition to the command center, there were also continuous marching tents and logistics supply centers. Duke's experienced engineers found a precious water source nearby, a non-toxic hot spring. After processing the ash, sulfide and other impurities in it, the fresh water processor can convert the water into a precious resource that can be drunk. The command center was set up near an orbital satellite base station, and a water tower was set up on the other side. All the equipment was powered by the power reactor of the cargo ship. These precious energies were hard to come by on Char. Duke's barracks were arranged just like other officers from the Federation nobles, and the commander's environment must be comfortable no matter what. There are about 2,200 Alpha Squadron Marines guarding the base, and almost all of them are socialized soldiers. All officers of Alpha Squadron have been replaced by officers and political commissars from the Korhal Revolutionary Army to ensure that Duke, who always likes to act on his own, will not squander this army. Alpha Squadron is equipped with CMC 300 power armor and has heavy weapons such as electromagnetic railguns. Except for the inflexible minds of their socialized soldiers, they are almost the second only to the Korhal Revolutionary Army's several Korhal Revolutionary Army veteran divisions. The most elite troops under Augustus are now the Korhal Veteran Division led by Heaven's demons such as Runstein and Korhal Nobles, the Port of the Dead Raider Assault Division of Milan Han, the Raynor Rangers, Titus's Wolf Hunters, and the Serra Army commanded by the former Federation Governor Marcella Pryor. Governor Marcella's troops were given a new name, Sons of Dant. The interior of Duke's Alpha Squadron Command Center was unexpectedly simple and tidy, with the usual military pragmatic style, but metals and weapons were hung all over the walls. The civilian staff and officers in the command center were basically dispatched by Augustus. In addition to giving Duke advice, they also had to keep a close eye on him at all times, to prevent Duke from suddenly taking the Marshal's elite troops to fight someone. Standing on the entrance steps of the Alpha Squadron Command Center was Lieutenant Aisha, who was conveying orders for Duke. She was a petite, but plump blonde with a charming smile, like a smiling cat. But no one in Alpha Squadron wanted to have anything to do with her, because before she was arrested and imprisoned and transformed into a socialized soldier, she cut off the genitals of 8 men in a row for a week. Dangerous criminals always follow the same pattern. When you see a drunken girl with a nice butt on the street, she is probably just waiting for someone to come to you. Augustus knew nothing about this. He just treated her as an ordinary resocialized soldier. Some soldiers might be arrested and imprisoned simply because they angered a federal noble, while others might have committed extremely heinous crimes. "Call my elite guards," Duke said to the messenger. "We need anti-stealth equipment, but don't deploy too many defense forces." Augustus looked at the beautiful blonde female officer, but the other party just tilted her head, obviously not understanding which of the two conflicting orders to follow. During her confusion, Augustus just frowned slightly. "Do as the Marshal says," Duke said immediately. "I told you, Duke, those poor guys who have undergone neural modification can only do some work like serving tea and water," said Renault. "Or you would rather have a servant who can only execute orders than a wise adjutant." "No, Alpha Squadron has me," Duke replied arrogantly. "A real commander only needs one person, that is the smartest one among people." "Aha, it's a pity that you are far from that," Raynor said. Don't let me get the chance, you slick country bumpkin. Duke gritted his teeth and said, then prove to me that you are smart enough, but you can't beat me in chess, poker, or dice. Raynor shot back. Real intelligence will not be reflected in these games that are not up to the table. Duke snorted. Augustus, surrounded by Raynor, Duke, a dozen range of ultra motorcycle riders and the elite guards of Alpha Squadron, walked into the command center. There were several LED 2D display screens, computer consoles and camp monitors facing the wide-tempered glass windows. The commander inside could use these sophisticated equipment to have an overview of the entire battlefield. Put the artifact fragments here. When Augustus turned his head to look at the main screen of the monitor, Raynor was directing the engineers and soldiers who were transporting the artifact fragments. Turn up the power. The monitor screen was a satellite map of the burning land, with the main nest point and the outposts and firepower points of the Alpha Squadron marked on the map. The cameras monitored the main entrances and exits of the base, and each camera was equipped with heavy machines and automatic artillery. Due to the amplified energy waveform of the Zelniger artifact fragments, the electronic equipment in the command center became extremely unstable. What should we do now? Raynor looked at Augustus. Wait. Jimmy, we are not here just to find them. Augustus found the coordinates of several nearby Zerg main nests on the main screen that was flashing snowflake-like garbled characters. General Duke, he said. What are your orders? Duke immediately acted very humble and cautious, which made Raynor sneer. While the Zerg there are still in the chaos of fighting each other, I want you to destroy the main nests B2E. Augustus circled several Zerg main nests on the screen that he thought must be eliminated immediately and marked the letters manually. After destroying these Zerg main nests located on the islands and reefs in the center of the Magna Lake, Alpha Squadron did not need to deal with enemies from all directions on the ground and could focus on dealing with the Zerg emerging from the volcanic area in the east. Call our airstrike force and transport ships to launch airborne operations and retreat immediately after destroying the target. Augustus said to Duke, I believe this is exactly what you and your Alpha Squadron are best at. He said, you are not mistaken. Duke immediately did it. This is indeed the battle that Alpha Squadron is best at, using the fleet and air force to launch an attack. If the army must be dispatched to destroy the enemy on the ground, then Duke will rely on the air force to launch a powerful raid and retreat after that. After Duke led his men out of the command center, the place immediately became quiet. Only Renault, Corporal Faraday, a ghost agent and several engineers were left. Rangers with white wings of freedom emblems on their armor guarded the corridors and entrances in the command center. Augustus was silent for a few seconds. Then he opened the mask on his power armor, took a deep breath, and walked to the huge window of the command center facing the Magna Lake in the burning land. The oxygen and sulfur content in Char's atmosphere is quite high, and thick smoke is billowing, as if thousands of Tarsinus garbage incinerators are spitting out black smoke. The air has a smoky smell, which makes people feel dizzy when inhaled. It is also dangerous to inhale too much ash fragments into the lungs. Augustus can only breathe relatively fresh air in the command center with an air purification system. At this time, more than 5 hours have passed since Augustus's army landed on Char. At this latitude in this burning land, a day is particularly short. The sky in the distance gradually dimmed as the sun set, and the orange-red color released by the lava lake burned the ash clouds on the horizon into a rosy glow. In the golden light of the falling star, 2 purple moons hung in the sky, and a huge red planet with a halo appeared on the other side. In Char, the alternation between day and night was so short that it was only a moment. Char's thin atmosphere could not retain heat, and the temperature would quickly drop. The fire on the ground became particularly bright, as if the furnace fire forged by the god of craftsmen fell to the earth. The lights flickered in the landing base and the soldiers' camp of Alpha Squadron, and the lights and the red light of the Magna complemented each other. Augustus stood there for a long time, and no one knew what he was thinking. Renault did not disturb Augustus, but just stood with him. Perhaps in the eyes of this 22-year-old chillman, Augustus was thinking about the future of the Revolutionary Army. Time passed slowly, and Augustus did not wait for the Dark Templar he expected, but Lieutenant Asher. Lieutenant Asher brought fixed food and water to the command room at a fixed time as usual, and Duke's general meal standard was still higher than that of the soldiers. Please eat. Lieutenant Aisha had an unchanging sweet smile on her face. Without anyone reminding her, she didn't know that she should prepare a few more dinners for Raynor and others. You should see that there is more than one person here. Augustus took the plate from the lieutenant and said in a tone of command, "You must." Augustus had just uttered a few words, and the lights in the command room that were already flickering immediately went out one after another, and all the electronic equipment and screens went dark. Oh damn, the Zerg must have bitten off our wires. Raynor cursed and turned on the searchlight on the chest of his power armor, and he was immediately startled by a face wearing a purple veil that suddenly appeared in the light. Black fog rolled in the command room, and the temperature indicator inside dropped by more than 10 degrees Celsius in a short period of time. A pair of eyes burning with green psychic flames brought the coldness of the void. Renault almost reflexively took out the cold military revolver in his holster, but the hand holding the gun was immediately grasped by a pair of huge hands with dark purple nails and dark gray skin. He tried to pull the trigger or withdraw his hand, but now he couldn't move even a finger. Corporal Faraday on the side reacted only a moment slower than Renault, but when he was about to draw his gun and shoot, Augustus stopped him. "Don't fire. Stay calm." Augustus looked at the green eyes with a sharp gaze. "Tell my guards that I'm just receiving a distinguished guest." This sentence was obviously said to the visitor. "I'm afraid more than one." Renault was a man who had experienced many storms and waves, and he was very courageous. He didn't panic because of the scene in front of him. Then, two other pairs of eyes of the same color appeared. Their dark purple robes moved without wind, as if there was a strong wind blowing around them. Augustus could only judge from the light of the power armor searchlight that the owners of the two pairs of eyes were from a female Protoss and another male human. "This Xel'Naga creation is too dangerous for you," the female Protoss said. "You have a power that you cannot control." The male Protoss followed. "Warriors, put down your weapons. You are welcome here." Augustus' unusual calmness exceeded the visitor's imagination. They originally thought that these humans were just another group of arrogant people who wanted to borrow the holy relics left by the creators Xel'Naga. "Protoss warriors, I think," he said calmly, "at least turn on the lights first, and then we should sit down and have a good talk about the current situation." A wise move. The first Protoss who appeared was obviously the leader among them. After he finished speaking, the lights in the command room all lit up, and other equipment resumed normal operation. Before that, he had been observing Raynor, Augustus and the fragment of the Xel'Naga artifact without saying a word. After the lights came back on, Augustus was able to see the visitors clearly. The leader was a tall Protoss elder. He was a little hunchbacked, and even compared to the long life of the Protoss, he was already quite old. He had a long dark purple veil tied on his narrow chin, and on the veil was a wide grey forehead with pointed spurs, which was different from the Aya Protoss with light blue skin and smooth facial features. The Protoss elder was wearing a soft purple robe that seemed to be woven by the breeze. The collar was a shoulder strap made of some kind of beast leather, and he was wearing a belt and armor inlaid with green crystals. His robe was quite shabby and full of traces of time, but the elder didn't care about it at all. "In the name of Adun, I'm Zerachel, the leader of the Dark Templar." The voice of the Protoss elder that appeared in Augustus' mind was hoarse, but not difficult to hear. It was not the sound of dead branches rubbing against each other, but the low tone of a conch shell with years. "You are not part of the prophecy." Zerachel stared into Augustus' eyes. "You are not the destined one, nor do you know nothing about it." Augustus knew Zarachel's character very well, so he just rolled his eyes. "This is Zerachel, a Dark Templar who firmly believes in the prophecy of the creator Xel'Naga. He never explains a thing simply and clearly, and his opening remarks are always a difficult to understand speech. He never takes the usual path. What nonsense is he talking about?" Raynor doesn't care so much. As soon as he saw that it was the Protoss in front of him, and not something else, the frightened Raynor immediately complained loudly. "Don't be rude to the priest." The glowing green eyes of the female Dark Templar stared at Raynor. The clothes of this female Dark Templar looked much better than Zerachel. The dark purple robe that wrapped her whole body was painted with mysterious symbols and patterns. She should be a scholar among them. "It's you who are impolite, or the Protoss. Why don't you go through the main entrance?" Raynor complained. Raynor, who acted on impulse, stumped Zerachel and his Dark Templar. Whether to go through the main entrance or not is not the key point of the problem. Augustus quickly shut Raynor up. What I want to know is whether you just killed a brain worm. Yes, so you will find that some of the Zerg have suddenly become crazy. Without any arrogance or pretense, Zarichel answered Augustus' question frankly. This is the purpose of our coming to this planet, to eliminate the Zerg. But as far as we know, a brain worm cannot be completely killed. It will be resurrected by the Zerg Overlord. Augustus said, the power of the Overlord and the brain worm is very strong, but they are not invincible. Zarichel gently raised his head. This may be a specific physical movement, but Augustus has no way of knowing its true meaning now. Zarichel stretched out a hand, clenched his open palm into a fist, and a shining green psychic blade immediately projected from the wrist guard on his arm. The cold psychic blade is completely different from the Templars under Tacita. I killed that brain worm. Its name is Gwen, the Lord of the Silver Swarm. He said, I use the void psychic energy to cut off its connection with the Overlord. Gwen's death is irreversible, and it will no longer be resurrected. Gwen. Augustus muttered the name silently. It seems that the first brain worm that should have been killed by Zarichel, Sass, escaped. It has just been resurrected and should still be by the Overlord's side. But Gwen is in trouble. You'd better prove that what you said is true. Raynor said. I can't prove it to you, but he is indeed dead. Zarichel put away his psychic blade and didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore. Okay, I believe it. Raynor spread his hands and admired the frankness of this Dark Templar. Augustus didn't ask any more questions. If Augustus asked Zarichel whether he had contacted the Overlord's thoughts at that moment when he killed the brainworm Gwen, I believe the answer must be yes. Because if you want to use it to completely kill a brainworm, you must go through this process, and Zarichel may even regard it as an honor. But Zarichel didn't know that this contact was two-way. The moment he touched the Overmind's thoughts, the Overmind also learned the coordinates of the Protoss home planet Ea from Zarichel's mind. Ea is about to fall again. Progress 8/44. Thank you for your votes. Chapter 292. Sharmat Swarm. While Augustus was thinking about a lot of things, Zarichel turned his head and looked at the fragment of the Zelniger artifact floating in the air. His eyes seemed to penetrate the long river of time. Obviously, he did not pry into Augustus's inner thoughts, and did not know that the Overmind was very likely to have learned the bad news about the specific coordinates of the Protoss home planet Ea. Although the ancestors of the Dark Templar were expelled from Ea by the Supreme Council thousands of years ago, and forced to exile to Shakuras, which was forever placed in the twilight, they still regarded it as the eternal home planet and holy land. This Zelniger creation is different from ordinary ones. Zarichel observed the artifact fragment slowly rotating in the air. It is the masterpiece of the Zelniger, with unimaginable power. What power? The kind that can directly sweep away a large number of insects? Raynor tried to get closer to the Dark Templars, who just looked at him calmly. The Dark Templars did not seem to regard the humans here as a threat at all. You need to see it with your own eyes, child. Zarichel closed his eyes. That means even you don't know. Rather than saying that Raynor is a very smart person, it's better to say that he is better at dealing with these puzzles. Yes, Zarichel said frankly, this Zelniger creation contains unpredictable power. It is connected to the void. Void. Augustus will not tell Zarichel the bad news that Ea's coordinates may have been exposed for the time being, because he has no way to explain why he knows this. We know that it is a magical natural phenomenon, another dimension of the universe. Augustus asked, is that the reason why my men heard strange sounds when they were next to it? I'm afraid so. As a Protoss, Zarichel was far less arrogant and indifferent than the Templars of Tacita, but patiently answered Augustus' questions. If you are a member of the Nerazim, then you will find that such sounds are common when the Dark Templar meditate and connect to the void. Zarichel said. It's like the sound of birds and insects in the forest, the sound of the wind and the roar of wild beasts. Some of the sounds are fragments of prophecy and shallow philosophy, while others are irrational roars. He said, the human will can hardly bear this kind of pressure, and the Dark Templars hone themselves in this way and absorb the energy of the void. It sounds scary. Raynor interrupted. That's why we are here. The female Dark Templar who followed Zarichel took a few steps forward. This immediately aroused the vigilance of Corporal Faraday and the ghost agent recruit beside Augustus. "It's too dangerous," she said. "So you are here to take it away? For God's sake, we took a lot of effort to dig the scrap metal out of the mud of Marcera." Raynor wanted to say that it was a great help that you could deal with this troublesome thing, but now the owner of the Zelniger artifact fragment is not him but Augustus. "No." Zarachol's voice rang in Augustus and others' minds at the same time. "We just hope you can turn off the signal enhancement device. It is constantly amplifying the interference waves released by this Zelniger creation, which is also attractive to the Zerg. Turn it off." Augustus nodded and immediately ordered, "Seal it up." The engineers who were frightened by the Dark Templar were very brave. At least they put the fragments of the Zelniger artifact back into the transport container and sealed it without any emissions. "You are a wise man among humans, a leader among them." Zarachol, who achieved his goal, praised Augustus. His words were like a riddle with a hidden meaning. The invisible hand connects us together, and fate is weaving into a thread. Then, Zarachol took a few steps back and prepared to leave, as if his purpose of coming here was really to let the humans here turn off the device to avoid getting burned. Zarachol didn't know that Augustus's purpose was to attract him, which was a lucky coincidence. But if the person in the command room just now was not Augustus, but a general of the Terran Federation, or if Duke was here, then they would never have the patience to listen to Zarachol's words, and would have fought to the death. Of course, 3 Dark Templars are enough to deal with dozens of fully armed ordinary human soldiers. "Wait, Dark Templar Zarachol," Augustus said, "since you can completely kill the brain worm, then I think we need the help of the Dark Templar." Augustus took so much effort to find the Dark Templar just to let them help him solve the brain worm. At this time, the nonsense of wanting to sit down and continue chatting will not keep Zarachol, so it is better to tell the truth. "We have no reason to help the aliens." The male Dark Templar behind Zarachol had a bad tone, and his robes, armor, and decorations on the armor were also different from those of the other 2 Dark Templars. He wore no veil, only a black helmet decorated with zergling mandibles, and his armor was hung with trophies such as hydralisk skulls. A Zarathe hunter, a hunter tribe among the Nerazim tribes. Point glad to do so. Zarachol made a calming gesture to his companion. "We are here to destroy the Zerg. This is an honor and a responsibility. The Dark Templar will not refuse a friendly ally. Please sit down." With the support of the servo system of the power armor, Augustus would not feel tired, even if he stood for a few more hours, but he thought that doing so would help create a less tense atmosphere. "Okay." Zarachol's green eyes jumped. "We just need a place to rest. Thank you for your tolerance, human commander." It was hard for Zarachol not to be surprised by Augustus's extraordinary calmness and unimaginable tolerance towards aliens. He was not completely unfamiliar with the human race, but he knew deeply about human greed, cruelty, cunning and cowardice. But Augustus was different, completely different. When they suddenly broke into the command center, Augustus acted as calm as a neighbor visiting his home. But why did he determine that these people were not here to assassinate him? Or this absolute calmness and rationality was the reason why he could lead so many humans? Just like other Protoss, Zarachol originally only had sympathy and tolerance for the human race. There were many chairs in this command room, and they were all the most comfortable and luxurious command chairs in Alpha Squadron. Although these chairs were adjustable, the Protoss were also giants to them. Zarachol reluctantly found a floating chair floating on the ground, and the other 2 Dark Templars did not show courtesy to the humans in front of them, and each found his own chair. Augustus sat down on Duke's command chair, which was expensive, and could fully withstand the weight of the power armor. Corporal Faraday and the ghost agent responsible for protecting Augustus were unwilling to relax their vigilance at this time, especially the latter, who stared at them closely, even though he felt a tingling sensation when exposed to the cold void psionic energy of the Dark Templar. "Aren't you scared?" Zarachol looked at Augustus seriously. Just because Augustus was able to calmly invite the invading aliens to sit down under such circumstances, Zarachol admired his courage and extraordinary generosity. "Actually, a little bit," Augustus said with a smile. "When you suddenly appeared, I was really scared. Fortunately, we have already met the Protoss and get along well. It's not just a little bit." Raynor added, I thought I was going to die, and all I could think about was my mother's vegetable cream soup. Number 8 Whiskey and Little John. You should be talking about the Protoss in high orbit. In fact, they are our relatives who have long parted ways with us. Zarachel did not read Augustus's thoughts, but he had already understood the meaning of Augustus' words. What? So you are not in the same group? Raynor was obviously surprised. Dark Templar. Templar, I thought you were all expeditionary forces of the Protoss Empire. Protoss Empire. Zarachel narrowed his green eyes slightly, as if he was sad. We do not belong to the Protoss Empire. The Dark Templar chose freedom and truth. The Nerazim Protoss refused to integrate into the Kala, and every child would have his nerve bundles cut off. This is why we were exiled, because the Supreme Council could not tolerate such behavior. It looks like the differences between the Terran Federation, the Kel-morian and the Umajan. The Protoss also have their own factions. Augustus signaled Raynor not to make a fuss. Haven't you seen the Tal'Darim Protoss? They are also different from Tacitus Templar. Well, no wonder even Tacitus couldn't kill the brain worm, but you can. Raynor figured it out. The Overmind and its cerebrates also use similar void energy to us, and only void energy can harm cerebrates and even Overmind. Zarachel said, our compatriots in the Protoss Empire harness the psychic energy that circulates in the Kala, and they have long since disconnected from the void. Only the Dark Templars are still absorbing energy from the cold void like the ancestors of the Protoss. Okay, then the next step will be much easier. Raynor nodded. We will kill the Zerg guarding the cerebrate, and then you can behead it. However, before he finished speaking, Zarachel and the other two Protoss eyes curved into crescents. Raynor believed that they must be laughing, which made him angry. You are very brave, James Raynor. Zarachel learned his name, which is a rather formal title, when he was analyzing Raynor's thoughts, but I'm afraid this matter will not be as simple as you think. The death of the brainworm Gwen was due to the negligence of the Zerg Overlord. It had never seen an enemy like the Dark Templar. He explained to Raynor, when your army attacked Gwen's hive, it sent out almost all of its hive warriors. Gwen's tribe is brutal and tyrannical, but their numbers are not as many as other tribes. My warriors and I sneaked into his nest, and attacked from the shadows. Now, the Overlord and its brainworms will never make the same mistake again. This is a race that is constantly evolving and learning. The brainworms will never show up easily again. Augustus fully agreed with Zarachel. It will be even more difficult to get close to or even kill a brainworm like before. Augustus did not hold out any hope of eliminating all the brainworms in a short time, not to mention that, while the Zerg Overlord is still alive, it can create new brainworms at any time. As long as the Overmind lives, the Zerg will not perish. However, the Dark Templar is still crucial. In the past, humans and Protoss had no effective way to deal with the cerebrates, and Zarachel's warriors were the magic weapon to clamp down on the cerebrates. The cerebrates themselves have no combat power. They can command their clan members through telepathic links from light years away. Augustus continued, after Gwen's death, they have no need to put the cerebrates in danger. But there are always more solutions than troubles. He finally said, if there is no opportunity, create opportunities. Even cerebrates can make mistakes. We can also solve most of the Zerg with Tacitus Templars first, and then Zarachel will kill the cerebrates in the main nest. However, Augustus undoubtedly exaggerated the role of humans in this war. Even without their help, Tacitus troops could defeat the main nest of the Zerg. At this time, the Protoss Empire had not completely declined. Many of their colonies outside Ea were still prosperous, and their huge fleets were still scattered across the galaxy. Tacitus. At this time, everyone could feel Zarachel sighing, although he was not really sighing. The sad mood touched the hearts of others like the water flowing through the valley, making them feel the same. They will not cooperate with us. 1,000 years is enough to change everything. The gap between the Dark Templar and the Templar is too deep, he said. 1,000 years ago, the Nerazim were considered heretics who abandoned Kala. At that time, the prejudice between us was so deep, and now it is worse than before. We will never fight alongside the Templar. The anger of Zarachel's Dark Templar Zarachel behind Zarachel was obvious. The Nerazim are the ones who have been deceived and persecuted, while the Ea Protoss portrayed themselves as victims. So despicable and shameless, this is their style. In the face of the threat of the Zerg, we can also put aside the prejudices of the past. Zarachol just felt sad about the history of the split between the Ea Protoss and the Nerazim. Don't let Auriga's hatred and resentment towards the Ea Protoss affect you. Since he returned to Telmetris, anger has spread among our brothers and sisters. Maybe Auriga is wrong, but the Ea Protoss will not be as wise and kind as you. The Dark Templar's emotions quickly stabilized due to Zarachol's comfort. I believe that among the Protoss, the wise men with reason must occupy the majority. Zarachol said, Auriga is still our brother, and his ideas also represent the views of many people in this generation of Dark Templar. Then you must have never seen the Tal'Darim Protoss. Raynor said. Tacita is different from other Protoss. Augustus said to Zarachol, maybe you just lack a certain amount of communication. For Augustus, he is happy to see the reconciliation between the Dark Templar and the Templar. After all, only by unity and cooperation can they kill more brain worms. I hope so. Zarachol stood up and was ready to leave, but Augustus' words still touched him. Zarachol walked towards Augustus and took out a triangular instrument inlaid with sharp dark green crystals. This is a communicator. On this planet, once you need the help of the Dark Templar, we will show up. But I must tell you, because in the past I only traveled in the universe with some brothers and sisters, and now only a few Dark Templars are still following me. He told Augustus. You must use this communicator carefully, otherwise, why don't you follow us? Augustus wanted Zarachol to follow his troops, otherwise God knows where he would find them at the most critical moment. As he was talking, Duke's image flashed on the communication screen in the command room. The camera in the command room was automatically looking for Augustus' figure, and it was inevitable that Zarachol and others were also filmed. I'm Duke. Marshal, what do you damn shit aliens want to do to our Marshal? Augustus' eyelids jumped when he saw Duke almost jumping up. I'm going to peel off your skin. Don't worry, General Duke, these are some of my Protoss friends. Augustus stood up and walked towards the main screen. Duke carefully confirmed whether Augustus was coerced. He noticed that Raynor and Corporal Faraday were still carrying guns, and he was relieved. Duke's simple brain could not think of any conspiracy against Augustus, or he selectively ignored that possibility. Marshal, while the B-log, Burrow Demon, Zerg swarm was going crazy, we have cleared the two main nests at points B and C. Duke's square chin raised slightly, as if he was proud of his achievements. Zarachol and others who were about to leave stayed to listen to the conversation between Augustus and Duke for etiquette or other purposes. They also seemed to be very interested in the human battle plan. We received a distress signal. It seems to be from the Nova Squadron, he said. Nova Squadron? Augustus frowned. They also sent a landing force to Char. The people of Nova Squadron must have escaped the surveillance of our fleet. What do they want to do? You can guess it, even if you use your ass. It is definitely not a good thing. Renault snorted heavily. Do you know what they do? Augustus asked. There are 2 transport ships and a research ship there. Duke replied, anyway, based on my understanding of Nova Squadron Commander Holler, at least they are definitely not planning to fight a tough battle with us, or the Zerg on the ground. Do you want to save them? Duke asked Augustus. If you can save them, save them. Augustus said. Well, I can only say that there is little hope. Duke gave an order to an Alpha Squadron officer beside him to send out a transport ship. But do your best and leave it to fate. Renault said. Alarm Zerg life signal detected. At this time, the voice of the mechanical intelligent adjutant suddenly sounded. At the same time, Duke's image on the main screen shrank rapidly, and a series of letters and numbers jumped wildly. Alien insects? Are they coming? Renault hurriedly walked to the main screen. How is it possible? Duke also heard the alarm. He immediately said in disbelief, the landing point is also equipped with a newly designed psychic jammer. Its psychic jamming force field can cover an area of 30 miles in diameter, which means that the Zerg can't get close to our base at all. Psychic jammers have become the standard equipment of the Revolutionary Army in the war against the Zerg. Each division level unit is distributed with at least 2 psychic jammers with a range of 20 miles. This technology is currently unique to the Revolutionary Army. If the Zerg are not coming for us, then it must be the artifact fragment that attracted them. Raynor immediately thought of this possibility. It must be that artifact. Zarachol walked over. It attracted the Zerg who flocked to it. What's more troublesome is that, unless these Zerg don't know the function of the psychic jammer, they will definitely know that this is a wasted trip. Augustus didn't believe that the Zerg would do something that they knew would fail. An ominous premonition forced Augustus to make a quick judgment. He knew that he couldn't delay. Augustus immediately opened a communication channel and broadcast channel of the entire base. I'm Augustus Mengsk. Everyone pick up your weapons and prepare for battle. A swarm of Zerg is approaching our base. Level 1 combat alert. Soldiers, this is war. The situation is not good. Raynor opened the command room and walked out, leading several of his rangers to the Alpha Squadron base to command the frontline troops. Duke, immediately return to the landing point base. Augustus immediately ordered. Immediately. I know. Duke also had no time to care about the Nova Squadron soldiers who sent out distress signals. He roared to his soldiers and announced every one of his orders as if he was in a hurry. After sending Duke to clean up the Zerg main nest, there were less than 500 Alpha Squadron Marines left in the landing point base, including a considerable number of medical soldiers, engineers, and logistics troops. Lieutenant Colonel Roland, immediately dispatch all reconnaissance aircraft on the landing pad. Adjutant, connect to the satellites deployed in the orbit of Char. I need the images of all high-altitude orbital satellites within a radius of 40 miles from the base. Augustus stared at the screen until a picture that was constantly enlarged appeared on it. Thousands of Zerg with red carapaces and spikes were running on the ashes of the burning land of Char, carrying the grey-white smoke all over the sky, like a grey torrent. The Shiamat, the creator god and goddess of the sea in Mesopotamian mythology, swarm, the oldest, most numerous and most powerful among the Zerg brainworm clans. They crossed the range of the interference field of the psychic jammer, and were not affected at all. Damn it. Augustus realized that the psychic jammer had failed. Zarachel looked at the picture on the main screen, and turned to look at the two Dark Templars who followed him. Call all the warriors and the Void Seeker, he said. Nerazim, draw your swords. Chapter 293, The Federation does not take care of human affairs. Before Zarachel finished speaking, the two Dark Templars behind him disappeared in the billowing black smoke. Just as they had arrived, these Protoss used some kind of phase warp technology to leave here and go to find their other brothers and sisters. Dark Templars never use the front door. This is the forward base of the Mirror Plains landing point. I'm Titus Findley. Titus Findley's ferocious face flashed across the main screen. The Zerg have launched an attack on us. This is not a small fight. At least hundreds of thousands of Zerg are attacking here. I can almost feel the bugs running under my crotch. There are damn tunnel worms everywhere, he said. The worst thing is that the psychic jammer doesn't work. I think it's completely broken, and Swan's engineers can't fix it. Failure. Trouble always comes one after another. Augustus held his breath and paced unconsciously in place. Titus, hold on to the Mirror Plains base. I will have Captain Kel-morian in orbit. Send out support troops, he ordered. I grant you this authority. Once you think this war is irreversible, immediately withdraw all troops. I've been waiting for you to say this. If you don't use ruthless tactics against these bugs, they won't feel pain. Titus turned his head away, as if he didn't know fear at all. We'll have fried bugs tonight. Oh, they're so cute. Behind him stood several equally burly Revolutionary Army officers and a group of soldiers on standby. It was obvious that he was at the front line, rather than the command center. This was Titus's command style. Although he was very happy to stay in the safe rear and do some sneaky things when he was in the mood, if this war was related to Titus's own life and death, he would rather shoot his stupid superior and command the army himself than leave his fate to others. Finley's tough guys, we are in big trouble. Everyone can eat half-grown bugs with lava sweet sauce. He laughed loudly, and before the communication ended, there was an equally loud response from his side. Titus's side is not always filled with the worst villains. Smart people who don't drag down others, good people with high moral character, and most importantly, those who will never abandon those people in battle, are the ones that Titus may trust. Captain Kel-morian. Augustus then contacted the commander of the revolutionary fleet in high altitude orbit. The other party was a middle-aged man with a thick beard. He was from New Sydney, a fringe planet of the Federation. His beard was reddish, so many people in the Revolutionary Fleet called him New Sydney's Redbeard. Kel-morian was originally the captain of a commercial assault ship of the Revolutionary Army. Later, Augustus, who had no one available, further promoted him to the captain of the Leviathan-class battlecruiser Thunderchild, the son of Korhal battleship. The Arrow Thunder is the only one of the 3 remaining Leviathan-class battleships in the Revolutionary Fleet. The other 4 Leviathan-class battlecruisers captured from the Dalarian shipyard have been destroyed or scrapped because they could not keep up with the war between the Behemoth-class battlecruisers. The Arrow Thunder is still a heroic battleship. It has made outstanding contributions and should have retired gloriously or been sent to the scrapyard to continue to shine for mankind. However, the Revolutionary Army is really short of battleships. They do not have an interstellar shipyard that can manufacture large space battleships, so they can only continue to use battleships that should have been eliminated. Despite this surviving battleship can still reach the firepower of a capital ship after being upgraded by the Swan Engineering Corps, and its old engine has also been updated. I believe that this Leviathan-class battlecruiser will continue to serve the Revolutionary Army for a long time, until it is unable to break free from the gravity of the planet or Augustus thinks it deserves a good rest. Connecting. Marshal. Captain Kel-morian, wearing a dark grey Revolutionary captain's uniform and a wide-brimmed hat with gold panels, stood tall like a pine tree. What do you have to order? The fleet will reinforce the front immediately. We need orbital bombing and support from the Wraith Fighter Squadron. Okay, sir. The captain replied seriously. Augustus then ordered the Hyperion and the Norad III to support the landing force. That's not all. At this critical moment, Augustus first thought of the landing force of the Tacitor expedition. There was no time to be reserved at this time. Adjutant, contact the nearest Protoss ground forces. Since we have a common enemy, we need their support. The sooner the better. After issuing a series of orders, Augustus was ready to leave the command room to personally command his army. But at this time, Augustus noticed that Zarachel was standing quietly beside him, looking thoughtful. Psychic jammers. It is that kind of weapon that disrupts the psychic connection between the Zerg, making it difficult for them to move. Zarachel slowly looked at Augustus. I think I understand. This is a long-planned attack. The Overmind has been eyeing you when the humans landed, but your enemies may not be just them. Other enemies. Augustus immediately thought of a possibility and then flashed with cold anger. Nova Squadron. What did they do? No Duke once reported to Augustus that they had received a distress signal from the Federation Nova Squadron, and the reason why the Nova Squadron landed on Char was still a mystery, and Augustus believed that they would never come to this hellish planet to take a hot spring bath. Before this, my Dark Templars have been keeping a close eye on any army on the surface of Char. The Zerg, the Templars, you, and the humans in purple armor. Zarachel stood beside Augustus, and his voice sounded like a calm old man. Your fellow humans have deployed a special weapon nearby. He continued, this weapon is constantly amplifying the psionic signal of one of the human seekers. Hearing what Zarachel said, Augustus immediately understood what Nova Squadron was doing. Psionic emitter. Alpha Squadron received the distress signal from the landing force of Nova Squadron, but it must not have been sent to them, or the Nova Squadron sent to the ground did not know what consequences their mission would lead to. The psionic emitter would of course attract the Zerg swarm, which was the real reason why the people of Nova Squadron were surrounded. Augustus also knew that the psionic jammer was a powerful weapon against the Zerg, but another human weapon, the psionic emitter, could offset this effect. As long as there are enough psychic transmitters, the psychic jammers of the Revolutionary Army will be ineffective. At first we didn't know why they did that, but such a dangerous move aroused my vigilance. Zarachel's voice sounded in Augustus' mind again. That signal strengthens the psychic connection between the Overmind and the Cerebrates and their tribes. When the signal of that weapon is strong enough to completely cover the strange interference wave in your camp, the powerful Overmind and the Cerebrates can regain control of their own tribes. The eyes of the Dark Templar Master flashed with green psychic fire, which seemed to reflect his wise soul. I don't know if this is a common feature of human beings. You always try to show your existence to the universe without caring whether there are enemies in deep space, and try to master those forces that even you cannot understand. When the Kakiluterasaur of Shakura swallows too much food, it will only be overeating. This bunch of scum. Augustus has long been aware of the corruption, depravity, and selfishness of the Federation. When the Federation Parliament decided to nuke Korhal IV, there was absolutely no possibility of reconciliation between them. While the Revolutionary Army was fighting for the survival of Terran humans, the Terran Federation only wanted them to die. Titus, retreat. There is no need to continue this war. Augustus reconnected with Titus, who was preparing to fight a big battle, and changed his order without hesitation. The psychic emitters deployed by the Nova Squadron will also bring another terrible effect, that is, the Zerg from all over Char will swarm in. In this way, the Revolutionary Army's landing point on Char will immediately become the most dangerous place on the planet. In this way, there is no need to defend the landing point, because it is impossible to defend it, even if all the people participating in the expedition are filled in. What? I'm in high spirits. Titus' voice paused, but if you order me to leave this damn place, I have no objection. Corporal Faraday, let the most loyal and brave guards protect the fragment of the Zelniger artifact. At this time, Augustus still did not forget the importance of the artifact fragment. Augustus also revoked the order to the fleet. Now they only had one task, which was to send enough transport ships and fighters to cover the retreat of the landing troops. Augustus would have to be crazy to want to fight to the death with the entire Zerg of Char. That should have been something that only the Protoss Expeditionary Force could do. After saying that, Augustus walked out of the command room, and Corporal Faraday followed him closely. Zarachil glanced at the human command center and followed. Usually, neither the Templar nor the Dark Templar would contact humans, let alone regard the other party as a friend of equal strength. When Zarachil talked with Augustus, he found that the other party was a rare human who truly ruled his people with benevolence and majesty. Such a person was rare even among his people. A human commander who dared to lead the army, to face the expedition to Char, and the Zerg swarm was worthy of Zarachil's attention, and his patience with Augustus also came from this. When Augustus walked out of the command room, the 4 Martial Elite Guard members in the corridor immediately put down their Gauss rifles and followed him. Several civilian staff responsible for collecting and processing intelligence hurried past Augustus, holding documents and electromagnetic pistols in their hands, which were the only weapons that could protect them. As Augustus ran out of the command center, the green rectangular marching tents, the towering radar towers and artillery positions and the Alpha Squadron landing base suddenly came into view. These large caliber electromagnetic cannons are the Alpha Squadron's reliance on fire suppression. When dealing with Zerg, their power is no less than that of the Arctank's Thor's hammer siege artillery. The Alpha Squadron soldiers, wearing white power armor, and with black and gold eagles and wolf heads on their right chest and shoulder armor, were running to various bunkers and heavy firepower points with high morale under the command of Renault. Some of these Alpha Squadron soldiers were once resocialized soldiers on the warfield of injustice, and they still believe that they are fighting for the Terran Federation, because their modified brains cannot distinguish the difference between government forces and rebels very well. During the neural modification surgery, the doctors did not add relevant memories and skills. When Alpha Squadron fought against the Federation Army, they still called the enemy rebels. Now this kind of thing will not happen again, and all the Federation resocializations have been further modified. At the same time, the ever-improving resocialization technology is also working hard to reduce the defects of the modified soldiers, to preserve their personality as much as possible. Guarding this base are 2 battalions of the 1st Marine Division of Alpha Squadron. Due to the lack of sufficient resocialized soldiers, the number of these battalions has always been maintained within a range of barely maintaining the establishment. Leading these troops are senior officers from the Revolutionary Army. Their loyalty is the reliance of Augustus to keep Alpha Squadron firmly in his hands. Your soldiers are brave and have lofty ideals. Zarachil's figure is a little hunched, but his body is still strong. His strong broad feet made no sound as they stomped the ground, and with every step he took, Augustus took too, and soon he caught up with him. Even though aging had irreversibly weakened the Protoss, Dark Archon Zarachil was still one of the most powerful Dark Templar alive. They are the most selfless human warriors I have ever met. He offered his opinion, as if he were an elder to Augustus, not a stranger he had just met. But the Zerg you face is the oldest and most terrible. The Zerg of Dagath are stronger than any enemy humanity has ever faced. There are also swarms of Thas and Naga. Do you think we are doomed? Augustus walked over to Jim Raynor, who was directing the defense of the southern fortification wall of the base, facing the Shyamid swarm. Point, you have shown bravery beyond your years. Zarachel did not answer Augustus' question. Augustus did not feel any humor from the voice of Zarachel projected in his mind. At least that's what the other party really thought. Such praise makes me happy, Elder. Maybe it's just because my mental age is older than my actual age. As he spoke, Augustus had come to Raynor's side, and the latter was ordering the engineers of Alpha Squadron to use electroplated 15mm armor plates to reinforce the defense. It was very close to the vanguard of the Shyamid Zerg. The front Zerglings were less than 500 yards away from an abandoned Alpha Squadron outpost. Augustus could even smell the bloody smell brought by the Zerg. How is the situation, Jim? Augustus asked Raynor. Not very good. Raynor said truthfully, even if Duke's people come back, at most they can only give the Zerg a few more pieces of meat. Maybe we can ask the Protoss for help. Protoss. Augustus thought that he had sent a distress signal to the Protoss before. If there was support from the Protoss, they would not be so desperate. As he was talking, with the humming sound in the wind, several shining Protoss gold blue fighters leapt in, followed by a large number of transport ships and Protoss assault boats. All the Zerg nearby were heading here. Even without the help of humans, the commander of the Protoss ground forces had already discovered something was wrong. It's just in time. Raynor smiled. They came just as we were talking, as always. Well, it seems that we don't need to escape for the time being. Augustus shook his head, thinking about what he should do to turn the tide of the battle in this situation. Since most of the Zerg will be attracted here by the psionic emitter, even the Shyamid swarm that guards the Overmind all year round has come. It means that at least the defense of the Korhal IV area, where the Overmind is located, will definitely be weakened. Thinking of this, Augustus looked at Zarachel. I'm ready to fight side by side with human warriors. Zarachel responded to Augustus. There is no 6000 today. Don't be careless. Chapter 294, Star Spirit Man. Augustus was located between a tall alloy steel wall and a double-layer modular logistics supply station. A T-280 space engineering vehicle was parked next to it. The lights from the supply station and the searchlight tower illuminated the area in front of the fortification wall. He, Raynor, Zarachel, and Corporal Faraday's elite guards climbed the fortification wall and watched the Shyamid swarm approaching the base. This was the night of Char, dangerous but strangely beautiful. The night of Char was not too cold because the magma released by the geothermal volcanic eruption provided additional temperature in addition to the starlight. The fire of the magma lakes and rivers reflected the ground in the distance into a bright red. The two purple moons and the huge red planet in the sky reminded Augustus that this was a world completely different from the Earth. Augustus stood behind the electroplated baffle of the 330mm electromagnetic railgun on the fortification wall. The revolutionary artillery next to him was confirming the location of the alien Zerg tunnel worms, based on satellite images. This long-range artillery can strike the enemies of the Revolutionary Army beyond visual range. It is extremely powerful, but it takes a long time to charge. More soldiers are transporting weapons such as rocket launchers, grenade launchers and heavy machines to fortifications. As the most elite unit in the Federation Navy, Alpha Squadron's equipment is also one of the best. These humans are so pathetic. Zarachel sent out sympathetic mental fluctuations as he walked past the resocialized Alpha Squadron soldiers. Their brains have been transformed, and they have become a completely different person from the past, a group of pathetic prisoners trapped in their own minds. Even without using telepathy to explore human thoughts, Zarachel can detect the difference between these resocialized soldiers and ordinary humans in the surface mental fluctuations. Deep in the hearts of resocialized soldiers, there is a brutal soul, and the memories of the past have been covered by tampered memories after the brain tissue transformation. But that part of the brutal and cruel past is just hidden, not disappeared. These memories are easy to explore for a powerful Dark Templar Shadow Master like Zarachel. When Zarachel saw that a butcher who once loved to find victims in the squalid streets of Tarsinus slums kill them and disembowel them, was transformed into a soldier with a dreamy childhood and lofty ideals. He was really surprised by the cruelty of human beings and their ruthlessness towards their fellow human beings. They are part of the resocialization transformation of the Terran Federation, focusing on the transformation of those who are considered hopeless criminals and let these people serve the federal government again. Augustus explained to Zerachel, "This is unthinkable among my people." Zerachel said, "We will never hurt our own people." As Augustus looked ahead, the thermal imaging of his mask headset showed that the surging Sharmat Zerg in the distance were just red dots piled up on the display panel. There are about 150,000 to 200,000 Sharmat Zerg with crimson skin and hardened shells running on the grey-white ash layer scattered on the giant rocks of Char. This number may not look so amazing, but when they spread out on the flat ground, it is like a red flood. The attack of the Sharmat swarm was by no means a chaotic charge. Their formation was staggered and orderly. In the front was a mountain of Ultralisk, and a large number of Hydralisks and Zerglings appeared below them. Among the roaring alien creatures of the Sharmat swarm, the number of larger and more deadly elite Hydralisk individual hunters far exceeded any main clan that humans had seen so far. Thousands of overlords and more mutalisks, swarm guardians and scourges hovered in the sky, like black smoke and black clouds. These terrifying flying Zerg creatures were obviously from another race. Their yellowed shells were particularly eye-catching under the moonlight of Char and the reflection of the volcanic light. At the flying height of the Overlord, it was absolutely impossible for humans to hit it with rifles. Unless it deliberately flew very low, only anti-aircraft guns and fighter planes could deal with it. To our west, the Gamzerg and another hive of Zerg appeared in SARS, and they are numerous. Raynor reported to Augustus, but the good news is that the Protoss reinforcement are coming soon. Elder. After confirming that he was in the center of the endless swarm of Zerg, Augustus looked at the Dark Templar Zerachel, who was also looking ahead. The Overlord has sent out several of its most powerful hives, and its rear defense must be empty. I think this is an opportunity for the Dark Templar, who are good at assassination. As long as we can take this opportunity to kill enough brainworms, the power of the Overlord connected to the brainworm's mind will inevitably be weakened. Augustus said to Zerachel in an extremely serious tone, "This may be our only chance to kill the Overlord." Augustus did not think that Zerachel could kill the Overlord. The Overlord may be the most powerful psychic individual in the universe, but if its power can be weakened, then at least an opportunity to kill the Overlord in the future can be created, which is enough. How long can you hold out here with so few warriors? Perhaps courage is not enough to make up for the gap between humans and the Zerg. Zerachel was indeed surprised by Augustus's bold idea. He saw more excellent qualities in this human. At a time when the situation was so bad that it was almost hopeless, Augustus was thinking about how to turn the tables. The troops of Tacita, the executor of the Protoss Expeditionary Force, are on their way. They will help us, Augustus replied. Tacita, are they your allies? Zerachel had to admit that the human in front of him always gave him all kinds of scares. Salute to a done. Augustus smiled. Commander, you know more about the Protoss than I thought. Zerachel had already remembered Augustus' name, and he would never forget it in his still long life. I agree with your idea. He turned to Augustus. The Dark Templars have been looking for opportunities to sneak into the Zerg main nest. The more chaotic the situation on this planet is, the more favorable it will be for our actions. I will lead my Dark Templars personally. May the shadow of twilight protect you, and we will meet again soon. Zerachel took a few steps back and disappeared in the rolling black smoke. Wow. The mysterious Dark Templars, but they look cool, don't they? Raynor blew a loud whistle. When will our Seekers be able to come and go as quietly as them? Let our Seekers learn from Zerachel's Dark Templars? Augustus guessed Raynor's idea. This is probably unlikely, Jimmy, but it may be effective to let the Dark Templars train our agents. Raynor reminded Augustus that once the relationship between the Revolutionary Army and the Protoss is stable or even formally established, he can hire the Protoss to serve him. The Protoss had no concept of human goods trade and money exchanges, and their technology had already reached the level where the unnatural death rate was reduced to the lowest level, but that did not mean that a Protoss was without desires. Augustus would always find a way to hire a few Templars to train his Seekers and warriors. That's what I thought. Raynor said. The bugs are swarming up. They're starting to attack. At this time, a nearby Revolutionary Army officer shouted. After 2 rounds of artillery fire from the Revolutionary Army's artillery positions, dense red Zerg had entered the range of fire from machine guns and howitzers, and ground-to-ground missiles had already been launched. Thick fog filled the air above the Sharmat swarm, reflecting a dim light in the light of the searchlights and flares at the Alpha Squadron base. It was not some toxic gas or high-energy gas that gushed out from the cracks in the char crust, but a biological cloud composed of countless microorganisms, which greatly confused the vision of human soldiers. The smoke formed by living microorganisms can also shield detection equipment such as thermal imaging, making it impossible for them to see the enemy in the smoke. However, this smoke is not very useful except for confusing the vision, and it can't stop bullets and artillery shells at all. As long as the human firepower is strong enough, the Zerg in the yellow smoke will not be absolutely safe. Do you see those scorpion worms? Raynor pointed in one direction. At this time, the vanguard of the Sharmat Zerg swarm was less than 800 yards away from them. Augustus could see a snake-like slender figure flashing among the numerous hydralisks and springtails. There are a lot of them, not just the sporadic 1 or 2 in Marcera and Antigua. Raynor said with lingering fear. When we were on Antigua Prime, many patrol teams encountered this kind of monster in the wild. They lurk underground, and once someone steps into their hiding place, they will suddenly appear and spit out deadly poisonous spores. Even power armor can't defend against it. The disease carried by the spores can kill a platoon or even more people in a short time. We can only send special operations teams and snipers to deal with them from a distance. We can't let those monsters get close to our base. Augustus looked at Raynor. Augustus's order was immediately executed. The elite squad that was originally deployed to focus on sniping the hunter-killer changed its target accordingly. They ran on the commanding heights of the long fortification wall to look for the exposed scorpion worms. The roars of the Zerg, the collision of shells and the swallowing of saliva seemed to be part of the Zerg swarm, the sound of waves hitting each other. Augustus did not need to issue an order. As soon as the Zerg entered the effective shooting range, the officers in the fortification walls and bunkers issued the order to shoot. It is not so easy to guard a large base with less than 500 troops. The firepower points are inevitably scattered. At this moment, Augustus ran straight to a double-barreled Gatling machine gun mounted on a bracket and fired a series of bullets at the Zerg below. Raynor held the Mark railgun and focused on greeting the Thunder Beast, Hunter-Killer and Scorpion Worm. Wherever the bullets passed, there were Zerg wailing and roaring. In the darkness, the Sharmat swarm continued to advance. When a Zergling fell, more hydralisks took its place. A huge ultralisk followed the thunderous roar of its run and crashed into a parapet. The huge impact force almost tore the section of the fortification wall apart. The soldiers of Alpha Squadron on the parapet were swept by the ultralisk's huge chitinous scythe, and blood splattered everywhere. In this situation, the resocialized soldiers of Alpha Squadron still held their positions. Even when the ultralisk's saliva splashed on the mosque when it roared, they still kept firing. Resocialized soldiers are not just any emotionless robots. They will also be angry when fighting, and the adrenaline and morphine in the stimulants will make them extremely excited. In the combat sequence of the Federation's resocialized soldiers, they will even be ordered to inject stimulants until they die. The flaws of these soldiers are still obvious. For example, when the only commander died in battle, they will stubbornly execute the previous order. Just like now. All the firepower was aimed at the Thunder Beast, but the latter did not retreat. Even with blood all over its body, it continued to hit the fortification wall until it was in danger. Fortunately, the Protoss support was timely. More than a dozen golden blue shuttles quickly passed over the heads of the Alpha Squadron soldiers, dropping hundreds of Templars holding sharp blades. Without landing, the Protoss warriors directly used the Protoss phase technology to transfer to the ground. The shining Protoss stick-shaped fighter flew through the air, dropping several antimatter bombs on the roaring Thunder Beast, killing it easily. Although the performance and power of this fighter far exceeded that of humans, the Protoss still called it a reconnaissance plane. The Templars of Tacita did not land on the fortification wall of the Revolutionary Army, but jumped directly into the middle of the Sharmat swarm. Large numbers of Dragon Knights and Golden Beetles appeared in the base. In just a few minutes, thousands of Protoss reinforcement arrived at the base. A large number of warp rifts appeared in the middle of the base. It was obvious that the Protoss were warping from their home planet Ea to the defense buildings. "This is really a tough guy falling from the sky," Augustus said. A Protoss Dragon Knight warped to a place not far from Augustus. His shining mecha with 4 walking limbs seemed to be made of gold, and the outside was inlaid with brilliant blue crystals and gems. "I'm Tal'Darin, the commander of the Grand Archon Praetor, to distinguish from the White Ball Archon, the Archon. In fact, these two are different positions, but the translation is the same, and the Dragon Knights," the Dragon Knight said. "As the earliest Dragon Knight mecha made by the Protoss Calais phase technicians, it has been polished to be as brilliant as the sun after thousands of years." When the Dragon Knight armor came out, the Protoss still used solar fragments instead of the current Kel-morian crystals to power their warships, buildings, and weapons, so the firepower of this Dragon Knight was also quite amazing. Compared with now, Tal'Darin's weapon system is still advanced enough. "Human, we have detected a large number of human psychic signals in this area. What's going on?" Tal'Darin walked towards Augustus, and his long mechanical limbs made a clacking sound on the parapet of the fortification. "Ah, I feel the power of the void, such a familiar and sad power." After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. As a powerful and respected Archon, he was stunned. His sad voice sounded in Augustus' mind. "This reminds me of my old friend Adun." "Oh, you have a good nose." Raynor shrugged. "Thanks for voting." Chapter 295 Archon Tal'Darin. The Adun and the Entaro Adun, the hero of the Protoss. Raynor said, "I thought Adun was a god or a legendary figure. I fought alongside him." Tal'Darin said with a sad tone of nostalgia, "It was a long time ago, when he was still a disciple of Executor Zoranus. How I miss him. Adun and I have experienced many wars together. That was the golden age of the Protoss Empire. Adun was born to be a leader. In the spiritual ocean of Kala, he was like a golden sun. We followed him and loved him. He was the greatest warrior, military strategist and leader. At a young age, he was promoted to the highest position that a Templar could reach, Executor." While Tal'Darin was speaking, 2 other high-ranking Templars walked down from the Protoss shuttle parked on the fortification wall. Their shining armor and purple robes and cloaks were particularly eye-catching under the light. Then a team of 8 Templars appeared, and each of their armor was more shining and gorgeous than the others. As a Templar of the Age of Adun, Tal'Darin still yearns for the past, and his followers still wear the armor style of the golden age of the Protoss Empire. These Templars, dressed in full gold armor and purple robes, wear gold and sapphire helmets, hold battle axes, and are majestic. As they look at Augustus and Raynor, both can feel the oppression of the Templars' psychic and mental power. Those Templars who have not yet reached the highest level in the way of Kala are called Zealots. Over the long years, they have already adapted to the self-suppression training of Kala. On weekdays, Templars will meditate in Ea's Adun Fortress or the Lake of Silence, exchanging their insights on Kala, in order to gain further improvement. In battle, Templars will release their anger in a posture that is almost like a berserker. In the eyes of the enemy, they are the embodiment of rage and death. The Templars in the Zealot Church are bound together by honor and heritage. They are loyal believers of Kara, and they strictly abide by the precepts of purity, concentration, and thought represented by Sherak, the moon of Ea. They are also the eternal guardians of Ea and the sharp spears of the Protoss Empire. Compared with assassination and conspiracy, the Templars prefer to embrace the glory of battle and the eternal glory of swearing to kill the enemy, but that does not mean that they will not use strategies. Wars involving Templars are often a gorgeous frontal cut and unstoppable destruction. So you are a living legend. Wow, I'm honored to fight a warrior like you. Raynor's tone changed quickly. This passionate young man admires heroes, which is why he is willing to follow Augustus. Ever since Raynor met Augustus in the boot camp of Turis's II, he felt that Augustus was a hero from the bottom of his heart. It is my honor to fight alongside warriors like you. Tal'Darin did not show any arrogance or indifference, which made Augustus and Raynor think that he might be much easier to get along with than they thought. After saying this, Tal'Darin's long mechanical appendages slid across the wall of the fortifications and looked in the direction of the Shayamat swarm. Under the orange-red night sky of Char, the Protoss and human coalition forces had to face the wrath of the Shayamat swarm. tens of thousands of hydralisks and scorpion worms swam like snakes in the volcanic ash layer more than 10 inches deep, as if there were endless swarms of snakes emerging from the earth after hibernation. These hideous monsters are a mixture of insects, reptiles and other horrors. Their innate mission is to assimilate and devour other races in the universe. The Protoss Templars in blue robes and golden armor advanced along the iron-gray fortification wall at Augustus' feet, using their psychic blades shining with blue light to mercilessly kill the Zerg in front of the fortification wall. The Protoss Templars' combat skills were extremely superb, and their movements of chopping with psychic blades were resolute and decisive. Augustus witnessed hundreds of Templars rushing into the Zerg with a tsunami-like war cry, harvesting the Zerg's cries and blood. Their shining psychic blades and plasma shields were quite eye-catching in the dark night. The golden and blue Protoss fighters' gravity thrusters released ice blue flames and fought thrilling battles with the Mutalis in the sky. The Alpha Squadron on the human side also got a chance to breathe because the Protoss were attacking the Zerg formation and was able to reorganize its defense. Human Commander, please tell me your plan. Also, what are those human psychic WAV forms that span the galaxy? As a Templar, Tal'Darin disdained to directly probe Augustus's thoughts, although it was easy for the Protoss. It is a weapon designed to emit psychic WAV forms of human psychics into the universe, a psychic transmitter, and this psychic signal can attract Zerg several light years away. The Dragon Knight mecha is still much taller than the power armor, and Augustus can only look up at the giant in front of him. Augustus and Tal'Darin talked amid the rumble of artillery and the hissing of Zerg, each trying to figure out the other's intentions and strategic insights. This is why so many Zerg suddenly attacked us. The army that set up these psychic transmitters is the Terran Federation. They are our enemies and their purpose is to kill us. Augustus did not say that the fragments of the Zelniger artifact might also be the reason why the Zerg went crazy. This kind of thing was not so easy for him to explain to the Protoss. Even with the massive invasion of Zerg and the danger of their homeland, the humans are still unwilling to stop the civil war. When Tal'Darin realized that the contradictions between the various human forces had caused the current situation, he became even more disappointed with the human race. You have to ask the people of the Federation. Raynor spread his hands. Where can I meet them? Tal'Darin asked Raynor seriously. We must convince the leaders of the Terran Federation. Point, I'm just talking. I didn't really ask you to go. Raynor felt bored for a while, and it's not easy for you to convince the old witch Andrea Tagore and her humble servants. If you want to reason with them, you can only use tanks and artillery. Raynor believed that what Tal'Darin said was absolutely true, because these Protoss generally have no concept of secrets and lies. They are frank and sincere, and will not lie. I think it will take me some time to adapt to the way humans speak. Tal'Darin looked at Raynor. I know you humans call that a sense of humor? Not very humorous. Raynor said. Human Commander, we have detected that almost all the Zerg main hives in this hemisphere are moving here. Tal'Darin was puzzled by Raynor's words. I want to know your battle plan. I think we should hold on here. Augustus replied, when the Zerg in the entire Char are gathering here, I will let my Dark Templar allies assassinate the Cerebrates in the main hive. Their void energy can completely kill the Cerebrates and make it impossible for them to resurrect. What? Tal'Darin seemed shocked. But the reaction of Tal'Darin's subordinates was much greater than his. One of the high-ranking Templars almost stunned Augustus with his angry roar mixed with psychic screams. Kara's betrayers. Traitors. Where are they? Protect the Archon. The Protoss Templars who had been calm and composed just now showed their light blades, their ice blue eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings and protecting their leader Tal'Darin in the middle, even glaring at Augustus himself, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. They are allies of the Dark Templar. Be careful of these dirty humans. The Templars retreated cautiously as they spoke, as if the word Dark Templar was a far more terrifying enemy to them than the Zerg. The Dark Templar are back. They will destroy Kala and the Empire. It sounds like I'm dirty, Raynor said with his hands on his hips, but I remember what Zarachil said, was that they were the victims. Nonsense. Another high-ranking Templar's powerful mental roar almost knocked Raynor to the ground. If it weren't for the Great Dun to eliminate the threat of the Dark Templar, the Protoss Empire would have perished long ago. We will never cooperate with the Dark Templar and their allies. No. Tal'Darin calmed the anger of his warriors in Kala. There should not be such hatred between us, and it has not yet come to the point where the Templars and Dark Templars draw their swords against each other. Is it the children of Ratzagul? They haven't appeared in our sight for a long time. He sighed. Every family has its own problems. Raynor felt that he had roughly figured it out, and sighed. Don't be so nervous. The Dark Templar are not our enemies. Tal'Darin asked his Templars to put away their blades, but did not get much response. But the knowledge and history we have learned have told us that the Dark Templar, the betrayers of Kala, are the enemies of the Templar. They almost destroyed the Protoss Empire 1,000 years ago. We must be vigilant against the hidden Dark Templar, who are ready to make a comeback at any time. It sounds like the Dark Templar are doing all kinds of evil. Raynor's understanding of the Protoss is very limited, and he doesn't trust Zerachel, who suddenly visited. Both sides have their own opinions, and he doesn't know who to trust, but if Zarachel's Dark Templar can really kill the brain worm, it's worth it. Having said that, it's even more strange that Augustus trusts Zarachel so much. But this is absolutely reasonable. Augustus must have made this decision after careful consideration. Raynor still chose to believe Augustus' judgment without reservation. If it were someone else, he would only think that this person was really careless and would actually trust an alien who had just met and hadn't talked for a long time. If Raynor and Augustus saw the same people and things, their reactions and judgments were completely different. Then this is definitely not Augustus's problem. Raynor thinks he should reflect on himself. What surprised Raynor was that as a Templar, Tal'Darin's reaction was very different from that of his subordinates. This must be because he had fought side by side with a Dun. This is the difference between him and other Protoss. Tal'Darin was the first Dragon Rider. Other Protoss who were only 300 or 400 years old were really just young people in front of him. Indeed, we found the scattered void energy around the dead brain worm, but we don't know who did it. Tal'Darin was reluctant to mention that history again, or someone might have ordered him to keep silent about it. Until now, the White Nest is still out of control, and they have all been cleared by other tribes. Presumably, their brain worms are really dead, he said. Tal'Darin is not only a Dragon Rider pilot, he is also an ancient hero with outstanding achievements. The reason why he can receive such an honor is not just because he lived long enough. His outstanding military talent and strategic foresight are the reasons why Tal'Darin was able to become the Grand Archon. Usually, the Grand Archon is the military leader and administrative manager of a province in Aya. This is an opportunity worth a try. My Templars and I will hold on to this fortress until the Dark Templars succeed. This is my decision. Tal'Darin paused for a few seconds, as if using the equipment in the Dragon Knight mecha to report to the Protoss expeditionary fleet in the high-altitude orbit of Char. Executor Tacita believes that this plan is feasible after learning about it and should be implemented immediately. You are indeed the most wise Grand Archon. Augustus originally thought that, even if Tal'Darin was a warrior from the era of Adun, he would have to spend a lot of time to convince him, but things went unexpectedly smoothly. Why? If it weren't for the Dark Templar, how could Adun ascend to Twilight and leave us far away? The Supreme Council will never agree with your decision. A high-ranking Templar obviously disagreed with this order. In the past, the Templars under Tal'Darin respected him very much and regarded his orders as an iron law that could not be violated. Just because he had fought side by side with Adun was enough for Tal'Darin to receive this honor. All the Protoss, even the Executor Tacita, would add a prefix to Tal'Darin when they saw him. Great. The Supreme Council? In the past, the Arbitrators were the first group of people who followed Cass and the Guardians of the Xel'Naga ruins of the Cyric tribe. Now there are only conspirators and politicians left. Tal'Darin was quite dissatisfied with the Supreme Council, but no one would accuse him of being a Templar and daring to disrespect the rulers of the Arbitrator class. Even if the arbitrators of the Supreme Council stood in front of me, this decision would not change at all. The Templar class should also make their own judgments. Who can guarantee that the arbitrators in the council will not make mistakes? I like your style. Augustus praised Tal'Darin. At this time, the giant Kel-morian crystal towers and portals of the Protoss had already appeared in the warp rift in the base behind Augustus. Along with it came the particle cannon and beam railgun that were being charged, and one by one the Templars and Dragon Knights jumped to the portal platform through the folded space-time rift and joined the battle. Plus equals Thank you for voting. Chapter 296, Killing Brainworms. The Azure particle beams passed through the sky above the base of the Alpha Squadron of the Revolutionary Army, melting red glowing gullies in the formation of the Shyama swarm. A 200-foot-long iron-grey fortification wall lay on its side in a mixture of ash and blood, and the tents, where the garrison soldiers lived, were burning in raging flames. There was the center of the battle, and a long line of shoulder-to-shoulder Templars formed an indestructible line of defense around the gap. It was a brutal and bloody melee, with a large number of Zerglings, Hydralisks and Ultralisks roaring and rushing towards the swords and shadows of the blue psychic blades. Behind the Templars were their archons Tal'Darim and the Dragon Knights. The slow-moving Golden Beetles were rushing to the most dangerous areas of the battle. The electromagnetic force field released by each Scarab high explosive bomb they fired could clear a large area of space in the vast sea of insects. The Zerg army continued to advance, endlessly. In the starlit night of Char, the Shyamid Zerg seemed like the shadows of a wave. Everywhere was a desperate battle and killing. Thousands of determined Protoss and human warriors were fighting for the same goal. People were sacrificed every moment, so much so that Augustus had no time to distinguish whether the screams of the dead came from the Protoss or the humans. After agreeing on the battle plan with Tal'Darim, Augustus fought on the wall of his fortification for more than 3 hours. He first emptied all the ammunition of the Gatling machine gun and the twin 30mm cannon, and then used the electromagnetic rifle, the nail gun and the SR-8 20-round Torrent shotgun. Augustus, Raynor, and Corporal Faraday and more than a dozen martial elite guards fought side by side. They had completely forgotten how many Zerg they had killed. They just mechanically reloaded, shot with the help of the power armor's auxiliary aiming system, reloaded, and repeated this process. In this battle, strategy and skills didn't mean much. Augustus didn't even have to bother aiming, because the number of Zerg was so large that he could hit them with just one shot. In Titus' words, he could pee on top of the Zerg. Now, the best soldiers were those who could shoot according to the established training. Personal heroism didn't help much here, unless he was a high-level seeker like Sarah Kerrigan. At the beginning, it was mainly Augustus and his men who held onto this fortification wall that had been scarred by the corrosive acid of the Zerg. But as more and more Mutalisks and Zerg Guardians appeared in the sky, the soldiers around Augustus fell one after another. The medics didn't even have time to treat the wounded, and could only use the laser wound suture device on the power armor arm to simply treat the wounded and transfer them to the rear. Augustus soon ran out of manpower. When the defense line was stretched to its limits, Tal'Darim's Templars came to help. A large number of Dragon Riders and high-ranking Templars took over the human position. Did you hear that sound? At this time, Augustus and Raynor were standing on the fortification wall and shooting at the Zerg rushing down below. There were at least 2 dead bodies of Ultralisks and thousands of Zerglings and Hydralisks lying below, but more Zerg were clinging to the bodies of their own kind and trying to climb over the wall. They are digging a hole. In the interval between shots, Augustus clearly heard the sound of chitinous fangs and claws scraping against the metal wall. He immediately shouted in the communication channel, "They want to dig through this wall." There were Hydralisks with crimson skin and shells in their larger, faster and stronger advanced elite Zerg slayers in the Zerg gene sequence. The thick bone shields and bright crowns on their heads seemed to be stained with blood. At least 2,000 Hydralisks and countless springtails were gathering in front of the fortification wall. The most brutal and bloodthirsty killers among the Hydralisks were attracting the bone sickles on their forelimbs. The vertebrae behind their heads extended from the contracted hard carapace for about a foot, 30 centimeters, and the dense spines shot out from the vibration of the tendons, like whistling bullets. These dense spikes penetrated deeply into the fortification wall, making a clanging sound of metal collision. In the marginal world of the Terran Federation, these bone spikes from Hydralisks are even a material for daggers, and are also the most valuable collection of human soldiers. Old Johnny, throw all the electromagnetic pulse grenades up to Flanders. Can you hear me? Renault realized something, and walked towards the ammunition box behind him, but found that there were not many grenades left. Damn bugs. The previous squad responsible for transporting ammunition had just gone down, which meant that the ammunition supply in this base was running low. When will Duke's men arrive? Where did Titus go? Raynor shouted. I'm afraid they won't be able to come. Augustus looked up at the sky as he spoke. The dark masses of Mutilus almost obscured the brightness of the moon. Sending transport planes in this situation is nothing but suicide. Even the bravest pilots can't send reinforcement and supplies up amidst so many Mutilus. Augustus noticed that an outnumbered Protoss reconnaissance plane was captured by a dozen Mutilus, and the Protoss fighter was torn to pieces a few seconds later. The golden and blue Protoss fighters in the sky were becoming fewer and fewer, like sunlight obscured by dark clouds. At this time, the Protoss Dragon Knights beside Augustus provided strong support. Their phase-tearing cannons swept across a row of hydralisks, smashing them into powder. Beside Augustus, a high-ranking Templar wearing purple vestments and golden armor moved forward a few steps. The blue light in the eyes of the high-ranking Templar shone even brighter. The powerful psychic power created a terrifying psychic ripple in the dense waves of hydralisks, tearing hundreds of Zerg apart in an instant. The Protoss were born seekers in their primitive times. Every member of the tribe was a true psychic. The mental ripples that they accidentally overflowed could be fatal to small animals and weak races like humans. If the Protoss cannot restrain the mental ripples of their own will, then the uncontrolled psychic energy may even evolve into a terrible storm that sweeps across the planet. It is precisely because of this lesson that every Protoss is required to suppress their own psychic energy at a young age, and Kara is the final destination of this demand. The high-ranking Templars who have risen to the top of the Templar class in Kara are the most powerful Seekers. They have mastered the ability to use this power through centuries of hard training, and can guide their own psychic energy. The high-ranking Templar can transform a series of small mental ripples into a storm that sweeps across everything. In an instant, countless Zerg corpses, shells, and blood were swept into the air by the psychic storm, and fell down one after another. All the Zerg covered by it were charred and torn apart by the psychic storm that was as hot as a hurricane. The extremely hot skin wrapped around the Zerg's body, burning them alive. Psionic energy surged in the bodies of the high-level Templars, making them look like shining blue stars. Even the slight energy overflowing from the high-level Templars made Augustus feel dangerous. At the same time, he also knew that the Protoss high-level Templars were far more than just able to create a psychic storm. Seekers like Karrigan could already use their mental power to turn a person's brain into paste, or cause intracranial hemorrhage to death at a distance of 10 yards, and Augustus did not believe that the high-level Templars could not do it. As far as humans are concerned, the higher the level of psychic power, the more superpowers they have, including teleportation, object manipulation, fire making, and even passing through walls like a ghost. Of course, such abilities can only be seen in psychics above sea level 8 and very special individuals. The high-level Templar has been using his power carefully, making sure that it is used at the most critical moment every time. As the highest level commander here, he is also paying close attention to the situation on the entire battlefield. The Zerg's actions of digging passages under the human fortification walls also attracted the attention of the high-level Templar, and he immediately ordered the Dragon Knights to concentrate their firepower to deal with the Zerg who were digging. In the past, any fortress walls built on the ground could not effectively stop the Zerg's attack, because it only took them a while to dig through the entire surface. The hardest and densest volcanic rocks are the ones that can form a solid land in the raging magma lakes and rivers of the burning land. Even the Zerg's tunnel network finds it difficult to dig and connect the tunnels in the death zone, where the magma lakes are crisscrossed. This is why human fortifications can work. The new alloy port fortification wall panels of Alpha Squadron penetrate deep into the thick ash layer and are embedded in the hard volcanic rock. This base is actually close to a real fortress. But these fortification walls can't last too long. Even if the foundation here is difficult for the Zerg to dig, it is only relative. When will those Dark Templars kill even one brain worm? The thunderous words of the high-level Templar sounded in the minds of Augustus and Raynor. They are too slow. We have sacrificed too many sons of Adun for you and their promises. He said, is this a lie? You hit the point. Raynor replied in between changing his guns, but we can only trust the Dark Templar. They are the key to breaking the situation. You also saw that a Protoss Templar can easily slaughter hundreds of Zerg, but Char's Zerg hatchery can easily produce 1,000 when he kills them. He said, as long as one brain worm dies, the Zerg of a hive will be scrapped. I hope so. the high-ranking Templar said. Then prove it to us. I suspect this is a conspiracy used by the Dark Templar to frame and kill us. This is not because the high-ranking Templar has ill will towards the Dark Templar. The fact is that he always doubts the motives of Zerachel and others, and believes that they are full of malice towards themselves. Because every AL protist born after Radun's ascension has been taught that the Dark Templar are evil and terrorists who intend to subvert Kara, I can only say that believing in the Dark Templar is the only reason why I'm standing here now. Augustus said to the high-ranking Templar, or rather, in the war with the Zerg, the Dark Templar is more important than a fleet. At this time, Augustus also put down his gun and felt a burst of fatigue in this moment. As a living person, even Augustus sometimes doubted why he had gone through so much trouble to run to Char, this hell on earth. But as long as he thought of his family, Kerrigan, his loyal followers and their families, and even the survival of the entire human race, Augustus did not think that what he was doing was in vain. As he was speaking, a miserable psychic wail came from the southeast of Augustus and others. This wail caused a tragic resonance among the Shayamat Zerg in front of the fortification wall. They were not grieving. The brainworms of the Shayamat Zerg just felt heartfelt anger. The Zerg became even more violent. They attacked the Protest Templar frantically and did not retreat because of the wailing just now. The furious Shayamat Zerg turned around and overwhelmed several zealot squads and tore them apart. The blue light shot up into the sky as if it was a soul rising up. Zerachel and the others succeeded. Raynor already had experience with this. I knew it would work. Dark Templar. They did a good thing this time. The high-ranking Templar felt the wailing of the brainworm more intuitively, and he said reluctantly, just this time. The location of this brainworm must not be far away from here, so that they could hear the wailing released by its extremely strong psychic power before it died. In front of the Dark Templar who was skilled in assassination, the brainworm was as weak as a child. Before Augustus could feel happy, he felt a cold pain in his mind. A shining green crystal automatically popped out from the storage unit on the chest of his power armor, projecting a video in front of him. It's the contact crystal that Zerachel gave you. Raynor remembered. Augustus, my Dark Templars, and I killed Osa, the Lord of the Dark Purple Nightmare Swarm, and a newborn Cerebrate. Zerachel's head flashed by. Not just one. Well done, Zerachel. Raynor exclaimed. How did you do it? The Cerebrates focused their attention on their tribes on the front line and their mental connection with the Overmind, but ignored the threat that was close at hand. Zerachel said. You taught the Overmind and the Cerebrates a good lesson. Raynor said, well done, Dark Templar. Thank you. Zerachel always had the habit of saying something behind his words. I must warn you, Augustus, the Overmind's army is approaching. I'm listening, Zerachel. Augustus nodded. After completely severing the mental connection between these Cerebrates and the Overmind, I was briefly connected to the Overmind's will again. I felt fear and anger. He said. The Zerg are the offspring of all Cerebrates, and Cerebrates are the children of the Overmind. The entire Zerg swarm obeys the Overmind. The Overmind is like the father of all Cerebrates, and the death of each Cerebrate will weaken its power. The Zerg swarm is angry. Beware of their revenge. Thank you for your support. Chapter 297, Ominous Omen. Burning Land. The battle at Alpha Landing continued until dawn, and Augustus's army and his Protoss allies resisted 17 attacks from Shayamat, Gam, Jumunganda, Leviathan, and the Goranda Zerg until the sun rose and the moon set. Augustus had experienced several direct confrontations with the Zerg, but none of them was as dangerous as this one. By the second half of the night, the defenses were shattered and riddled with holes by the Zerg. The tunnel worms broke out directly from the center of the base, and a large number of screaming monsters poured out from the collapsed holes. The roars used to intimidate the enemy could make Augustus associate them with the most terrible sounds he had ever heard. In the past few years, Augustus rarely had nightmares and his sleep quality was quite good. After what happened last night, he was convinced that he was in a terrible nightmare that he would never wake up from. No one wants to have the same dream again. Hordes of monsters surge up, as if countless evil spirits are trying to drag you into the abyss. Once those screaming monsters succeed, Augustus will be ripped open. Without Taldarin's reinforcement, Augustus would never believe that he could hold on until now. Fortunately, Augustus once again persevered to the end and became the real winner. Although it was only a bitter victory, Augustus has always reminded himself that the gains and losses of a battle should never be considered from a grand strategic perspective. When the morning light of Char sprinkled on the earth, the golden star in the binary star system of the Char galaxy immediately jumped out impatiently. The coolness of the morning did not stay on the surface of Char for long before it disappeared. The golden light only flashed for a moment, and the almost red sunlight reflected the rocks of Char into the color of molten iron. When Augustus looked forward from behind a slanted bunker that had been bombarded beyond recognition by hydralisks and alien blades, he saw that the ground was already covered with red springtails and hydralisks. The dark masses of overlords, alien dragons, and swarm guardians in the sky dispersed, and the remaining ones flew high, like black kites, that had been released from their hands. Further away was a fortification wall that had collapsed with several gaps. In that direction, the bodies of the alien Zerg piled up in the slimy blood like dead fish floating on the water. Among these bodies were human bodies and some wreckage of Dragonite mechas that flashed golden light under the searchlight, like gold nuggets inserted diagonally into the tissue. The alien Zerg stopped their attack before the sun rose. Even if the Protoss reinforcement were still arriving through the portal, it was only a matter of time before they flooded here. There must be something that forced the Overmind to recall its horde. A huge Goliath armed robot knelt among the insect corpses, with dead springtails plastered all over the cockpit, leaving only a flagpole inserted behind the cockpit. The red flag on the flagpole had long been corroded by acid and was unrecognizable, with only the Golden Eagle and Wolf logo of Alpha Squadron vaguely visible. The one driving the Goliath armed robot was a mechanical sergeant of Alpha Squadron. He was one of the few soldiers in the army who had not undergone resocialization transformation, and was also a federal soldier who voluntarily joined the Revolutionary Army. Augustus knew very little about the past of this mechanical sergeant, and even didn't know his name more than 10 minutes ago. Sergeant Rhodes' hometown was a remote planet that was truly called a poor and remote place. There were less than 200 people in his town. Rhodes was the son of the only local sheriff. Just like many people on the edge of the Terran Federation world, if he failed to finish college and go to the core world to make a living, the biggest possibility in the future would be that his son would inherit his father's business. Raynor's hometown was also such a place, with such a long history of people living there, doing the same job for generations. The most important decision in the life of this mechanical sergeant was to follow the recruits, to join the Federation Army. Another life decision that was no less important was to decide to do something that would be called a hero and admired by others. When Augustus was forced to abandon the fortification wall and retreat, the Alpha Squadron mechanical sergeant drove the giant Goliath robot into the enemy camp and stood between him and the pursuing Zerg. After confirming that the Zerg had all evacuated, Augustus retreated to the bunker and glanced at the last few soldiers around him, Raynor with bloodshot eyes, Faraday with an expressionless face, and the last two surviving members of the Marshal's Guard. Next to them was a fallen transport platform unloading crane, with shells and discarded guns piled at their feet. Several members of the Marshal's Guard fell in a pool of blood, and their sturdy new alloy steel power armor was riddled with holes by the hydralisk spines. Another person had a hideous head on his arm. It was a hydralisk that was beheaded by the Protoss Templar's psychic blade after biting his arm. We were almost drowned by the sea of worms. The number of worms is simply more than the sand here. Raynor was still energetic. Like all the people who were still alive, he had just injected the second injection of stimulants. Although the side effects of stimulants would make Raynor suffer from severe headaches and deep insomnia for dozens of hours after the effect of the drug faded, and he might even drool like an idiot, no one would care about these at the critical moment of life and death. Augustus, I thought several times that our adventure would end here, and I had to hand over your career to your father and brother. He was still frightened. At the most critical moment, Raynor and the members of the Marshal's Guard tried to send Augustus to the transport ship, but everyone knew that space was not safer than on the ground. There were at least tens of millions of mutalisks and scourges in the high altitude orbit of Char. I bet you're wrong, Jimmy. Augustus had just taken a shot of stimulant. Although his subconscious still told him that he should be extremely tired, he really felt that he could kill a cow with one punch. I won't stop until I want to rest. If we stop, the Federation and the Zerg will beat our asses, Raynor said. At this time, a dragon rider with some scars came from behind Augustus, followed by 2 Templar fanatics holding psychic blades. The Templars nodded to Augustus, which was a way for them to express their respect to humans. The Protoss had no intention of talking to Augustus, but just walked past them and walked forward. Some Zerg had not died yet. Even if they suffered fatal injuries, their constantly regenerating cells could still maintain extremely strong vitality. Augustus glanced at the helmets of Raynor, Corporal Faraday and others, noticing that they were covered with Zerg blood and tiny holes that were dissolved by the highly corrosive acidic blood of the dead dragons. Count the casualties, Sergeant Ryan, and tell me the results within an hour. It's not just numbers. I need a list. Most of the officers in the command channel had been disconnected, and only electrical noise and murmurs remained. The 2 largest Zerg hives, Sharmat and Jamunganda, have left. Only the Gam hive and SARS and several other hives are left. Raynor was contacting the orbital satellite base station in the base command center. All the Revolutionary Army satellites in the orbit of Char have been destroyed by the Zerg, but the last satellite was still working half an hour ago. What do you think those 2 Zerg clans are doing? Raynor looked at Augustus. Could it be that there is another Protoss landing force on Char? Or is it that Zarachil's Dark Templar made the overlord of the Zerg feel threatened? Zarachil said that the Zerg would take revenge. Who would they take revenge on? I bet the overlord still doesn't know the location of the Dark Templar. It's hard to say, Jimmy. Augustus thought for a moment and said, Tacitus' Protoss Expeditionary Force fought its way into Char, and then Zarachil's Dark Templar killed 3 brainworms in succession. If the overlord of the Zerg wants to give the Protoss a sharp and fatal blow, then going straight to the weak spot and biting the prey's throat is what a predator is more inclined to do. He thought his speculation was still too conservative. To be precise, Augustus was not speculating what the overlord might do, but was deducing the process, based on the established history. I suspect the Zerg is planning a powerful counterattack against the Protoss Empire, and the target is likely to be several planets of the Protoss. The most frustrating thing about the Protoss planets is that all the planets that have been attacked by the Zerg are human. Raynor followed Augustus's thoughts and speculated on the intentions of the Overmind. We don't even know if the Protoss have colonized planets. Well, I only remember that Zarachil mentioned a planet called Ea, which seems to be the home planet of the Protoss. It must be very far away from here. Even if the Zerg know where it is, they don't know how long it will take to fly there, he said. That's not like the time we raided Tarsinus. We were well prepared at that time. The Overmind will not do meaningless things. After saying this, Augustus followed several Protoss Templars who were walking out of the bunker and stepped onto the ground full of corpses. Among the Zerg corpses next to him, the legs of Augustus' power armor were stained even redder. From time to time, he pulled out his electromagnetic pistol to kill the Zerg that were still breathing. Only then could Augustus take a glimpse of the current appearance of the entire base in the sunlight. Only the ruins of the solid fortification wall remained. 90% of the buildings were razed to the ground, and only the Protoss's brilliant and shining portals like works of art were still standing. Augustus tried to remove the dead Zerglings from the Goliath-armed robot, but when he realized that the pilot inside had already been torn into pieces, he retreated. Not long after, the revolutionary fleet in the high-altitude orbit of Char brought bad news again. The Protoss Expeditionary Fleet finally failed to defeat the Zerg in the Char system. Their number has reached 1 billion. The fleet of Protoss Executor Tacitus was forced to retreat to the outermost planet of the Char system, and we had to evacuate Char's high-altitude orbit. Captain Kel-morian connected Augustus' communication channel. We are still trying to send fighters and transport ships to Char, but with little success, he said. It's best you do, Captain. We will find a way. Augustus immediately accepted this reality. He knew that complaining was meaningless. Where are Duke and Titus's troops? The captain replied, General Duke and Colonel Titus' troops are near you, but I'm afraid they can't get through the heavy encirclement of the Zerg to provide support. I see. Augustus nodded. Jimmy, I'm afraid we have to stay on Char for a while. Augustus turned to Raynor behind him, after issuing a series of orders to Captain Kel-morian. What? This is the most unfortunate news I have heard since I arrived at Char. The Zerg that rushed into the base last night almost destroyed all our supplies. Raynor acted. It's not a happy thing to stay in Char, a place full of Zerg. Where are Titus and the others? At least the Tal'Darim army is still around us. I'm contacting Titus and Duke. Augustus finally connected Titus's communication channel, which means that they are already quite close to him when there is no communication base station nearby. You are still alive, Mengsk. Titus' voice sounded a little excited, but such emotions were then hidden under his magnetic deep voice. I was originally planning to return to the Hyperion. I heard the news that you were surrounded and rushed here immediately, but there are too many Zerg outside. Later I contacted Duke's people. They suffered a lot of losses when they came, but Duke captured several scouts and alien scientists from the Nova Squadron. Don't ask me why there are scientists in this war-torn hell, he said in a muffled voice. In short, it's a mess. Good brother, Titus. Remember to let Duke keep the prisoners alive. Augustus had to admit that Titus had won his trust with practical actions. I'm coming soon. The bugs outside are retreating. Who knows what's going on in their heads? Hey, if you have extra people to support us, please help us as soon as possible. It's really thrilling. The most exciting shooting game in the galaxy is just like this. Titus is a good fighter, but his shortcomings are as obvious as his strengths. He talks a lot when he is on the battlefield, and his whole body is full of enthusiasm. Char. This dirty little planet kicked by the devil is the most hell-like place I have ever seen. Titus continued to speak loudly in Augustus' channel, which was just transferred to Raynor by the latter. Oh, I almost forgot. We are the devil. Take the rest of the people to meet Titus. Augustus said to Raynor, in the name of Adun, see if those Protoss can give us some more help. Don't flatter yourself, Titus, you bastard. Raynor said mercilessly in the channel, and left with a member of the Martial Guard. At this moment, the communication crystal carried by Augustus shone again. Come to this coordinate, my friend. Zarachol's image appeared in the light and shadow reflected by the communication crystal. His veil and robes were obviously more worn than before. We have observed that the main nest area, where the Overmind is located, has felt abnormal signs of space-time surges. This is an unusual and ominous omen. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Star Spirit Portal. Zarachol had just finished speaking when the green prismatic crystal that refracted light and shadow like a gem dimmed, ending the video with an accurate coordinate that humans could understand. Augustus put the crystal back into the storage unit on the chest of the power armor and ordered an officer of Alpha Squadron on the communication channel to collect the remains, weapons, equipment, and supplies. Then, Augustus asked on the channel if anyone knew the location of the Protoss Grand Ark and Tal'Darim. A few seconds later, an Alpha Squadron medic answered Augustus' question on the much quieter public channel. Soon, Augustus and Corporal Faraday found Tal'Darim, who was in a still intact Protoss portal. The magnificent pyramid-shaped Protoss building seemed to be made of gold and blue gems, majestic and towering, with the barrel-shaped vaults closing at the top, to form a center with a huge azure Tal'Darim mind crystal suspended. As Augustus approached the elegant and magnificent buildings of the Protoss, he could hear a soft humming sound from the crystals. This sound was as pleasant as the sound of mountain streams, and it formed its own rhythm. A few dozen yards away, there was a towering crystal tower. The psychic matrix network that expanded and contracted from it looked like an imperceptible light blue halo under the harsh sunlight of Char. The Protoss buildings seemed to have been built to bring them closer to the sun. They shone brilliantly in the sun, like a pile of gold in the light. Climbing up the hundreds of steps was a pilgrimage for a Templar. Behind the distorted space-time rift of the warp gate was their fleet and home. Augustus did not feel much reverence. As a human, it was difficult for him to resonate with the Protoss's thoughts and customs. It was just that these buildings, that could be called works of art, also conformed to human aesthetics. Augustus just thought that it was fortunate that the nobles of Tarsinus had never seen Protoss buildings, otherwise they would only think that they were not luxurious enough. The top of the portal was a flat-top platform with an area equivalent to 2 football fields. On it stood many Protoss Templars standing in battle formation, guarding the Archon of the Protoss Caprulu Expeditionary Force, Tal'Darin. The high-ranking Archon turned around in his dragon rider armor, the joints of the mechanical appendages bent inward, and the cockpit slowly descended in front of Augustus, almost landing on the ground. What a hearty battle. Tal'Darin's body, wrapped in the ice blue nutrient solution in the cockpit, approached the transparent window of the cockpit, and his shining eyes stared at Augustus. Augustus didn't know if he saw it wrong. He found that a small fish had just swam past the cockpit of Tal'Darin's dragon rider. It would be great if a Dun was here too. He said to Augustus, "This is the first time I share the glory of victory with humans, and it will not be the last. Praise the light of Kala." The Templars around Tal'Darin also pressed their long and blunt chins to their chests. This is one of their ways to show respect. Even the Aya Protoss who communicate directly on the spiritual level through Kala sometimes use body language to express etiquette and respect, and their fellow Narazim Dark Templars who voluntarily cut off their connection with Kala need this method even more. Archon Tal'Darin, it is an honor to fight alongside you. Augustus opened his helmet mask, but he did not smile, only a cold expression. Augustus's brother Arthurs once warned him to be cold and act like steel. Dark Templars Erishol just told me that they found space distortion fluctuations in the main hive of the Char Zerg. Augustus did not hesitate. I don't know what that means, but I think we must rush there immediately to find out what the Zerg are doing. Send a group of elite soldiers and set off lightly. Tal'Darin's look of reminiscing about the past disappeared in an instant. Before that, we must withdraw the remaining troops from this area and establish a new line of defense in the dangerous areas that the psychic emitters cannot cover. Augustus said. There is no need for that. Tal'Darin said to Augustus, I can allow your warriors to teleport back to the fleet through the warp gate. It's really a timely help, Archon. Augustus, after Tal'Darin's reminder, immediately remembered that the Protoss can transfer their troops through the warp gate. Then this matter will be much simpler. He said, I will take a few men to the direction that Zarachil mentioned and find out. And me? Tal'Darin responded, it is the honor of the Templar to go to danger to protect the people. Okay. Augustus just replied, without any compliments. Augustus found that getting along with the arrogant Protoss was not as difficult as he imagined. First of all, the Protoss will not deliberately make things difficult for humans. At most, they will ignore them. They respect warriors and people with noble character. As long as these two requirements are met, the rest will be much simpler. However, except for a few people can make the Protoss look at them with new eyes, and even fewer people can make them respect them. At this time, Raynor's call came from Augustus's channel. I found Duke and Titus. They have been holding out in the wasteland of Char for a night. They are no less frightened than us. Bring them to me. Augustus looked down at the entire Alpha Squadron base from the top of the portal, and found that except for the Protoss portal under his feet, there were only a few buildings still standing in the entire base. The tallest Protoss building you can see is it. Let Duke bring all the Nova Squadron scouts and scientists he captured here. Augustus waited on the platform of the portal for more than 10 minutes until a mixed revolutionary army force of about 1,000 people walked here through the collapsed fortification wall. Most of these people were riding in vulture cars and chariots. Compared with the number of troops led by Duke and Titus before, it can be seen that they had lost a lot of people. Surviving a night on the exposed ash plains of Char took a heavy toll on these warriors. The swarms in the dark were much more terrifying than ever before. That night was the most terrifying moment of my life. Augustus could hear Titus's loud voice when he had just walked 2/3 of the way up the stairs. The Zerg that surrounded us in the wastes of Char were less than a fraction of what you have here, but they were still outrageous. He moved quickly, climbing the steps of the portal quickly, aided by the power armor servos and adrenaline. We built positions on several raised heights, laid trenches, barbed wire, spider mines, and used Viktor Kaczynski's little spider robots. The bugs came at us by the dozen, like the Reading 3 flying bugs in your face when you drive a vulture. As soon as the torrent of gunfire swept away the bugs, more and stronger ones rushed up immediately, Titus said. It's like trying to kick away the waves coming towards you when you are on the beach. The bugs come in waves, and once you fall once, you can never get up again. Well said, Titus. How much alcohol have you drunk? After a few years of getting along, Augustus understood some of Titus's habits better than his mother did. Titus likes to drink some wine when he fights. He usually doesn't drink too much, just to keep himself alert. The side effect is that he talks nonsense. Whiskey, the kind that's spicy and strong. Titus walked over the steps to Augustus and showed him a long scratch on his chest. This was the hand of a big red hydra. He almost took my life at that time. I showed him the portrait of Lisdale on the chest of my armor, spit a mouthful of wine at the beast's head, and then stared at it to death. Okay, shut up, Titus. I'll listen to your bragging later. Augustus ordered the other party to shut his mouth as always, and then looked at Raynor and Duke behind Titus. General Duke, where are the people from the Nova Squadron? He asked Duke, who was opening the visor of his helmet. Duke's bright white power armor had long lost its luster, and the dusty general looked listless. Lieutenant, bring those damn bastards up here. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. A dozen Nova Squadron soldiers who had long been stripped of their power armor and left only their combat uniforms walked towards Augustus, including 2 Federation ghost agents. It is worth mentioning that as a relatively famous Federation squadron, Nova Squadron is best at infiltration and covert operations. During the Kalian War, they often appeared behind the Kel-morian Federation in the guise of Black Ripper troops, giving the Federation's guild guards a fatal blow. Marshal, guess how many psychic transmitters the Nova Squadron has placed in Char? When looking at the Nova Squadron's captives, Duke's voice was still as arrogant and condescending as ever, as if he was speaking with his nose pointing up to the sky. 4. Augustus said. At least 10. Duke said bitterly. The signal released by each psychic transmitter can attract all the Zerg within 2.5 light years, which means that the Zerg of the entire Char will be affected. How cruel. Raynor said. What else were you told before being ordered to activate these psychic transmitters? Augustus looked at one of the Nova Squadron ghost agents. The other party's psychic level was still fluctuating around C5, and he could not use mental power to hurt Augustus. No, sir, nothing. Due to the conditions, the federal ghost agent had not yet had his psychic inhibitor removed. Even if he knew something, he could not say it. Activate the psychic transmitter and wait for the evacuation order, he said. But you didn't wait for the order? Augustus asked. It's too late, sir. The Zerg swarmed up as soon as the psychic transmitter was activated. The ghost agent said. Take him away. Every psychic is valuable. As long as the psychic inhibitor is removed, he can be used by us. Augustus ordered Duke. Normally, the team deploying the psionic emitter must evacuate immediately after activating it, otherwise they will be overwhelmed by the Zerg. But in Char, a place full of Zerg, the team deploying the psionic emitter has almost no chance to evacuate. In other words, each activation of a psionic emitter consumes a ghost agent. Considering the high cost of finding suitable aged psionics, training and equipping them, as well as the scarcity of ghost agents, the Federation has spent a considerable amount of money. What exactly does the Federation want to do? Raynor looked at Augustus and said, this number is not as simple as wanting to harm us. Lure as many Zerg as possible to Char, and then use 1,000 or more apocalypse nuclear bombs to destroy us, and the Zerg together, just like what we did to Kor. Augustus thought of a possibility. There is no time to waste, Duke. You take the rest of the people, and follow the warriors of Protoss Grand Ark and Tal'Darim through this portal back to the Protoss fleet. Remember, Duke, restrain the people who follow you. Augustus instructed Duke again. Tell our engineers to try not to touch Protoss things on Protoss warships, unless they allow it. Portal Duke is skeptical of anything, and technology that is not under his control, especially of the Protoss. Without the protection of spaceships and warships, how can a human body withstand the damage caused by the folding of time and space? Let the Protoss go to hell. I won't go in even if I die. Behind the central platform of the portal is a black, rotating hazy core. The black vortex that cannot be penetrated by light seems to be an iris that does not reflect light, like the reverse side of a mirror, with a line frame outlined by golden light on the edge. Mysterious and unknown, it seems that there is a dark space behind it. The portal of the Protoss comes from the ancient Xel'Naga portal, and the technology for making the Xel'Naga portal has long been lost in the disaster that the Protoss called the Eternal Catastrophe. In the era of the Xel'Naga, the mysterious Xel'Naga portal connected various distant and unknown worlds, even as far as outside the Milky Way. At that time, the ancient Xel'Naga Gate was a transportation hub used by the Xel'Naga fleet to explore the universe. Even if it is separated by countless galaxies and billions of light years, the user can reach the Xel'Naga portal in an instant. Nowadays, this kind of portal only exists in Air, Shakuras and other unknown distant worlds. Today, the Protoss will only use the Xel'Naga portals, and will not make them. The portals they use to warp the army are the result of reverse research on the Xel'Naga portals. Even if the Protoss portals can warp the army across a distance of several light years, this technology is only an extremely poor imitation compared to the Xel'Naga portals. The most terrible thing is to be ignorant. Raynor had never seen it, but he was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers, and had never been afraid. With such a short life experience, it is understandable that you cannot understand the teleportation technology. Tal'Darin said, only the bravest warriors can pass through the portal. Damn Protoss, don't rely on your age. In the Federation army, Duke has always been the one who relied on his age. He was undoubtedly enraged. Do you think I dare? Duke said and rushed into the space-time rift of the portal, disappearing like a shadow, and the remaining revolutionary soldiers followed closely behind. He's so easy to understand. Ty just said to Raynor beside him with a teasing look. Provocation always works for Duke. What he can't stand the most is others denying him. Raynor saw it more clearly than anyone else. Titus, Jimmy, you stay. Augustus looked at Corporal Faraday and my guards. Okay, let old Titus try what this magic portal can do. Titus followed the teamman and came out again after a while. It's a wonderful feeling, just like lifting the skirt of a streetwalker, he said. Titus's bad metaphors never go out of date. If the Protoss hadn't been unable to understand Titus's alternative jokes, he would never have left Charter Day. Let's go, Titus. We still have to find Zerichel. Augustus said to Titus. The Zerg have an extremely sensitive sense of smell. They can smell blood from miles away just like sharks in the water. The mission briefing displayed on Titus's helmet was the mission that Augustus had just listed in the command system. It is harder than climbing to the sky to expect to be able to march unnoticed in a line full of Zerg. As usual, as long as the Zerg can't catch up with our vulture car, walking the dog in the wasteland of Char is as easy as walking in your own garden. Augustus said. Thanks for the reward. Chapter 299 Wormhole. After personally carrying the last unconscious revolutionary soldier into the portal, Augustus gathered the last 20 or so Martial Guard soldiers around him and prepared to set off. Everyone, guys, the vulture car has been fully fueled, enough for us to drive out of the Milky Way, Augustus said jokingly, trying to boost morale. There was a burst of laughter around. If possible, these people really wanted to follow Augustus to the end of the Milky Way. The evacuated revolutionary army left Augustus with the best vehicles and weapons, including some electromagnetic grenades, rocket launchers, AGR Gauss assault rifles, and matching AG-12 grenade launchers. The missiles of the Goliath armed robot can help Augustus deal with the alien dragons in the air, but these equipment are not suitable for mobile forces to carry. Augustus rode his golden red vulture car with ease, feeling that it was like a docile horse. He turned to notice what kind of transportation the Protoss of Tal'Darin would use, but suddenly realized that he had not noticed how Tal'Darin placed those conical gold and blue chariots on the transport platform. Those chariots were shaped like arrows and spear tips, with golden metal shells inlaid with crystals and gems. They were roughly the size of a single-seat human vulture motorcycle, with a seat and a control panel similar to a steering wheel. The Protoss chariots were suspended in the air, exuding a crystal-like dreamy luster. Augustus could not hear any roar of the engine, and he was sure that this was because the power system of the Protoss was completely different from that of humans. When fighting side by side with the Protoss, Augustus noticed that they rarely used chariots similar to those of humans, but that did not mean that the Protoss did not have them. The larger dragon riders like Tal'Darin rode in a 4-person chariot, and the driver was a loyal high-ranking Templar of the Akali tribe. There were not many chariots, only 4 or 5, and the remaining 20 or so high-ranking Templars were all riding on golden blue butterfly-shaped discs hovering in the air more than 10 feet, more than 3 meters. To be more precise, the Protoss often use ascetic walking to hone their skills and will, but when they need to travel, they usually use time-space distortion technology to directly warp to their destination, but sometimes they also use butterfly-shaped flying discs. This parallel disc hovering in the air is like a two-wheeled hovercraft for humans, but in comparison, the performance of the Protoss is more stable, and can even be used as a kind of high-speed single-person aircraft. On the disc, you may see some female Protoss warriors wearing golden robes and armor. They are the war spearmen of the Valerii tribe, holding spears instead of psychic blades. The Valerii tribe is the tribe that produces the Protoss protectors, and the Valerii spearmen are the representative arms of this tribe. In the ancient Protoss tribal era, Protoss tribes still used weapons such as spears, stone locks and longswords. This tradition can still be seen among the Protoss who value inheritance. The robes of those powerful Valerii spearmen reflected the color of gold under the sunlight of Char. Their soft silk robes were hung with diamond-shaped mind crystals, and their long nerve bundles like hair bundles had beautiful ornaments. Their tight legs were exposed, and their grey-white skin was much more delicate and smooth than that of ordinary Protoss men. It must be said that, apart from the less human-like parts, these agile Protoss female warriors are still quite attractive. The Protoss Templar who controlled the flying disc hovered in the air, waiting for Taldarin's order. At this time, there were still dozens of shuttles that survived the pursuit and interception of the Mutalisks and Scourges. Under the order of the Grand Archon, these fighters rose to high altitudes to escort them secretly. "Let's go," Augustus said to Taldarin on the chariot, and said to Tychus and Raynor on both sides of him, "Follow my brothers. The wasteland of Char is full of dangers, and is extremely dangerous. We have to go around and bypass the psychic emitter and the lava lake," he said. "The longer we stay on the plain, the more risk we have. Why don't we just go across this volcanic plain?" Taldarin's chariot drove to Augustus' side. "It's better to be safe than sorry, Archon." Augustus closed the helmet of his power armor and started his vulture. "Your expressions are always strange, but I always agree with cautious rhetoric." Taldarin always seemed rigid and clumsy when communicating with humans, as if he was the old stubborn nerd that Tychus said. The Arliga tribe once built ships and arcs on the vast ocean, where air was raging storms. Only cautious and wise Arliga helmsmen could drive ships across the ocean. He tried to explain the meaning of Augustus' words with his own understanding. Only the most careful and responsible shipbuilders can build a huge ship that can withstand huge waves. The greatest Motha ships and aircraft carriers, since the catastrophe of the ages, all have an outstanding commander. That's what I mean. Raynor gave Taldarin a thumbs up. "In short, it's always right to be cautious." As Augustus spoke, his vulture car drove a few hundred yards on the platform of the portal with the roar of the thrusters. It jumped into the air like a fighter jet taking off in front of the steps, and with the help of the thrusters, it didn't fall to the ground until a long time later. The strong wind whistled past Augustus' side. This team of more than 60 human revolutionary soldiers and Protoss expeditionary forces rushed over more than 10 miles on the flat land of the Burning Land. From time to time, a large number of Zerg attacked them on the way, and even deployed ambushes in advance according to Augustus's route. But Augustus led the convoy to cross the Zerg every time, and even drove the vulture car over the Zerg's head in the most difficult time. In addition to the almost non-existent defense, the fragmentation grenades carried by the vultures are quite effective against the Zerg, especially the firepower of the Protoss is also quite amazing. Whenever a large number of Zerg rush towards the convoy, there is always a high-level Templar on the flying disc who releases a psychic storm to deal with all the Zerg. In more than an hour, Augustus led the convoy out of the Burning Land and drove towards the location described by Zerachel. That location is not far from the Burning Land. It is located between the Bone Trench, the Obsidian Lowlands and an extremely vast magma lake. The main nest area near the magma lake is where Zerachel is located. This probably also explains why the Zerg can completely ignore the psychic jammers of the Revolutionary Army with the help of the psychic transmitter, because the psychic level of the Overmind has reached an appalling level. As a creature, the height it can reach is beyond the reach of anyone. Augustus shook off another group of roaring Garandal hydralisks, watching their heat signatures fade away on the display of the vulture. There were more than a dozen vulture-like Leviathan Zerg mutalisks hovering in the sky. These cunning creatures had more colorful thorns and spikes than other groups, and such signs probably indicated that they were poisonous. Intimidated by dozens of Protoss high-ranking Templars, the Leviathan mutalisks that had been monitoring Augustus in the air did not dare to approach. At most, they lowered their altitude and dropped a few jumping symbiotic bladorms on the speeding vulture and Protoss chariots. The bone trenches ahead. Satellite images show that there are a large number of Zerg spires and mosquito nests in it. We must go around it from another way. Augustus stopped in front of the entrance of a huge canyon, which was mainly composed of black volcanic rocks and granite. This canyon is so huge that when viewed from the air it looks like a hideous scar on the grey-white earth of Char. It can even take off and land interstellar battleships. The vultures behind him slowed down and stopped beside Augustus, and the Protoss' chariots and flying discs also stopped. Go around. I'm afraid we have to drive for another 4 or 5 hours. We won't get there before dark. Raynor looked at the scorching golden sun in the sky. If it weren't for the protection of power armor and combat uniforms, he would have died of dehydration. The most feared thing is that the night is long and dreams are many. I don't mind running a little more distance, but who knows if there will be other troubles ahead after crossing this place. Ty just said. As he was talking, the soft sun-scorched ash on the ground more than 200 yards away from them suddenly sank inward, and holes suddenly appeared under the ash layer. Then more than 30 springtails and hydralisks pounced on them. The orange carapace and spiked edges indicated that they belonged to the Gam swarm. The brainworm of this hive clan, Sass, must have a grudge against Augustus and the Protoss who had killed and expelled it. Augustus picked up an AGR-14 assault rifle and loaded a Ripper A-type standard grenade into the grenade launcher under it. This grenade was taken out by Swan from the weapons manufacturing factory in Moria, but it was quite powerful. If the Zerglings were close enough, it would only take one shot to kill them. If you are lucky enough, you can even write off more than a dozen Zerg at once. Raynor threw several delayed detonation electromagnetic grenades in that direction. Ty just set up a Whisper Persuader heavy machine gun on the seat of his Vulture and pulled a series of U-235 bullets from the ammunition box in the back seat of the Vulture. Corporal Faraday carried a railgun and began firing. Each 25mm bullet was enough to crack open the skull of a running Zergling, shattering the entire head. Several mutant Zerglings with thicker shells passed through the barrage and rushed straight towards Augustus. They were more intelligent and ferocious than ordinary Zerglings. It must be that the brainworm Sass was controlling these Zerglings personally through the mind link. A high-ranking Templar controlled the flying disc in front of Augustus. His four lizard-like fingers were surrounded by blue psychic lightning balls. When he stretched out his hand, a powerful psychic pulse beam electrocuted 2 Zerglings, causing them to fall to the ground with their bodies charred black. The remaining Zergling rushed straight towards him and used its extremely strong hind legs to jump high, trying to jump over the head of the high-ranking Templar. The high-ranking Templar lit up the psychic blade on his right arm and pierced the Zergling's abdomen without any hindrance. The Zergling that jumped high was immediately split into 2 by its own inertia like a cod in front of a cutter. Cool. When can we use lightsabers? Although it was not the first time that Raynor had seen the Protoss Templar kill Zerg cleanly, it still couldn't stop him from praising it. Raynor remembered what his father Trez Raynor had said to him: warriors fight to survive, and gladiators fight to fight. In the social system of the Protoss Empire, the Templars are born professional soldiers, and they are warriors until death. They have already extended war and killing into an aesthetic art. When John grows up, as his godfather, I will definitely give him a single molecule psychic blade, Augustus said. That kind of thing already exists now. I heard that the Umagens have been researching this weapon, but there is no news other than that. Ty just calmly stuffed the bullet chain back into the ammunition box. It will happen sooner or later. Augustus looked at the time and thought about which way to go next. At this moment, a black smoke suddenly emerged near them, and a dark Templar wearing a purple robe and holding a bright green warp blade appeared next to them. Marshal Augustus. The Dark Templar walked towards Augustus, and the huge hydralisk skull on his right shoulder made a clacking sound when it collided with the armor. He said to the high-ranking Templar who was staring at him vigilantly, "Hail to Adun, my brothers, may his shadow bless you to find your way home in the void. I will not associate with the betrayers of Kara. Put away your hypocrisy, Dark Templar, it makes me sick." The high-ranking Templar who protected Augustus was the first time he had seen a real Dark Templar in reality. His grey-blue skin was wrinkled due to physical discomfort, just like a human with goosebumps. "But we still respect the Templar." The Dark Templar bowed and said, "We don't need your respect. Stay away from me." The high-ranking Templar took a few steps back. Augustus could even feel that he was afraid. Even when facing the Zerg, that was hundreds of times his own, the high-ranking Templar did not retreat at all. Rathzagul taught well. "At that time, we gave your stealth ability to Rathzagul. She was a good student." Tal'Darin got off his chariot. "You are here to pick us up," he said. "Let the leader of the Dark Templar talk to me. Archmaster Zarachel is closely monitoring the Overmind's nest." The Dark Templar looked up at the sky, and a long shuttle-shaped spaceship that was spinning gracefully in the sky emerged from its hidden state. "This is an elegant spaceship that emits a green light representing life, with shell-like spiral patterns carved on it, as if it is a perfect combination of nature and technology, and surrounded by huge void energy. An ancient Xel'Naga spaceship? But it's not the spaceship we gave to Rathzagul," Tal'Darin said. "Warp us aboard, Dark Templar. This is probably a trap," the High Templar shouted. "I believe that Rathzagul may be the only one among us who has no prejudice against the Dark Templar." Tal'Darin said, "What did you find there?" "A wormhole." The Dark Templar always spoke like a sharp blade, straightforward and bloody, but now he seemed hesitant. The Overmind used its psychic power to directly create a stable wormhole in Char. This is unheard of. Thanks for voting. Chapter 300 High Blood Pressure Operation of the Supreme Council. For Augustus, it was only a matter of a second for Zarachel's Xel'Naga ship, the Void Seeker, to warp him from the ground onto the ship. The surroundings first darkened, and then the ground beneath his feet turned into a solid black cabin. "Why don't you turn on the lights?" Raynor naturally accepted the magical technology of the Protoss, and did not make a fuss. The cabin was dark at first, but as they appeared, the surrounding walls and the ground began to flash green light. This green light was like the light reflected by lush vegetation in the sun, rather than some unnatural artificial light source. The green light flowing back along the spiral and mysterious symbols finally formed a series of fan-shaped and hexagonal patterns with grids, like the buds of ferns. The ground was not covered with carpets on slip tiles, but with some soft sound-absorbing material similar to black sponges. Even the alloy stabilizing boots of power armor would not make any sound when stepped on. "It's really cold here." Titus opened his helmet visor and looked around. "It's just like being in an ice cave." "Damn it, we are not in the ice cellar of those dark Protoss." The cabin of the Void Seeker is large enough to accommodate Augustus and his men in their mobile vehicles. At the edge of the cabin, you can see some sharp crystal clusters emitting green light. The crystal clusters are rooted in the junction of the four walls of the cabin, as if they grew out of it. The cabin is not silent. In addition to the crisp resonance of the crystal matrix, there are also sounds similar to the stirring of water and the sound of wind and sand, giving people a strange feeling that they are in nature instead of on a ship. This is undoubtedly a Xel'Naga spaceship, a creation of the gods who once gave the Protoss knowledge and wisdom. Tal'Darin walked with his long dragonite mechanical appendages. "It is not the spaceships left by the Xel'Naga on Ea. This spaceship contains powerful void energy. Perhaps the Xel'Naga used it to travel through the universe in the past. It's great. Even today, our spaceships are just imitations of the Xel'Naga warships. A long time ago, the Dark Master drove this spaceship to travel through the universe, looking for traces of the Xel'Naga's travels in the universe and those prophecies that were like whispers in the void." The Dark Templar walked in front of Augustus and Tal'Darin. At this time, a projection appeared in front of Augustus. The picture was the main nest of the Zerg located between the Magma Islands. The scene inside shocked all the humans and Protoss present. There were countless Zerg organic buildings with black chitin shells, spikes, grey-brown spines, flesh-colored vesicle membrane wings, and mucus and dark purple fungal carpets. These buildings seemed alive. Their surfaces were constantly expanding, contracting, and multiplying. The tops of the buildings were contracting like breathing holes. The tendons and veins on the trunks were wriggling to transport blood and nutrients everywhere. It was as if the entire ground was alive, a piece of flesh and blood exposed to the air. Everywhere in the picture was the pulsating organic buildings of the Zerg. The tallest of them even surpassed the Creation Family Sky Tower on Tarsinus Prime. In the center of these buildings was the huge Zerg Overmind. Its body was several miles in diameter, and most of it was still buried deep under the hard volcanic rock surface. On the Overmind, thousands of spikes pierced the sky, and a huge eye was staring coldly at everything around it. Augustus, Taldarin, and Raynor all came over, and the other Protoss Templars could not hide their curiosity. Protoss and human warriors wearing gold blue armor or gold red power armor gathered together, close to each other, and their relationship was obviously improved by the experience of fighting side by side. That is the master of all Zerg, the Overlord. The Dark Templar said to Augustus, it may have lived, as long as the Zerg itself. Why do bad guys always live longer than good people? Titus mocked both the Overlord and the Protoss at the same time. The Overlord is likely to be immortal. The research of Dr. Francois and Stetman shows that the cell renewal rate of Zerg is much faster than that of humans, but they do not age. Augustus explained. But it is also possible that we killed the Zerg not long after it was born. Raynor pointed at the illusory light and stared at the hazy shadow above the main nest. Is that a wormhole? On the surface of Char? Yes, a wormhole built with psychic energy. Taldarin said, this shows that the psychic strength of the Zerg Overlord has exceeded the limit of a living being, or in other words, it is the sum of the wills of endless Zerg. In the past, our expedition fleet occasionally entered natural wormholes, which can shorten the journey of tens of thousands of light years or even longer to the distance from your doorstep to your neighbor's nursery. Raynor was a captain after all, and compared to Titus who didn't listen, study, or practice, he at least studied seriously. But we have no way to figure out what is behind a seemingly stable wormhole and how long they can last. A few minutes, a few years, or even longer. Everything has an end. If we can master this technology, we can connect distant colonies and frontier galaxies and establish a stable transportation network that complements technology and trade. Augustus sighed. I don't think this is possible unless we capture the Zerg Overlord and let them work for us. Titus said. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Raynor laughed. Where do they want to go? Taldarin stared at the wormhole in the light and shadow. It was a hazy black vortex composed entirely of void energy and dark matter, spinning in the remaining atmosphere of Char. At first, the vortex was radiating bizarre colorful lights and storms that tore the surface, but later there was only a black circle. The extreme black in the center of the circle absorbed natural light like a black hole. A huge Zerg Leviathan was passing through this black wormhole. Its giant fin membrane wings like solar sails were swaying in the wind, and countless Zerg flying creatures were surrounding it. The Zerg Leviathan was a supergiant creature that was more aggressive than Behemoth, and it could also make super time and space jumps in the universe. Even when facing humans, the Zerg did not have Leviathan on the scene. It was hard to imagine what kind of enemy made the Zerg swarm dispatch these terrible creatures. I hope it's Tarsinus, Titus said. We'll go back and clean up the mess after the Zerg have taken out the Federation. We are here, the Dark Templar reminded the Void Seeker's passengers. The Void Seeker is above this main nest. Where is your Archon? Taldarin asked the Dark Templar seriously and urgently. It's at an observation post near the main nest, on the top of the highest volcano in the vicinity. The Dark Templar replied. Warp me there immediately, Taldarin said in an imperative tone. Count me in, Augustus said. Zarachel must have discovered more clues about the Zerg's strange behavior. As you wish. The Dark Templar immediately contacted his companion who was responsible for managing the core of the central node warp matrix. In the time it took Augustus to close his eyes and then open them again, the ground under his feet changed from the black sound-absorbing sponge ground to the ash ground of Char again. He was standing on top of a huge crater, surrounded by jagged rocks and ash. Black smoke and heat waves were rising from behind him, and the ground was shaking slightly from time to time. The clouds were like white smoke rings surrounding the top of the mountain. When Augustus looked down from his position, he could only see rolling clouds of ash. These clouds composed of tiny ash fragments, separated and merged, and sometimes split, revealing cracks. The Dark Archon Zerachel stood behind a huge black volcanic rock. He was alone, standing alone in the fierce wind between the mountains. It was a scene that impressed Augustus. Zerachel's dull dark purple robes were rusty due to the erosion of time. The cloak under his sewn brown fur collar was like a fluttering flag in the mountain wind. Zerachel lowered his head, obviously in deep thought. This elder, who has a high reputation among the Nerazim Dark Templar, is one of the few remaining Dark Priests and the Archon second only to the matriarch Ratzagal. However, Zerachel never manages the affairs of the clan. He is just a leisurely person, a traveler who explores the unknown and mysteries in the universe. Zerachel, elder. Augustus walked towards Zerachel, showing obvious respect. His sincerity is by no means a disguise, which is also an important reason why Zerachel looks at Augustus differently. Every Protoss, whether civilian or warrior, is a mind reader, so that they do not think it is an offensive behavior when they come into contact with humans. Even if Zerachel did not explore the true secrets deep in Augustus' heart, he could feel the sincerity of this young human. It's just that Augustus's respect for Zerachel is so real that it makes him feel strange. Zerachel always suspected that Augustus had known him for a long time, but he would not dig deep into the matter, just regarded it as part of fate. Dark Templars always return the same respect to those who respect them. You are here. Zerachel looked at Augustus. When he glanced at the Archon Tal'Darin of the Protoss Templar next to Augustus, Zerachel bowed deeply. Salute to the High Templar, Archon and the Great Dragon Knight Tal'Darin. Perhaps the matriarch still remembers you. I'm the Dark Archon Zerachel, the leader of these Dark Templars. Zerachel said respectfully, you are all warriors of the era of Adun. Compared with you, I'm just an ignorant child with shallow knowledge. Since Tal'Darin's army landed on Char, Zerachel has been observing the other side. But we only see one enemy. The high-ranking Templars next to Tal'Darin were also warped to Zerachel's vicinity. They have been nervous and treading on thin ice since they boarded the Zelnaga spaceship Voidseeker of the Dark Templar. The high-ranking Templars all showed their shining blue psychic blades and pointed them directly at Zerachel. Not an enemy, but a brother. Tal'Darin's attitude towards Zerachel was much more relaxed, so much so that his Templars were always worried whether their Archon had been corrupted by the depraved ideas of the Dark Templar. There shouldn't be such a war between the Templars and the Dark Templar. Compared to the problem of the Dark Templar, Tal'Darin was more concerned about what was behind the wormhole. The Zerg must be preparing to invade a planet or an entire civilized world. He said to Zerachel, have you figured it out? I'm not sure. Zerachel's body shook. A terrible and unique main nest will is constantly being transmitted in the consciousness of the Zerg. The brainworms are discussing the great plan of the Overmind in the nest. This is obviously an attack against the Protoss. Our colony is far outside the Kaprulu sector, where the great fleet of the Ori tribe is also stationed. Tal'Darin said worriedly, the Supreme Council's concerns have come true. If we do not eliminate all the Zerg in this sector, then this will evolve into a full-scale war that sweeps the entire Protoss Empire, and then our people will be placed under the flames of war. The Overmind's target may be air. Zerachel said, when killing those brainworms, I came into contact with the Overmind's thoughts many times. Its race has been looking for the traces of the Protoss in the universe. Once the Zerg find us, they will seek ways to merge with the Protoss. This is the mission given to it by the Overmind's creator. Air is its target. It knows Air's existence, and has always known it. Why? Air? No. Tal'Darin's emotions showed signs of being out of control for the first time. How is this possible? Air's coordinates have always been a secret. Her location has always been hidden under the gravitational field we set up. I hope this is just a groundless worry. Zerachel said, in the last meditation, I seemed to foresee the future darkness and endless war in the Kaprulu sector. The technology of the Dark Templar is still very different from that of the Templar. Compared with Air, which has a large population and many tribes, they are not as good at casting and driving warships as the Aliga tribe in charge of the Protoss fleet, but they are more proficient in time and space technology. It is said that the wise men among the Dark Templar who have penetrated the mysteries of time and space can foresee fragments of the future and give guidance to others, although the number of Nerazim prophets is extremely rare and their predictions are not always accurate. Maybe Zarachil can really foresee something, but Augustus does not think he knows the truth. I must report this to Executor Tacitor and the High Council of Air, and let them prepare for this, whether it is just a possibility or not. Tal'Darin turned on the communication equipment to contact the star shuttle of the Protoss Expeditionary Fleet, but the next bad news came one after another. What is the High Council thinking? After a silence of more than 10 seconds, Tal'Darin suddenly roared. What's going on? Archon. Augustus approached Tal'Darin, and he had already guessed something in his heart. Point I shouldn't have mentioned to you, that this happened when the fleet was still fighting the Zerg in the high orbit of Char. Tal'Darin looked at Augustus. The High Council of the Protoss Empire announced that Tacitor is no longer the executor of the Caprulu Expeditionary Force, because he violated the order to purify all infected human planets and even sided with the fallen Dark Templar. The High Council will send a new executor of the Akari tribe to replace Tacitor. Due to disappointment with the Templar class, a respected arbitrator will also go with him. He said sadly. Tacitor was ordered to return to Air alone to face the court, while the expeditionary force must continue to carry out the original order. Trial. Does the Supreme Council think others are fools? Tai just glared fiercely. Even fools would not surrender after committing a crime, let alone turn themselves into the police station. He acted quite familiar with this, not to mention that they have to travel who knows how many light years back. If it were me, I would not care about the Supreme Council and would have walked away long ago. It's ridiculous, changing generals at the last minute, just for a few reasons. Raynor was also puzzled. What's going on? I can't believe that those are the arbitrators who have always ruled the Protoss Empire with wisdom and foresight. Zarachil was amazed. The history I learned tells me that it is the arbitrators of the Protoss Empire who define the laws and guide the Protoss to always walk on the right path. This is their style. Augustus looked at Tal'Darin. So, during the period when Tacitor is no longer the executive officer, who will temporarily take his position? It's me. Tal'Darin said. There is still room for maneuver in this matter. Augustus smiled. There is an old proverb in human beings, that is, a general is not subject to military orders when he is away from home. There was an earthquake in Changzhou. I have never seen an earthquake before. It's scary. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.